All Briggs Cadet competitors should now be on the grid for your Group 1 warm-up. That's Briggs Cadet should now be on the grid for your Group 1 warm-up. Rotax Senior Max to the pre-grid, Rotax Senior Max to the pre-grid. Thank you. Please have all Rotax Senior Max competitors. That's all Rotax Senior Max competitors to the grid. Rotax Micro Mini Max. Rotax Micro Mini Max to the pre-grid for your Group 1 warm-up. Thank you. we please have all Rotax Micro Minimax to the grid, please? That's all Rotax Micro Minimax to the grid, please, for your Group 1 warm-up session. Rotax Minimax to the grid. Rotax DD2 to the pre-grid. Rotax DD2. All Rotax Micro Minimax competitors should now be on the grid. That's all Rotax Micro Minimax competitors should now be on the grid. Rotax DD2 to the pre-grid. Rotax DD2 to the pre-grid. Thank you. please have all Rotax DD2 competitors to the grid, please? That's all Rotax DD2 competitors to the grid. Briggs Senior Heavy to the pre-grid. That's Briggs Senior Heavy to the pre-grid. We could have Rotax DD2 to the grid for your warm-up session. Thank you. All Rotax DD2 competitors should now be on the grid, please, for your warm-up session. Rotax DD2 should now be on the grid. Briggs Senior Heavy to the pre-grid. Briggs Senior Heavy to the pre-grid. As a reminder, all activities commencing with the Group 1 Heat 2 throughout the weekend will be live streamed on youtube.com at FAF Motorsports. Weekend's activities will be broadcast here at the track through TrackTune, but will also be live streamed through YouTube at FAF Motorsports. That's brought to you by FAF Motorsports and Ron Fellows Karting. Thank you. reminder in the paddock, all announcements are being broadcast over Track Tune as well as being broadcast here at the facility directly. So to avoid missing any announcements, including today's play-by-play, those announcements will be made through Track Tune throughout the weekend. In addition, live streaming brought to you by FAF Motorsports and Ron Fellows Karting will start at the Group 1 Heat 2 in just a few minutes. Live streaming at youtube.com at FAF Motorsports, starting with Group 1 Heat 2. Lots of ways to stay informed, lots of ways to keep up to date to announcements as well as live play-by-play here at the track. Briggs Senior Heavy should now be on the grid, and this will be our final Group 1 warm-up. We could please have all Rotax Junior Max competitors to the grid, please. That's all Rotax Junior Max competitors to the grid for your Heat 2 race. In order to keep on time for the day, we will be skipping the brief break between warm-up and the heats. If we could please have all Rotax Junior Max competitors to the grid, please. That's all Rotax Junior Max competitors to the grid for your 8-lap heat race. Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid. Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid. Again, attention in the paddock. All announcements being made over the PA system, including the play-by-play, will be broadcast both on Track Tune, which is available free for download from the iTunes store, as well as being broadcast live stream on youtube.com at FAF Motorsports. Lots of ways to stay informed. As I said, we will be skipping the brief break to keep things on time, and we will be going forward with Rotax Junior Max, and we could have all Rotax Junior Max competitors to the grid, and Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid. Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid for your second heat race. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Canadian Karting Nationals here at Mosport. As the field lines up for the second heats, I'm Dave Bradley, along with me, Chad Webster, and we will be bringing you all of the action live for the first time ever. And what a wonderful opportunity we have to showcase some of the best motorsports talent in Canada. And I don't want to say up-and-coming motorsports talent because it is some of the best, period, motorsports talent. And Chad, you're very familiar with a lot of these drivers, a lot of these karts, and what are we in for as we start to see some of these engines come to life here on the pit lane?
I think we're in for a lot of intensity this weekend, Dave. Sure thing, a lot of young drivers getting ready to go, looking to make their names and careers for later on in their careers as well. Maybe to jump into cars not too long after karts. This is the regular way to go if your dream is to make it to maybe F1. I know there's a lot of money involved in that. Same with NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA. This is all the starting point right here, is to come up and through these levels. So first up, Rotax Junior. This is going to be quite an interesting one here. Again, it's not all won or lost today. Heat number 2, as we look at our pole sitter for Rotax Junior. Leonardo Seravalli in the 287. He made the switch to REM in the off-season. He looks to grab, I believe, his first victory with them all season as we get ready to roll in heat number 2. They're getting ready to grid up, Dave.
Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with karting and what the classes are, we'll try and bring you as much information as we can over the course of the entire weekend. Rotax Junior H's about 12 to 15. These engines, two-stroke engines, about 23 horsepower. The kart and driver weighs about 315 pounds. So that gives you just sort of a general idea of the performance capability of these karts. And they are fast, and the draft means something here at this track because there's some fairly long straightaways. You want to get tucked in behind the kart in front of you, get that head down and try and catch that slipstream, duck out at the last minute and make that pass. That's a good way to make it happen. Now you can see them lining up 2 by 2. There's a significant space in between the 2 rows as they head to the front straightaway. We'll be looking for green for 8 laps here in heat race number 2 of the Rotax Max Junior, and we're underway as we get Saturday going here at the Canadian Karting Nationals.
Into turn number 1, Leonardo Seravalli takes the lead just over Jeremy St. Pierre, heading down into turn 3. Cole Madero slots in right behind them in third spot. Oh, we got trouble already. That's Jackson Morley out in turn number 1, just on the entrance to turn 2. And that's not a way you want to start your heat 2 already. Here comes Cole Madero's, not wasting any time at all. He dives it to the inside of Jeremy St. Pierre and up into second place and tries to push right after teammate Leonardo Seravalli for the lead. We got a few more battles going on a little bit further back as well. I believe that was Ahmed Mustafa in the 288 that just went up the inside. One kart off there a little bit through turn 6, but gets back on safely as the rest of the field single files out, and we hopefully get through this rest of this race with very little incidents right now. But again, Seravalli from Medeiros from St. Pierre, and I wouldn't wait long if I was Medeiros. His whole motive this whole weekend was to just get right to the front and control the race. He's been doing that the last 2 weeks. Let's see if he can do it again.
Now you can see them settled in single file, and you almost have to do that because the more you battle side by side, the more you can watch the pack in front of you start to stretch away. And we've seen that in several different packs throughout this race. And the top 2 now opening up a significant gap over third place here at the front of the track. So it is still Leandro Seravalli ahead of Cole Medeiros, Jeremy St. Cyr, and problems. As you can hear the crowd gasp, it was one car off. And
that is Ava Cabral in the 223.
So she manages to get back going and tags onto the tail of the field, but well behind. And again, that's the thing you want to do, is eliminate the mistakes, the problems that you have in these very short heat races. Again, with 8 laps to make it happen, it's going to happen very quickly. So try and limit your problems, try and limit your mistakes, and that's what they're doing here at the Canadian Karting Championship. And right now it is still Seravalli out in front of Medeiros, St. Cyr, Mustafa, and Doria. That is your top 5 as they run right now, but the top 2 definitely stretching a gap on third place.
We please have Briggs Cadet to the grid, please. That's Briggs Cadet to the grid. All Briggs Cadet competitors should now be on the grid. Briggs Senior Max to the pre-grid. Briggs Senior Max to the pre-grid. Thank you.
You can see almost a swap of position there for third place as 14 turns here on this circuit. There's plenty of opportunity to pass, and you can see drivers are starting to get anxious and wanting to go because this is not an endurance race. It is very much a sprint.
Exactly. It's a real short race. You don't have a lot of time. Once we get to Sunday, the lap counter will be much more than what we have here, but it's only 8 laps and we're running a good 57-second lap times. We're doing these laps in less than 1 minute. The intensity level really picks up there. As you saw, both Ahmed Mustafa and Jeremy Sinclair get into it at turn 6. That's really given a big gap to Leonardo Cerravale and Comaderos up front. And even Roman Doria tried to actually go around the outside of St. Cyr around in the chicane there. So unfortunately that didn't quite work out. Now he's got Stefano Lenzialetta right behind him. Let's see if he can try a move here as we go back into the bowl, turn 9 and 10. He's followed up by Oliver Chasse and Noah Landry in the 225. And then Jacob Mesle and Marley Charderi round out the top 10 as time's ticking away here. Halfway down, 4 laps to go. Medeiros is charging after Cerravale. Can he get to him?
And if you're looking at the timing and scoring on the screen right now, you're seeing a large gap, and you're like, wait a second, that gap is much smaller than what I'm seeing on the track. There is only one timing and scoring loop, and that is at the start-finish line. So that's why you see the times the way they are on your screen. But again, it is 0.2 of a second at the front of the field between Cerravale and Medeiros. This one looks to be settled between those two drivers unless something happens with 4 to go, and something could very well happen between these two drivers as they start to ratchet up the intensity towards the end of this one. As we got another driver off, and this looks like it is up in the entrance of number 6 at the top of the hill there. So you're carrying a significant amount of speed up into that section, but driver is able to get going and rejoin. And that's what's the beauty about these karts, is that they are very robust. And a change for the lead. Very nicely done. Into turn number 2 as Medeiros goes through and takes over top spot.
Awesome move by Medeiros coming up into turn 1 and 2 there. Let's see if Cerravale has any answer for him. He gets about to the bumper going into turn 5. That's as close as he's going to get for now. Medeiros, no look over the shoulder, but he does keep it somewhat dipped down to the left. Make sure Cerravale didn't try anything coming back to him. Just a touch on that crash. One of those karts involved there in turn 6 was Christian Papp. So issues for him there. I couldn't quite tell who the other kart was. There was another one that went spinning at the top of the hill there as well. Cerravale looking. Nope, tucks right back in line with his teammate. Just works with him as they continue to push on. Medeiros kind of bounced his way over the second part of the chicane there. Back onto the front straightaway. 2 laps to go. Again, it's not all won or lost here, but you want the best starting spot possible for the pre-final later on.
And you said it, these two drivers operating out of the same tent, so teammates. There's no team orders, but you don't necessarily want to wad up both of these karts and have to have these drivers come right from the back of the field further in the afternoon. So you want to play nice. If you see the opportunity, make a clean pass, exactly what Medeiros did, and he made that happen into 1 and 2. But can Cerravale come back and do the same thing? But again, the opportunities are starting to tick away now with about a lap and a half to go. They'll come around and see the last lap board the next time by.
Here comes Cerravale to the inside. Not quite able to get there. He had a bumper to the rear wheel of Medeiros. Medeiros able to outbrake him going into the chicane. You saw Cerravale kind of get a bit of a chop of the wheel coming through the final corner. 1 more lap to go in heat number 2 for Rotax Max Junior. As they come up the hill, you can see Medeiros keep it pinned all the way down on the inside up into turn 3. This is going to be the real show here, Dave, is the run down the hill, although Cerravale didn't really get out of turn 3 at all, and I think Medeiros is going to be all right. Cerravale closing in, but he's only going to get so close to him, although he does try to pin it around the outside on the undercut. Here he comes. What a run, and clear over Cole Medeiros on the exit of turn 5. Great over-under move by Cerravale. Now can he hang on to it?
Set up and executed to perfection for Cerravale, your new race leader. He's got Medeiros just breathing down in the back of his neck as they come through to complete the final few corners. Saravalli will hold it to the inside, defending, but here comes Medeiros through the final turns. Takes over top spot and will lead onto the front straightaway, but Saravalli gets shuffled back, so Medeiros will win. Saravalli, as we see coming across the stripe, the checkered flag has flown, and I believe Saravalli does come home in
sixth position. He really got shuffled there, because I believe Jeremy St. Clair also ran it right to the inside of him. Saravalli lost so much momentum, he got stuck on the outside. St. Clair goes by. Roman Doria finishes off in third. Ahmed Mustafa comes through to fourth, and Stefano Lanzioletta will round at the top five. Saravalli from the lead in the chicane. A great comeback by Cole Medeiros to get him back. Saravalli will have to settle for sixth, and maybe a few more positions dropped, as he will have to start the pre-final off a little bit further back. So our pole sitter not really having things go his way in Rotax Max Junior.
Well, there it goes. That is a perfect example of just how quickly things can change. You think it's going to be a two-car battle right to the end. All of a sudden, you're going through the final three corners, and man, everything changes in a hurry. And as a matter of fact, Medeiros turned the fastest lap of the race on that final lap, or excuse me, a lap before that. So the 2:07 turning the fastest lap of the race and coming home in top spot, Cole Medeiros. But what a way to kick off the Canadian Karting Championships here at Mosport, and just a racy track, and there's a perfect example of what kind of action we'll see over the course of the day.
Absolutely, Dave. I've really noticed when you look at the track here compared to the last few months, this is the most grip that this track has had all year long, and the fastest times. I've already seen, at least in Briggs Senior, the track record was broken. They got down to a 104.4. That is the fastest lap in an official practice session, qualifying session, or racing session that I believe we have seen here. And the track really has not slowed down. Ever since the repave in 2015, lap times just keep up, and it's great to see. As we did see Jeremy St. Clair there, our second place finisher, off the track just on halfway coming down the hill into turn 5. He's going to have to take a ride back to the pits and hopefully get back in a reasonable amount of time.
Well, it's funny you talk about the track and the level of grip that we're seeing here today. There hasn't been a lot of rain in the area really this summer. I mean, in the last month, essentially, it's been very, very dry. And lack of rain means a lack of time for the rubber to be washed off. So lapping sessions, people coming out to practice, club races, everything just continues to build up that rubber on this track, and that gives these karts that grip that they're searching for, the drivers the grip that they're looking for as well. And yeah, it makes it a fun event to watch when you've got that level of grip to play with.
Absolutely. I've even seen a few of the drivers make adjustments that you haven't seen all year to the cars to try and get the amount of grip of them. Maybe even adding in another seat bar on the side. So instead of running 2 seat struts, now there's 3 seat struts on there, just to try and stiffen up the back of the cart a little bit more. Again, different chassis do different things, and same with different rims on the tires as well, different types of tire pressures that go on there. So definitely a lot of different things to look at.
And that is something we'll talk about over the course of the event as well.
All Briggs competitors should now be on the grid, please. That's all Briggs Cadet competitors should now be on the grid. For your second heat, Rotax Senior Max should be in the pre-grid. Rotax Senior Max should be in the pre-grid. That's Briggs Cadet to the grid. Senior Max to the pre-grid. Thank you.
So you see the replays of the change for the lead and the race to the line off the final corner here onto the front straightaway, and just how quickly that Saravalli went from second spot all the way back to 6th. Just lost that drive, getting pushed to the outside in that final corner. Lost that drive onto the front straightaway, and just a gaggle of cars on the inside lined up. But you talk about kart setup and adding seat struts and adding different rims and different hubs. All of these are chances for the teams and for the tuners to make the karts work better. And you want to loosen up the flex of the kart. That's exactly what we're trying to do, right? Because the kart flexes, it dives into the racetrack, it gives you that mechanical grip that you're searching. So by stiffening up the chassis, that's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
Exactly. I would Wouldn't be surprised if most of these drivers are all the way out in the rear end as much as they possibly can, and even different axles as well. If you want to put like a stiffer axle in there, I'm sure that's what's been going on all weekend long. Again, there's a bunch of differences between two-stroke chassis and four-stroke chassis, but the biggest thing that I've seen as well is just a lot of adjustments to try and stiffen these karts up. Again, this is the grippiest the track is going to be all year, especially now with running almost brand new tires. We saw it yesterday with the new tires. So, and this track has very little wear on the tires from what I've seen as well. Not a lot of issues going on with them, which is a great thing to see. The Vega tires holding up very nicely. So, as now we get into from a young class to an even younger class, the smallest class of this entire weekend, and our second race of group number 1, heat number 2 for the Briggs & Stratton Cadet category. As we look at our 2 front row sitters there, Tristan Francisco in the 17 and Hayden Lawson in the number 10. Hayden Lawson making the trip down here from the United States.
You talk about the young drivers, about 8 to 10 years old in the Briggs & Stratton Cadet class. Again, this is a 4-stroke engine. You hear the sound of the engine sounding a little bit different than the Rotax Max. If you're unfamiliar to karting, we're trying to bring you into the conversation here. If this is your first time watching, maybe on YouTube at home, and you're interested in learning more about karting here in Canada, we'll try and bring you as much information as we can. But about 8 to 10 years old, 235 pounds, and these Briggs & Stratton engines have a carb lock on them, so they don't necessarily get all of the horsepower that's available to these kids.
Absolutely, Dave. Also, I know from speaking personally racing these things, once we get to about 6,000 RPM, and this is where the gear changes come into play as well. How low on the teeth do you want to go? Do you want to run it out all the way to the end of the straightaway, or do you want that rev limiter to kick in a little bit before the corner just as well? And this is where the draft comes into play. With these 4-stroke chassis, it really matters here. It's about 0.7 to a second is the difference with the draft here at Mosport Karting Center. So we'll definitely see it here, especially once we get into more of the experienced classes, but Briggs Cadet is also a big one as well. But with the relative inexperience with the young Briggs Cadet drivers, we might not see a lot of drafting. They might just go for it right out of the gate.
With youth comes exuberance, and that makes it exciting to watch. Not necessarily for the parents who might be watching lined up along the fences here, but it definitely is fun for us to watch. It's the youngest of the drivers hit the track, and you can see lined up very nicely early on, and a very tidy pace lap here, as we will be going green next time they pass the flag stand here on the front straightaway. Coming out of turn number 14. And turn number 14 is one of those places that presents, as we saw with the Rotax Junior, that is a viable passing opportunity. If you can put together a run through the corners that lead up to that, you've got an ability to make a run down the straightaway.
Absolutely. And that's going to become one of the main things in the final as well. When it comes to that last corner, you have to have it covered off, because there are drivers that will completely stick the nose in there and shove it in there altogether to try and get to the bottom, wrap the curb, and make something happen. We might not see it today, although we kind of just saw it in the last race, but we're definitely going to see it here. Green flag in the air. We're underway in Briggs Cadet as they make their way into turn number 1. Hayden Lawson clear up to the lead. Francisco side by side with Max Koutsoukas, and he slots into second and gets right up behind Hayden Lawson. They're clear to try and draft with each other, maybe to get away from the pack early on.
That's exactly what Hayden Lawson wanted to do, get clear by himself in the front, and leads as Francisco comes along. And there is an example of that draft in these 4-stroke karts. So very, very important to try and keep that momentum up. They don't have the horsepower that a Rotax kart would have, so you really have to be tidy as a driver to keep those corners linked and to keep your pace up for an entire lap here. So that's what the leaders are trying to do right now, potentially even stretching out a gap over the rest of the field.
As they come screaming through the sweeper, already a 3-car breakaway at the front. Max Koutsoukas just holding on to the back of the front 2 leaders, followed up by, I believe that's Nathan Stockwell up and in 4th position. He's got another duo right behind him of Ethan Smith and Ricky Ramden. Let's see if those 3 can work together and maybe catch right back up to the front. Again, only a miniature gap, but it's starting to grow a little bit more and more. Very, very short amount of time in this Briggs Cadet heat number 2. 6 laps, and we've already burned 1 lap. 5 laps to go you do not have a lot of time. Like we said, Lawson and Francisco are sitting in the best spot right now to try and keep themselves in the front of this race.
Francisco actually the quicker of the two karts on that lap number 1, but not by much. The difference at the line was 7/100ths of a second. But it is still Hayden Lawson at the front. Francisco. With Koutsoukas holding down third, but losing a little bit to these top two, who are now linked together nose to tail. A two-kart breakaway at the front of the field. Very, very tightly contested. As you see them come through to complete that final corner and head back onto the front straightaway, there'll be 4 laps to go this time by.
All Rotax Senior Max competitors should now be on the grid, please. That's all Rotax Senior Max competitors should now be on the grid for your second heat. Rotax Micro Mini Max to the pre-grid. Rotax Micro Mini Max to the pre-grid. Thank you.
So we'll get back to the action here. Down the hill we come. Once again, Hayden Lawson. He's got a little bit of a gap now, although Francisco will close that right up into the bumper as we go back into turn 5. They've kind of lost Max Koutsoukas here. He's fallen backwards a bit into the clutches of Nathan Stockwell and Ricky Ramden as they have closed right up that gap for the third spot. You can see them in that group just behind. And then Ethan Smith comes up right behind them. And unfortunately, he's kind of in what I like to call no man's land. He doesn't really have a toe in front of him, and he doesn't have any help behind. That pack is a little bit too far behind with about 10 karts, I would say. But right now, needs a bit of help to get back into this.
Francisco took a look under Hayden Lawson, didn't have enough to make it work, but actually that 3-kart pack just in behind the 2-kart leaders, Lawson and Francisco, so Koutsoukas, Stockwell, and Ramden, if they link up, that could potentially be a good thing for those 3 karts because they can draft together and potentially catch your race leaders. There's 3 laps to go, so time is of the essence.
Last lap around, they were just a little bit off of the leader's pace. The best lap, that last lap, was Francisco with the 107.196. Koutsoukas, Stockwell, and Ramden in the 107.4, so a little bit of a difference there. Here comes Francisco to the inside of Lawson. Done waiting around. Can he make this one stick to the inside of 5? Yes, he does, and pulls out a decent gap as well. Makes that happen. Now can he hold this for the rest of the race? And this is going to help these guys catch up just a little bit. It's amazing how much ground you lose with battling. However, I wouldn't say that really cost them that much. Francisco did it in an area where they didn't lose that much time, but now he controls the race. What does Lawson do now, just following up behind him?
Lawson was smart with that one because realized that the other kart was underneath, backed off a little bit, and got back in line very quickly. A tidy pass, but if you battle side by side for many laps, and then you see that lead evaporate. So we'll see at the line how big the gap is now with Francisco, your new race leader, over Hayden Lawson, and back to Koutsoukas is waiting for it to come up 1.5 seconds. So yeah, they didn't lose too much time, if at any at all.
No, I'd say so. They've kept this gap very, very steady so far. It's really going to come into play on what happens on the last lap and how much defending goes on. That's when the gap can really close down, and it brings a lot more drivers into the fray here. As Francisco gets a little bit loose, he went a bit wide there, but he keeps the momentum off the corner. Lawson couldn't quite get enough of a run to get by him. We head up back into 6, and you can see how much grip's through there. It's a little bit more bumpier. Oh, we got one kart off and into the wall out of turn 5. That is the number 24 kart of Bentelev Adam, unfortunately, and that's unserious end to his heat number 2, and that's going to create a lot of work for him later on today in the pre-final. Coming up on one more to go.
14th spot was Adam, and now again drops to the tail of the field. Still at the front of the pack, though. It is a 2-horse race. The last lap board is out, and here comes Lawson to the inside in turn number 1. Pulls out, completes the pass, and they tuck back in line. Nose to tail. Francisco and Lawson again swap over this top spot at the front.
Great stuff from Lawson. That was a beautiful pass. Now can he hang on to it down the hill and into turn 5 for the final time? You see him duck down to the inside, try to cover it off a little bit. Francisco peeking, didn't have enough of a run. They get through 5. Lawson got through there really nicely. Francisco trying to close in. Not going to be close enough by the time we hit 6. Lawson's okay there. It's really going to now come down to the chicane. Francisco, you saw the front end push a little bit there, and he lost a little bit more time. he's just going to have to stick right in the draft. They're side by side for third place. I believe Ramden and Kutsukas going at it for third. Let's see if Francisco can get a run here going into the chicane. Takes the regular line. I don't think he's going to be close enough, Dave, unless he's got one last shot going into the final corner. We look behind. Ricky Ramden's gotten up and into third place, trying to hold Kutsukas back. They get together. Kutsukas goes over the curbs, and he can't get that pass done. Checkered flag in the air, and Hayden Lawson wins heat number 2 for Briggs Cadet over Tristan Francisco. Gets it done on the last lap pass. Great stuff by Ricky Ramden, able to hold on to third position over Max Kutsukas and Nathan Stockwell. That rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, that was a battle at the front, and you can see Hayden Lawson spend most of that last lap looking right side, left side, right behind, knowing that Francisco was trying to work together a run to try and get around the race leader. And in the end, it seemed to be just the kart tightened up a little bit at the top of the hill. The front end bounced a little bit, and that was the gap that Lawson needed to hang on to complete that final lap. Again, winning it by 0.3 of a second at the stripe over Tristan Francisco, Ricky Ramden, Max Kutsukas, and Nathan Stockwell. They decided to dust it up amongst themselves at the stripe, but they're all covered by about 0.8 of a second for that battle for third, fourth, and fifth. What a nice there as we go through. Ethan Smith, Yusuf Addy, and Jackson Colligan rounding out the top 8 as the first of the 4-stroke karts complete their second heat race. And we say heat race number 2 because heat races happened yesterday as well here at Mosport. And so now we're into the second round. Later on, we'll see a pre-final later on this afternoon. And then, of course, finals happen later in the weekend. But it doesn't matter when you're on track. You want to lay down your best lap if it's practice. You want to lay down your best finish if it's in one of these heat races or a pre-final. There's just no letting up at any particular time. Not with this competition that you're facing.
Absolutely not, and especially as well as we see a bit of a replay here of what went on there with Lawson making that last lap pass there into turn 1. With the more experienced classes as well, you really need to make sure you run borderline a perfect race, because there is not going to be that many mistakes that happen in these races. You make one mistake and you lose the draft. That could be the difference between yourself being in contention for the win and getting shuffled down multiple spots and completely out of the lead pack. So it really comes down to how consistent you are, how smooth you are, but you also got to keep it fast as well. But it's also almost like a chess match. You got to play it smart and make your moves at the right time.
Well, that's why they call it racecraft, and it is a chess match, and the drivers have to think about that as well, because realistically, a lot of these karts are evenly matched. I mean, I would say at this level, they all have the best equipment underneath them. So it is mostly up to the driver, and it's mostly up to the driver and the way they think. Okay, I can catch you here, but can I pass you here? Do I have to back that corner up a little bit, move my braking points, my entry points, and ways to get around as we get into the Rotax Senior and see these drivers for the first time. Again, back into the 2-stroke powered karts, ages 16 and up for the Rotax Senior, about 30 horsepower and 360 pounds. Karting drivers, that gives you an idea of the specs that we're playing with these karts. And this will be one of the most competitive classes you will see all weekend. The Rotax Senior class is always cutthroat, and it's always super, super tight.
That is definitely the case that we're going to see here. Coming down 36 karts strong. This is going to absolutely be something here. So Aiden Ingrata and Jensen Burnett going to bring us down to the green flag here. Diego Ramos and Ryan Maxwell, 2 drivers that were involved in a pretty heavy accident yesterday, and it ended with Ramos going up and over and out of the kart. Looks like they got that kart repaired, and he's back and ready to go, starting off in his 3rd position. Timothy Pernod rounds out the top 5. Frederic Lemieux in the 397 starts 6th. William Botelier 7th. Joshua Sumvalis 8th. Major Makovskis in 9th. And Antoine Lemieux rounds out the top 10 as the field gets lined up and ready to go. Coming down for hopefully the green flag. Green flag's in the air. We're underway in Rotax Senior. We head up to turn 1, but it's a good start from the inside line. Ingrata up into the lead. Maxwell into 2nd. Frederic Lemieux up into 3rd. Burnett has to slot into 4th for now and maybe regroup as they all funnel down into turn 3 for the first time. so far, I believe everybody else has made it. Maxwell ducking to the inside a little bit. He has a run, and Grata defends it from him, though, as we head into turn 5 for the first time. There's a few other movements a little bit further back in the pack.
36 carts took green, and you saw them all fan out as soon as that green flag waved. Now look at them. They're all tucked in single file, but taking peeks. They're seeing where they might have an advantage over the cart in front of them, and while keeping that draft, because we talked about the importance of a draft in four-stroke karting, but it is equally as important here in the Rotax Max Senior class as well. And again, these carts, they have the ability to close the gap a lot quicker because you have that extra power at your disposal.
You can see it right there with Maxwell pulling up right to the rear bumper of Aiden and Grata. He had a bit of a look going to the inside of turn 1, not able to do so. The good thing for Maxwell right now, he has a bunch of teammates right behind him, and Grata's kind of the lone man up here in the front. They're not going to be close enough, though, by the time we hit 5. Instead, it's Burnett that's going to look to the inside of Frederic Lemieux at turn 5, and he gets it cleared a little bit 3 wide out of turn 5 behind them. I think that was Diego Ramos going to the inside there, and it stacked everybody else up behind him. Frederic Lemieux got really shuffled out there as well, because I believe Sumvalis went through, and so did Arnaud Saborin, I think, or is that Diego Ramos? I'm trying to tell which one of them that is. I believe that's Ramos that's gone up and into 5th place now, knocking on the door, maybe going to try and get up and into 4th place here. But so far, Ingrata still with the lead, but Burnett's coming right back after it. They got Maxwell right in between them as we thunder down the front straightaway. 6 laps to go.
So again, another 8-lap heat race for the Rotax Max Senior class, and it is Aiden Ingrata who is about 0.2 of a second quicker than Ryan Maxwell at the stripe that last time by. Jensen Burnett not that far behind, 0.5 back at the line, and it looks like now they're opening up a gap as a swap of positions there for 4th and 5th.
I believe that was Ramos going through on Frederic Lemieux for the 4th spot. Now, unfortunately, that did create a bit of a gap. Let's see if he can run these drivers back down, but he might get the chance here. And Grata's not going to leave that door open with Maxwell right on him going into the chicane. Which way does Burnett go here? Looking. Nope, has to tuck back in line. But just as I said, that brings up these next 2 carts right behind them.
Well, that battle at the front is exactly what Ramos wanted to see, and it did allow him to close the gap. It was 1.1 seconds, and now it's down to 0.6 of a second. So, yeah, as soon as one driver pokes the nose out to try and make a move, you see that lead that they had built up absolutely evaporate. Now it's only a couple of car lengths between the top 3 and 4th place, and a change for the lead as Maxwell goes through, and a nice pass, and you saw Aiden Ingrata point to him and say, let's just stick nose to tail and keep going.
Previously have all Rotax Micro Minimax competitors should now be on the grid. That's Rotax Micro Minimax competitors should now be on the grid. Rotax DD2 to the pre-grid. Rotax DD2 to the pre-grid. Thank you.
Maxwell starting to break away just a little bit, and Grata got it back on the brakes, though. This could go any way of about, I would say, 6 or 7 with the front group really lined up. And even you look at the top 10, they're all right backed up with each other here. So Maxwell with the lead. How does he take this one through? Burnett tried to stick the nose on the inside of Ingrata at the top of turn 2. Couldn't quite get it done there. I think we're in for another move, Dave, once we hit turn 5. Burnett's got a bit of a run. Let's see, does he peak? Yep, here he comes to the inside, and Ingrata has to give way. Ramos, nope, he tucks back in line. He realized he didn't want to be on the outside of Ingrata there. Burnett gets up and into 2nd place, and around the outside, trying to at least, goes Antoine Lemieux, just ahead of Frederic Lemieux. He tried the outside. I thought that was going to work for a second. Couldn't quite carry the momentum.
Well, he thought it was going to work too. That's why he tried it, but Aiden Ingrata almost knew that swap of position was going to come. He took a quick peek over his shoulder. He saw the front wheel of that cart of Jensen Burnett to the inside, so he yielded that position. And again, his cart not quite as good as the ones just ahead. Maxwell just turning in his fastest lap of the race, a 56.381. Burnett 56.4 that last time by. Aiden Ingrata 56.8 for his quickest time. So it gives you an idea of the difference between the two leaders. And third place now as far as quickness of the kart. And Ingrata loses another spot in the same place on the track.
3 laps in a row. Turn 5 has been his Achilles heel in this heat. Number 2 is Diego Ramos. Late on the brakes, sends it to the inside of Ingrata and gets himself up into third place. Does he have enough time, as we hear the crowd go wild there? Something happened a little bit further back. Does Ramos have enough time to get up to, I think he'll get to Burnett. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get to Ryan Maxwell, who's been starting to pull away a little bit more and more as this race comes to its end. 2 laps to go, and it's really on just behind them. Ingrata's got to run back now on Ramos. Not enough to make it happen at turn 1 or turn 2. And it's really hard because it narrows down here up and into turn 3, and you don't really want to leave the braking too late as the track elevates and then de-elevates through turn 3 and back through turn 4. This is the preferred passing opportunity going through 5, but I don't really know if anybody else is close enough, at least in the top 5 positions, as one car got real hard on the brakes there. There goes 1, 2, maybe 3 spots. I couldn't quite tell who that was. That may have been Frédéric Lemieux that drove it in there really deep. I believe it was. Nope,
we talk about
all
the grip on the track, but again, with the speed that these karts are carrying, it is easy to overpower that grip and make a mistake. And one small mistake when you're running this quickly as far as lap times go and gaps in between the karts and drivers, and it doesn't take long as we've got one driver in trouble and now stuck on the grass trying to get back onto the track, and that is the 314 of Sam David, I believe. David was running in 27th position, so he'll get going. That's little help with the corner marshal there.
Just on the exit of turn 6, I believe he's getting back going. Meanwhile, one more lap to go, and I believe Ryan Maxwell has this one made, unless he has any sort of issues here in the last half of the lap. As Burnett, I believe, is just up ahead. He's about 3/10 that last lap around up on Ramos, but we'll see how that draft carries them, not more or less through the bowl here, but once we get around the sweeper and heading into the chicane for the final time. But Maxwell in a position where he doesn't need to defend and worry about attacks behind him. It's really on what's going to happen behind him here. You can see Burnett favoring to the inside, trying to not let Ramos go through, and I don't believe he will. And I believe the top 5 is going to be set in stone coming to the checkered flag, and it is Ryan Maxwell making up for the crash yesterday by winning heat number 2 over Jensen Burnett, Diego Ramos, Aiden Ingrata, Antoine Lemieux, Frédéric Lemieux, Major Makovskis, Timothy Pernod, Joshua Sumvalis, and Oliver Marak breaks it into the top 10 and rounds it out in a great heat number 2 for Rotax Senior.
And you can see as all the karts come through to complete their laps, it's fought all the way down through the field. No position is, or no driver wants to give up any position, and they are going to fight tooth and nail. A couple drivers did a little grass cutting off the final corner, but kept it straight and finished up their laps. But yeah, it's that exciting, and it's that deep a field here when you've got, upwards of 34 drivers taking the green flag for this Rotax Max Senior Heat race. And again, it sets you for your starting position in the pre-final, so you want to have a good position, finishing position. And again, it doesn't matter if you're mid-pack, if you're front pack, if you're back of the pack. Every position matters because, again, it works into a starting spot.
Especially for Maxwell and Ramos, that was crucial for them as well. Having those accidents yesterday put them at the back of the pack. They desperately needed a good second heat to get themselves at least a decent spot for the pre-final later on. That's going to go a long way to helping them, at least in Maxwell's case. But you can't say a third place is bad for Ramos as well, finishing 3rd out of 36 as we look at a few highlights here. Burnett going up the inside of Lemieux there, making that pass stick. This is when Ingrata still had the race lead, and I believe this is the pass for the lead for Ryan Maxwell. Gets a great run, tucks it to the inside, not having to really outbrake him too much going into turn 5, and makes that pass smoothly done. So great stuff from him, and he was able to hold on to the lead without much challenge for the rest of the race.
Ingrata was smart there too, and we've talked about this. It's when you're losing a position, you have to make smart decisions as well, and you saw him sort of take that wider line through. He's not braking too hard. He's not giving up that position. He knows it's lost, but it's how can I keep the momentum up and how can I get back in line and not lose 3 or 4 spots because you know the train is coming.
Yes, you don't want to throw it in there too hard, trying to fight for the position. and fight a losing battle that it might already be gone there. So yes, he did absolutely the smart thing, tuck back in line. Unfortunately, for the next 2 laps, the same thing kept happening to him. So he just had to, I guess, make do and cut your losses. It's not the end of the world. You're still right up in the top 5. So I still think he's going to have a good shot at this come later on. But a lot of different things can happen with it being so close, and a lot of high caliber drivers in Rotax Senior can go any way of, I would say, at least 15 ways once we get to it. So we'll definitely see what comes on later in the day. As green flag outlap now for the Rotax Micro Minimax class, another really young class here. And again, similar to the Briggs Cadet carts, not in full-size carts, smaller carts, but with quite a bit more horsepower.
Yep, 2-stroke engines and about 13 horsepower, 260 pounds cart and driver. And yeah, these are carts that can be muscled around fairly briskly by the drivers who are about 10 to 13 years old. So that's the age range for the drivers here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max. And again, 6 laps will be the race distance here in the Canadian Karting Championships Heat Race 2. If you're just joining us here on YouTube, I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster. A beautiful day for a motor car race, as Jackie Stewart often said. But hey, any day at the racetrack is better than a day at work for sure.
Unless if you're doing both.
True. Yeah, if you can parlay that into a day at work, then why not, right? But you can see the field starting to line up 2 by 2, and the track officials will make sure that the start is tidy. There is, if you're brand new to karting and you're joining us on YouTube and you see it, there is a lot of contact in kart racing. It's not a no-contact sport. They're open wheel, but bumper-to-bumper contact is seen as acceptable in karting and in the Rotax Mini Micro Max or Micro Mini Max, as we do not get a start there. The caution flag waving into turn number 1, indicating a waved-off start.
Unfortunately, a little bit too fast there. So we'll have to go around one more time and try it again. And of course, that'll burn off 1 lap as well. These laps count. So now it's only going to go down to 5 laps. And that might just bring up the intensity a little bit for Rotax Micro Minimax. Mateo Pai, our pole sitter in the 108, looking to have a great run here. Carlo Lott in the 177. Teammates start beside him on the front row. Asher Pavan in the 154. Yusuf Addy in the 163, pulling double duty. We saw him earlier in Briggs Cadet. And Lincoln Lima will round out the top 5 in the 111. There as well, so they'll have to line up each other again, coming through just out of the sweeper and down the back straightaway and into the chicane. Let's see if we can get the start. This time you can see Mateo Pai motioning behind there to Asher Pavan, saying, hey, when we get to the line, I wouldn't mind a good push there. Just maybe not right now.
Exactly. Let's bring it down slowly, tidily here as they work through the final few turns and onto the front straightaway. And experienced starter Gloria Eng up in the flag stand here today. She's done a lot of flag work at the Honda Indy Toronto. She's been all around with the NASCAR Canada Series, and there she's holding the yellow flag, watching this field pick up the RPMs, and there they go. Green flag is up as they spread out into turn number 1.
Almost 3 wide, a little bit further back. Mateo Pai takes the lead into turn number 1. I believe we've had a spinner off in turn 2 there as the whole rest of the field files down into turn 3. Carlo Lott able to hold on to second place over Asher Pavan as we thunder down the hill for the first time under power. Asher Pavan asks for a push from Yusuf Addy as he sends it hard into turn 5, made quite a bit of ground right there. As we power back up the hill and into 6, Pai kind of putting his head down, trying to get the least amount of air as well. There goes Lincoln Lima to the inside of Yusuf Addy and up and into 4th place already, not wasting any time. And again, I mentioned before, we've already burned 1 lap with that no start, so you do not have a lot of time once we hit the line here. 4 laps to go as Carlo Lott not really waiting around for the lead, and he takes it going into turn 12 and into the chicane. Let's see if he can hang on to this one for the rest of this race as we thunder back out onto the front straightaway. Looks like that mess has been cleaned up. We're all green flag all around. Again, if a yellow flag is out by a Colonel Marshal, you cannot pass going into that corner. If you do, you will be subject to penalty.
Look at the gap closing up in the front of the field, though. The 2-horse race that we had to start things off has now evaporated. Carlo Lott, Mateo Pai now coming under increased pressure from Asher Pavan and Lincoln Lima. And you can add the third place or the fifth place card, Yusuf Adi, in there as well. So it is really a 5-cart battle as we have a change for the lead again as Mateo Pai goes through in the 108, taking over top spot. And not for long, though, because Carlo Lott, once again, the very next corner, retakes top spot.
Great stuff already. They are not waiting around. We got a pack of 7 up here at the front. Somehow they all stay lined up going into the chicane. No one really trying to make a move there. As I say that, Yusuf Adi sends it to the inside of Lincoln Lima and gets back up and into 4th place now. Lima now looking back on him, heading into turn 1. If he can get him cleared here, that would be a big advantage for him. Oh, he cuts it back to the inside. They're still side by side, I think, going up and into turn 3. Trying to see if he got him cleared. I believe he did. Yes, he's up back into 4th place. But as we mentioned, that bit of battling just separated them from the top 3, and they might not be able to get that gap back. I believe Nicholas LaRusso also followed him through and up and into 5th place. Yes, he did. Now, can they work together and try and get back up to the front 3 after that bit of battling did separate them?
At the stripe, it was less than a second between the top 7 carts as they came across the start-finish stripe. Carlo Lott, Mateo Pai, and Asher Pavan, the top 3. And again, they're now opening up a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. As a matter of fact, the top 2 have about a 2-car length lead. But look at the 154 just swallow up that ground going through the final complex of corners. If you can figure out the final 3 corners here at Mosport, you're doing something right, because those are some of the most difficult here to keep and maintain momentum, and it just leads to a good lap time.
They're the slowest corners around this track, so it is pivotal, especially when you carry all that momentum wide open and up and into turn 3. It is crucial to keep up all of that momentum. You can see Mateo Pai really pushing it right there, using up every inch of the track on the exit of turn 4, hitting the rumble strips. This is where he made the pass for the lead last time. Is he close enough this time? No, he's not. Just going to stick right there and ride with it. And of course, he's got Pavan right behind him. And there is a saying in racing, it's either pass or be pass. If you don't make the move here, someone else will make it on you. And let's see what happens once they get into the chicane here. We're coming up on 1 lap to go. Here comes Mateo Pai for the top spot, and he'll take it away going into the chicane. He leads as we go into the bell lap. They'll see the last lap board this time around.
A little wiggle under braking to take over that top spot. A quick look back by Mateo Pai as they come through and complete the next to last lap. They see the last lap board as they cross the stripe, and it really is a 3-car battle at the front of the field. They're all tied together, nose to tail. Add in another one, why don't you? 4th car, the Lincoln Lima in the 111 is right there, and Lima looking to take over 3rd and will.
Great stuff by Lincoln Lima. He took an advantage over there by a minor mistake from Asher Pavan. He hit the inside of the curb as Pavan comes right back, though, makes up for that mistake and takes 3rd place away, but that's going to take them out of the battle for the lead, at least for the time being, as we only got about a quarter of a lap to go. Heading down now through the sweeper, it's Mateo Pai with the lead. Carlo Lott, can he try out anything else? Pai defensive going into the chicane. I don't know if Carlo Lott's going to be able to get enough of a run off of the final corner. Here we come now to the checkered flag. Here comes Carlo Lott, but it's too little too late. Mateo Pai takes heat number 2 for Rotax Micro Mini Max, with Carlo Lott 1/10 of a second behind him. Asher Pavan takes back the 3rd position from Lincoln Lima. Nicholas LaRusso rounds out the top 5. Then it's Francisco Costco, I should say, rounding out the top 6. Yusuf Adi in 7th. Joshua Wheeler in 8th. Maddox Patilier in 9th. And the 105 of Julio Berlingo rounds out the top 10. Sorry on the pronunciation of that name, but a great run by all the Rotax Micro Minimax drivers in general, and great stuff from Mateo Pai, able to make his moves right in the right position, not able to really cost himself anything, keeping himself right in the mix the entire time. He's your Heat 2 winner. As we take a look at a few highlights here right off the start, Carlo Lott did a great job able to keep 2nd place. Here was the first lead change of the race. Lott going through on the inside of Pai in the chicane. And Mateo just waited until the 2nd last lap and then made it happen going into the chicane coming to the last lap. There's the move right there. He used Carlo's own move against him. Takes the lead back and held on in the end to win heat number 2. So a great weekend so far from Mateo Pai. You can see a bit of a fist pump there as they came by the line. And he's got hopes high going into the pre-final later on. Now we head into Rotax DD2, the fastest class this entire weekend, and the only class this weekend where there is shifting. DD2s have 2 gears. You can see, if you look close enough on the steering wheels, just behind them there are paddle shifters. They shift once, going up into 2nd gear, and then once it gets slow enough, they'll downshift if need be. 10 karts in this class as they make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. And this is the penultimate heat number 2 race. We got one more class after this to finish off the second heats. That'll be Briggs and Stratton Senior Heavy after this class. But we got DD2s first up, as Ludovic Saborin gonna bring us to green flag in the 480. Had a decent run out in Edmonton 2 weeks ago in the Rotax finals. Ran 2nd in the final race of that weekend to teammate Luca Nanji, who starts off in 6th place, just a little bit behind him here. Anthony Martella will start alongside Saborin on the front row. Charles Robin in the 457, and Gianluca Savaglio make up the 2nd row, with Luca Posick rounding out the top 5.
Drivers like Anthony Martella, Charles Robin have some sports car driving experience as well, so jumping up into professional sports car racing and then back into the karting championship here as the green flag waves, and there you can see they come quite a bit slower but raise the speed very quickly here up through the gears of the Rotax DD2. Again, a 2-stroke, 2-speed, 34 horsepower engine powering these karts, and the weight about 360 pounds.
Already on the run to turn 5, you can see Luca Nanji defending his 4th position there from, I believe, that Charles Robin, trying to go around the outside. I don't think that worked out quite well for him there. Nope, still right behind Luca Nanji in the early going, but it is Saborin that leads the way. Gianluca Savaglio with a great start. He's up and into 2nd place, trying to chase down the race leader. Didn't really get out of the bowl that well on this first lap. Anthony Martella wheeling that thing, trying to get back to him on the first lap. And again, you can see a bit of a different line for the DD2s as well, going down into the chicane. They normally keep a bit of a tighter line because of the gear shifts and a lot more of the horsepower that they have. And as well, another important thing, Dave, is you don't want to overheat your tires. Even though it's a short race, do not overcook your tires. You're going to need that grip to come in a little bit later on if you're willing to take it a bit to that next level and battle it out with your competitors at the end of the race.
And it's funny you mentioned that. That is something you hear when you listen to broadcasts for, you know, big cars, Indy cars, F1, overheating the tires. As we have a change for the lead, Savaglio goes through to the top spot, and I was going to say Martella looks like it was going to follow through as well and will slide into 3rd spot, but change for top spot now, the 499. Savaglio goes through to the point here in the Rotax DD2, but this one is not done, and not by a long shot. 4 karts, all nose to tail at the front. Here goes Martella to the inside.
Great pop-up move right there. Surprise Saborin, and he lost another spot to teammate Luca Nanji there, and he has to settle himself back in and try and figure out what else to do now as he slots in 4th position. Nolan Bauer up a few spots for the great first few laps for the 488, up and into 5th place. But again, great move by Gianluca Savaglio. I did not expect that at all. He came from way back making that move, and let's see if he can keep that one up for now as they make their way through 5. He's starting to pull away a little bit, as a little bit of more battling going on a little bit further back. I think that was Luca Posick that got stuck on the outside there. Timothy Pernod also making a bit of headway towards the front now. Again, he, unfortunately, I believe he got DQ'd in qualifying, so he has to start both of these races from the back of the field and try to make as much ground as he can. He's already up and into 6th place.
Nanji and Martella were trying to make deals. You can see them look back over the shoulder and give each other hand signs saying, let's go forward, and try to keep that nose to tail to not let Savaglio get too far out. He's only a 10th out in front right now. Saborin in 4th spot is almost a second back of your race leader, so the top 3 covered by less than half a second, and the battle heating up at the front. Martella has caught your race leader and starting to take a look outside to inside and then back to the inside.
Savaglio doing a good job of covering it off right there. Doesn't let him go through. He's definitely going to have to cover this one. He feels him on the bumper. He's not going to leave a millimeter of room going into turn 6 and defends it very nicely. And once again, that brings everybody else back up into this. And now all of a sudden, it's Martella that's under attack.
Yeah, Nanji just turned his quickest lap of the race, and as a matter of fact, the quickest lap of the entire field that last time by. But now he's in defense mode in third spot there as Sabaray in the 480 took a look. But again, it didn't take long before the rest of the field caught right back up when the top two started mixing it up together.
No, sir. You can see Martella trying to run a bit of a wider line there, carry as much momentum as he can, as now the entire top 6, I would say, are just bumper to bumper to bumper as we come flying down the hill into turn 5. I'm expecting maybe a Hail Mary a little bit further back. You can see Luca Pernod looking to the inside there, and that's not going to work out. He tucks back in line. Great shot there from the inside of turn 5. And they all stay nose to tail, at least the top 7 right with each other coming up through turn 6. But again, so far, Savaglio able to hold this pack back, and I don't really expect him to really be leaving any more gaps the rest of this race. You want to hang on to that lead. He doesn't have to defend. He's far enough ahead. Here comes Pernod to the inside of Saborin. Not able to do it there, and he might lose a few more spots there. Nope, he tucks back in line. But just that bit of battling lets those top 3 get that bit more away.
It's a risk-reward kind of thing, and you take the risk to make a pass. If you don't make it stick, you potentially could lose more spots, and that didn't happen for Pernod in 5th spot, so he hangs on to 5th that last time across the stripe. But again, Martella once again right in that draft of your race leader Savaglio. Nanji, Sabaray, and Pernod, your top 5, with Boyer and Charles Robin 6th and 7th at this point. But realistically, anybody in that top 7 has a chance to win this. It's all within 1.6 seconds the last time they crossed the stripe.
It's very, very close. Running out of time here, Dave. Only 2 laps to go now. Savaglio still with the lead. Martella, this is kind of as close as he's been. No, he got a bit twitchy coming down out of turn 5, and that is going to stall out any run he had. And trying to make a move here. Pernod is already up to 4th place from the back of the grid. A great come through for him. That might be as far as he's going to get, but you never know what's going to happen with these top 3. He is making a lot of headways right now. Again, went purple that last lap around, I think. Fastest lap of the race for the 451.
Absolutely right. And look, he's within striking distance of 3rd place now. So top 4 carts are gapping the rest of the field with 2 laps to go. Now there will be 1 to go as they cross the stripe and head onto the front straightaway. Here you can see the last lap board is up for your race leader, Savaglio, and Anthony Martella, Nanji, and Pernod, your top 4. And once again, it looks like Martella is able to close the gap, but catching is one thing, passing is a completely another story.
Especially if that driver ends up holding the inside line and leaves no room there. You can see Nanji trying to defend. Luca Pernod sends it to the inside, has no part of that, and takes the 3rd spot away from way back. That was a great move. Puts him into the top 3 positions. Great stuff from Luca Pernod. Now can he hang on to it? Nanji's not going to let him have this one that easily as they come through turn 9 and 10 and heading into the sweeper of 11. I believe John Lucas Savaglio is clear of any attack unless Anthony Martella really sends it in here to the chicane. I don't think he's going to get there through 13 and into turn 14 for the final time. And it is John Lucas Savaglio winning in Rotax DD2, heat number 2. Great run from him. Martella has to settle for 2nd. Luca Pernod from 10th to 3rd. A great comeback through the field. Set the fastest lap of the race by quite the distance as well. Only Savaglio was the other driver that got it down into the 55s. Luca Pernod, 55.585 was the best lap of the race. That is 4/10 quicker than anybody else. He has that thing absolutely hooked up right now. That barrel is working fantastically.
Man, that is all in the mail here in the Rotax DD2 as they complete their heat race. Their second heat race of the weekend. And next time on track will be their pre-final, and that is coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. But what a start to the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships, presented by Ron Fellows Karting. And of course, here at the Mosport Karting Center, it is a picture-perfect place to host an event of this scale. And when you walk through the paddock area, you understand just how seriously these teams, these karters, and everybody involved takes it. And of course, the team at Ron Fellows Karting has really laid out the red carpet for this event and done it in fine style.
They've done an absolute great job throughout this entire week so far, especially with so many people here. I believe this is the busiest we have seen Mosport Karting Center all year long. There are a couple other racing events that absolutely rival it as well, but when it comes to the Canadian Karting Championships, it is some sort of a different animal here, because this can get you so far, gets you that, at least a two-stroke, the Rotax tickets to Bahrain once we come later on in the year and early next year. As we get into our final heat number 2 for group number 1, it is Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy, a bit of a different weight class from the regular seniors. It's about, I would say, I believe 25 pounds more, 30 pounds more.
It's 370 pounds-ish for the senior drivers. So again, 16 plus as far as age bracket goes, but maybe a little heftier for the drivers, but some of the senior drivers will bolt on weight onto their kart and come out and run extra track time as well. So some of the senior drivers get out and run in the heavy class as well, or maybe roll out a different chassis specific to the senior heavy class. But you can see some knuckles being given to the drivers here at the front as they give themselves a preemptive good luck before they start. Owen McCarthy, Jonathan Treadwell, Brennan Taylor, Sebastian Day, Mitchell Morrow, Christopher Wakefield, and Christopher McKeithen, along with Noah Van Stratton, Michael Coggins, and Eli Yanko. That is your top 10, as they will be led to green in that order here on the front straightaway.
Here we go, looking for the green flag in Briggs Senior Heavy. Starter telling them to slow down. Now the green flag's in the air, and we are underway for heat number 2 as they head up to turn 1. Dead even at the front. Treadwell keeping the nose in there on McCarthy. No, McCarthy gets it cleared, and Brennan Taylor carries the momentum around the outside and gets it up and into second place. And I believe Mitchell Morrow will follow through and get up into third place, shuffle Treadwell down into 4th position, but it's McCarthy with the early lead.
Now here's where you talked about it a little bit earlier. It's a chess game, and this is in 4-stroke racing in the Canadian Karting Championship. It is all about a chess game, and that is where the drivers start to think amongst themselves, and we've got a change for second spot.
Morrow to the inside of Taylor, taking the second place away. Now he goes up right behind teammate Owen McCarthy for the race lead. Both drivers out of the Prime Power Team tent, trying to work together and run this one out. Brennan Taylor right behind them, back on the Burrell chassis for the first time in about a year, I believe. And Treadwell to the inside of Taylor in the final corner. He's going to make that pass stick. Christopher Wakefield trying to carry the momentum around the outside, but I don't think that's going to work. Whoa, a little contact there down the front straight, and Taylor will slot in behind Treadwell. Wakefield has to concede defeat for the time being, although he was peeking back to the inside of Taylor at the top of 3. Still no go there, but again, it is the front 2 led by McCarthy and Morrow at the time. Also a bit of a different fact as well for Briggs Senior Heavy. They're allowed a bit of a wider width in the rear tires as well. You can see they're basically using 2-stroke rims on the rear tires. So if it looks a bit different to Briggs Senior, that's because it is. Some of the drivers have made the choice to run wider rims, the 710 rims, for Briggs Senior Heavy. Now in Briggs Senior, that is not the case. The rules are a bit different. It's just back to the regular rims and back to the 50 inches is the maximum you're allowed to go on the rear end. Let's see.
Single file at the front. Will anybody be pulling out to make a move? And it looks like yes, they will, but did not make it stick. That was a battle for 5th. I believe Christopher Wakefield took a peek out.
He tucks back in line and said it was his teammate, Christopher McKeithen, that ended up losing a spot there to Sebastian Day. And he's going to have to regroup, and think about his next move here. Top 7 are pulling away from the rest of the field. Elianko up in 8th, leads Wilfred Chewy and Michael Coggins. That rounds out the top 10 here. Let's see what goes on as we get to turn 5. No one really close enough to make any moves. As I say that, Jonathan Treadwell pulls a trademark late dive bomb move and gets it up into 2nd place. That's the 3rd time I've seen him do that all weekend, and it works like a charm. A great surprise move there on Mitchell Morrow as Christopher Wakefield gets up and into 4th place on Brennan Taylor. McCarthy now with a decent lead, but that's going to close in a lot quicker than you think. The draft so much in 4-stroke racing here. They'll close up right to him like he stood on the brakes. You see it right there going into the chicane. And once again, the top 7 right with each other now as we're running out of time. 3 laps to go as we hit the line. And I'm going to be interested here as well, Dave, to see if Treadwell decides to just push right now or he decides to go for the lead himself. Normally, I believe he likes to just kind of control the race, take the lead, and run his own pace with it, keep everybody else behind him. Let's see what happens. Hasn't tried anything yet at turn 3, but again, the preferred spot of his overtaking from what I've seen this week, 5. He's got to run. Let's see if he leaves it a bit late. Nope. No, instead, it's Wakefield that goes to the inside.
Mitchell Morrow is in 3rd and in with or within striking distance of 2nd place. Jonathan Treadwell, as you look a little bit deeper back there. But again, there's great battles all the way through this field, and it looks like Treadwell has taken over top spot, I believe.
Maybe he has now, yes. Or excuse me, that's McKeithen up in 3rd place now. As, yes, Treadwell has taken the lead away from McCarthy. McKeithen up into 3rd. I think actually just out of turn 5 there, Morrow and Wakefield got into it because Mitchell Morrow is now, you can see him back there all the way back to 7th. He's lost the lead group. He was in 2nd or in 3rd a minute ago, and now this is more than likely going to take him out of contention, at least for the win, and if not completely out of this group as well. Coming down into 3, 2 laps to go. As I said, Treadwell with the lead. I believe he made that pass in the bowl at turn 9 and 10. Now can he hold on to this? McCarthy with a run. He's coming right back on Treadwell, and he's got a bit of help from McKeithen going down into 5 as we look on the track cam here.
That little bump will help, and it did help considerably as look at Treadwell goes all the way back to 4th position. And now, with about a lap and a half to go, top 6 carts all separated from the rest of the pack. So this will be decided amongst somebody in this group. It is far from over at this point as they line up single file. Treadwell pokes to the outside, trying to get a best run as he can on the entrance into these final few corners, into turn 14 and onto the front straightaway. All nose to tail, all in each other's tire tracks as we see the last lap board.
McCarthy trying to hold back. Oh, we got issues. That's Anthony Cazeta up and over in the final corner. And out, he gets his cart back flipped over. Meanwhile, up at the front, they're going at it. I was just going to say McCarthy didn't quite cover the door off, and teammates pushed themselves through. McKeithen and Wakefield. Wakefield telling McKeithen, take the regular line, buddy. We don't need to defend. We have a bit of a gap here. And that leaves the door open for Jonathan Treadwell. He sends it to the inside. And McCarthy also going to go through as well. Treadwell shuts the door on him on the run and up and into turn 6. McKeithen now, first time all race. He leads this thing. Can he hold on to it as we get into the last third of the lap? He's got a good gap. I'm not sure they're going to be able to close that in by the time we get to this chicane. He might be okay holding on to this gap. Now, heading down into the chicane for the final time. Treadwell leaves the door open. McCarthy going to try to stick the nose in there. Not quite. Instead, it's Wakefield that goes around the outside, and Tate puts it to the inside of Taylor through the final corner and to the line. It's Christopher McKeithen that wins it over Jonathan Treadwell. McCarthy comes through to 3rd. Wakefield 4th. Taylor rounds out the top 5. He holds back Sebastian Day. Mitchell Morrow in 7th. Wilfred Chewy in 8th. Eli Yanko 9th, and Michael Coggins rounds out the top 10 in a wild run to the line in Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy. So as we take a little bit of a look back here as well, and the highlights, brief highlights of the Briggs and Stratton Senior race. Here was the overtake from Jonathan Treadwell. Look at that, right as soon as he hits the brakes, puts it to the inside of Mitchell Morrow and makes that pass stick. Here was the move by McKeithen. I'm sorry, it was McKeithen. Oh, and you can see Brendan Taylor actually popped up and over the back of Mitchell Morrow there. Luckily, both carts ended up setting back right down on the ground. This was the move for Treadwell, taking the race lead away from McCarthy. He had the lead until McCarthy took it right back, and you can see Owen just left a bit of a gap there open for McKeithen, and of course McKeithen had his teammate Wakefield go right with him. The two Coyotes worked together, and it put McKeithen out in front for good. He takes heat number 2 in the end over Jonathan Treadwell. So that is all the heat number 2s done, Dave. We get into the pre-finals now. This is where the anticipation starts to come up a little bit more laps this time. It'll be 10 laps and 8 laps for the field split here. 10 laps for Rotax Max Junior, Senior, and Rotax DD2. 8 laps for Briggs Cadet, Rotax Micro Mini Max, and Briggs and Stratton Senior Heavy. So 2 more laps for each group than the heat races. Rotax Junior on deck, getting set, ready to go here.
We talk about the number of laps that these drivers have to do over the course of the day today. We haven't really talked about the temperature it is out on the track. And that will play a role over the course of the day. These drivers doing their best to stay hydrated over the course of the day. And you really do have to, especially when you're muscling around a kart with the intensity of a Rotax DD2 or even the Junior Max. These are relatively young drivers, and these are powerful karts, and to shoulder them around the track here for that many laps, and then just sit back in at about an hour lap, 2 hours later, and you got to do it all over again. It's a tough day.
It is a tough dig, and it's not all relaxed the whole time. Sometimes you're going at it with another driver the entire race. You never get a chance to give your body a break or your brain a break. You're always having to be mentally locked in, looking around you, making sure you're making all the right moves. It can be physically and mentally taxing on a driver to do this all the time, and this is why we see out here. This is the best of the best. This is why they're here to try and win the Canadian Championship as well. It really can play a difference to see who. And this is when I say as well, experience pays off. If you have done this for a good amount of time, chances are you've been here and done it time after time again. Maybe not won it yet, but you've been in a position to win it, and you know to not make that same mistake again come the next time out, or you know to try something different. And that's what you love about the sport as well. And we get to see these drivers grow and learn that every step of the way from.
And tuners too. I mean, kart setup makes a big difference as well, especially
Yes.
on a hot day like this, because if you have a tight race car, it makes it that much more difficult. Or a loose race car, it's not handling exactly perfect. The balance is off. Now you're fighting it, and now you're really working hard as a driver. So it does get that much more taxing over the course of a morning, afternoon, and an overall event. So the driver has to work with the tuner, try and get that setup absolutely perfect, and keep the driver fresh over the course of the day.
We please have all Rotax Junior Max competitors to the grid for your pre-final. Rotax Junior Max to the grid for your 10-lap pre-final. Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid. Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid for your pre-final. Again, attention to the paddock. Everything is being broadcast live through TrackTune. All the track announcements are being made live through TrackTune. They are also being streamed live thanks to our friends at FAF Motorsport and Ron Fellows Karting. Those are being broadcast live on YouTube with FAF Motorsport, complete with audio from Dave Bradley and Chad Webster. All Rotax Junior Max competitors should be on the grid for your 10-lap pre-final. Rotax Junior Max to the grid. Briggs Cadet to the pre-grid for your pre-final. Thank you.
And so the field rolls off here for the first of the pre-finals as we get back into the Rotax Junior Max. And again, if you're just joining us here on the live stream, courtesy of Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsports at the Canadian Karting Championship, I'm Dave Bradley, joined with Chad Webster here at the Mosport Karting Center. And this is the Rotax Junior Max, ages 12 to 15, 23 horsepower, two-stroke engines. About 315 pounds overall for these karts and drivers. So weighed together at the end of the event. And that's important too, because you have to weigh out fuel. Fuel burn off makes a big difference. So you have to make sure you're at that weight at the end of the event. So a bit of a guessing game, but these tuners and drivers, they all have it down to a science.
I think they probably practiced that a little bit more as well before, at least trying to maybe make a few markings on the gas can where it's like, all right, the weight's here, no, it's here this time. We'll see how much fuel burn off it is this time. I know the two strokes burn a lot more fuel than the four strokes as well. So that's definitely something to watch, though. You never want to come in accidentally underweight. And you see it as well on the cool down lap with, I don't necessarily see it in four stroke, but with two stroke, they go around and they do a bit of rubber pickup just to get that little bit more weight on the carts before they go into the scales.
If you know you're close, every time, sometimes every little bit helps. Cole Medeiros in the 207 will lead things off a pole. Leonardo Saravalli, the outside pole sitter. Jeremy St. Cyr and Roman Doria. Stefano Lanzolata in fifth. Ahmed Mustafa in sixth spot. That is your first three rows as we get set to take green. You can see the green flag comes out just as they cross the stripe, and look at them fan out 3-4 wide into turn number one before they all tuck back into line.
That was so close. They somehow able to keep it all lined up so far, 2 by 2 further back in the field as they come up through turn three for the first time. Everybody else clean so far. Medeiros with the lead and immediately on the defensive, not leaving any group. St. Cyr to the outside, going to try and make the outside line work. That didn't quite work out. Now he's under threat from Roman Doria. Up into turn six. Doria to the outside, and then he leaves the door open. Contact, and Roman Doria's off and in turn six. Up and on the banking, there goes at least 2, 3, 4 spots. Gets back on in line and cues up the rest of the field. He's still got a bit of dirt on the tires. That's going to take a few corners to clean off, and he should get back going, but that is going to not necessarily take him out of contention, but that's definitely going to hurt the progress of his race so far.
Level, though, now
lap
compared
one
to the heat earlier on this morning, but you could see these drivers are getting at it and making super flexes as they try to take over positions and compete for positions. We already had one driver off into the top 10. That was Roman Doria. Came across the stripe in 8th spot, so it gives you an idea of how much momentum you lose when getting off the racetrack. And you can see the two teammates maybe a little frustrated with each other. Saravalli giving a sort of an open palm to Cole Medeiros at the front of the pack, just saying, just keep your line. We need to keep going.
Just go. Just don't defend at all. You're going to cost us time right now. I just want to stick behind you and let's run this out. You can see it again there. Medeiros finally gets the message. He's like, okay, I'll put my head down and run the regular line because Ahmed Mustafa is coming, making up a lot of ground here up in third place. He closed a crazy amount in the chicane right there, and unsurprisingly, fastest lap of the race, 57.5, almost good 0.7 of a second quicker. Now Jackson Morley actually sets the fastest lap of the race on that last lap round, down in 8th position. REM 1, 2, 3 at the front as Ahmed Mustafa's got his kart hooked up and rolling right now. Now you can see Medeiros back to the regular line. Let's see if these three teammates can just run this out as cleanly as they can with 8 laps to go. They got a bit of a gap back to Jeremy St. Cyr behind them. Doesn't really need to battle. As I say that, Saravalli gets a little bit wide in turn 6, and we know Saravalli's patient right now. I'm not sure how patient Ahmed Mustafa is with some of the moves he's already been doing so far on the first lap of the race. As I say about patience, Saravalli goes for the lead in the chicane. I take back what I said. He wants to lead this race now. Cole Medeiros slots back in second.
Both Medeiros and Saravalli wiggled under braking. Mustafa just holds in third spot as they work their way through 1 and 2. Now side by side. Oh, they took a look on the inside, and Cole Medeiros, and then decided to slot back, and he just had a little gap there to get back in front of Mustafa, but did, as the top three still the same. Sarah Valley, Cole Medeiros, and Ahmed Mustafa, your top three. As again, the gap is now about 1.3 seconds back to Jeremy St. Cyr, who is in a battle for fourth.
Jackson Lacapelle right behind him, trying to make something happen there. He's been all over him these last couple of corners. Valencia Letta trying to make back up a few spots. And same thing with Jackson Morley up and into 7th place, having a great run. They fan out a little bit further back going into the chicane there. As again, the REM teammates, this is all they want right now, is to just run this out as cleanly as they can. They got a gap. Don't make it any harder on yourselves right now fighting. And if you do feel like you can pass, do it in a spot where you don't lose a lot of time as well. Going into 5, you can get that pass done in a reasonable amount of time. You don't lose nearly as past each other going into the chicane.
Christian Papp down in 12th has turned the quickest lap of the event so far of 56.7, so that's about 0.2 quicker than the leaders at this point. Sarah Valley, Medeiros, and Mustafa still your top three with a significant gap on 4th place.
With the owner of a gray Lamborghini. The owner of a gray Lamborghini. Parked in front of the green gate. Your Lamborghini is parked in an access zone. We require to be moved immediately or it will be towed. That is the owner of a gray Lamborghini parked in front of the green access gate, which required to move. Thank you.
I'm willing to move that car. If somebody just wants to pass me the key, I will take it and happily move it out of the access gate. As we continue at the front of the field, again, it is very much a 3-kart race at the front. Sarah Valley, Medeiros, Mustafa, your top three, 2.7 seconds now back to St. Cyr, who is playing a little bit of defense with 5 laps to go. But we talked about the increase in laps early on in the heat races. 8 laps the distance, 10 laps doesn't seem like that much more, but it really is. You have to settle in, you have to be patient.
And that's where you see some of these adjustments come in as Medeiros attacks again in turn 1 and takes the lead away from Sarah Valley. I was just going to say, I believe there may have been a few minor adjustments done to these karts, and I mean that in maybe tire pressure because you're only going 2 laps more, but even then that can make a bit of a difference. And again, only the drivers would know how the track has changed from earlier on. May have been a bit cooler earlier on. Now it's a bit hotter out. The track may have maybe had a bit more grip to it, or it got a bit more looser. You never know. They would only know. But so far, these 3 have really been able to hook up and just drive all the way to the front. The driver I've been focused on a little bit further back, Dave, is actually Jackson Morley. He's come from just outside the top 10 to now up into 4th place. A great run through the field.
Yeah, and you mentioned one of the drivers who is kind of steadily marching forward and just clicking in consistently fast laps, but he's had to do it while working his way through the field. So that's, you're not just setting qualifying time with an open track in front of you. You've got to work your way through and to consistently keep moving forward like that. Hats off to the driver, the number 292, sitting in 4th, albeit 3.3 seconds back from this battle at the front. Do we have a change for the lead? No, we don't, as Sarah Valley will sit in line with Mustafa just in behind. That last time across the stripe, by the way, those 3 were separated by 0.3 of a second. It just gives you an idea how close they are at the front.
It is very, very close between the 3 of them right now. And I do see quite a bit of friendship between these 3 off the track as well. But there's another old saying in racing, not to put a strain on that, but there are no friends out on the track. Everybody's out to go for the win, and you have to put the friendship behind you only for the time being. 2 laps to go. Medeiros slightly opening up the gap now. But it looks like actually Sarah Valley's got a bit more of the top end. Once we get to the end of the straightaway, he can pull in Medeiros a little bit more. He had a shot to go to the inside of him the last time going into turn 5. If he's close enough, let's see if he tries it again. Down the hill and into 5. I'm not sure if he's going to be close enough. Nope. still stays in line. We're still not moving as of yet. They might just save it for the last lap.
It's interesting. Banderos, his kart seems to come to life later on in the longer runs. It happened in the heat race earlier on this morning, and it's happened again here in this pre-final. He continues to pick up speed the longer the race wears on, and here we are, lap number 8, and he's about 0.2 of a second quicker than his teammate behind him, Sarah Valley. And as I say that, Sarah Valley ducks to the inside, maybe a little surprise move as he takes over top spot. So a swap of the lead here coming onto the front straightaway.
1 lap to go, and is that the move that wins the race for Sarah Valley? We're going to find out in this last lap. That has brought, as that's the fastest lap of the race as well, yeah. 56.3 for Leonardo Sarah Valley. Great stuff there. That's brought Ahmed Mustafa back into this. He made a bit of a mistake in the bowl, ran out a bit wide, but that pass brings him somewhat back into this. Can they get back to Sarah Valley? He's somewhat opened a gap and got a great exit out of 5 there. Medeiros might just have to cut his losses and settle for second. It's not all won or lost in the pre-final. We still got another day tomorrow and about twice the amount of laps. We mentioned how good his kart looked in the long run. That's going to be the big telltale sign come tomorrow as we come into the chicane for the final time. Medeiros is not close enough. He's got to deal with Ahmed Mustafa right behind him. Off the track goes Cole Medeiros. He gets back on, though, right in front of Mustafa, and it's Leonardo Sarah Valley that wins the pre-final for Rotax Junior. Medeiros holds on to second place through the grass. We'll see if there's any after post-race stuff from the officials there, but if I'm being fair, Medeiros didn't really have anywhere else to go.
And Mustafa did give him the spot back, left a gap for him to come back into line, and Medeiros did do that, so he almost penalized himself. He didn't try and steal that position away once Medeiros was in the grass. Yes, they made contact, but I think he tried to rectify the situation on track, and that is something that the officials will take into account. Of course, veteran officials here, they do watch over and they communicate with each other, so they'll be talking to the corner marshals and finding out exactly what happened and make a call based on that. But it looks at this point like Mustafa did let Medeiros back in, so likely won't be any further penalty. We should tell you that Jackson Morley, Jackson LaChapelle, and Jeremy St. Cyr, Christian Papp, a great drive. Remember, we talked about him turning one of the quickest laps of the race a little bit earlier on. He was in 12th when that happened, finished in 7th position in the 202.
Great run for Christian Papp, getting himself up in there, setting himself for a good spot. Once you're in that top 10, you still got a shot, at least on the start, as we will see them go for it in the final tomorrow. Leo De Silva finishes off in 8th. Stefano Lanzioletta unfortunately kind of went the other direction, fell down to 9th at the end of the pre-final. And Oliver Chasse rounds out the top 10 in the 263 for Rotax Junior. We won't see some of those drivers in action until tomorrow, but some drivers pulling double or even triple duty, as I know Cole Medeiros has 3 races again to do today as well. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, that was Sarah Valley making the pass on Medeiros. Here was the final corner contact right there, and there really wasn't much Medeiros could have done after getting into it a bit there with Ahmed Mustafa, but he still staked second place as well. No harm, no foul. It didn't hurt them at all. They all finished in the same spots anyway, so maybe a bit of discussion afterwards, but other than that, I don't really think they're going to make much of it.
Chalk that up to a racing incident, right? Yeah, just two hard-nosed competitors fighting for the same piece of real estate as we continue with the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship, presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsports, bringing the stream to you live here on YouTube. We thank you very much for joining us. We continue with pre-finals and now the Briggs & Stratton Cadet class. Again, some of the youngest drivers we have on track, 8 to 10 years old, a 4-stroke kart, so you can already tell the difference in sound from the engine. A 4-stroke kart at about 235 pounds, but again with a carb lock on it, so a bit of a restriction as far as power goes. You know what? Take nothing away from the action on track, because these drivers get at it hard. They fight like drivers who have been racing for 20, 25 years.
They don't mess around at all when it comes to this. And their mindset is just get to the front as fast as you can and make positions as fast as you can. So, again, that's another thing about learning to grow. But sometimes you got to learn how to race somewhere. So this is a good starting point for a lot of the cadets. As we look at our same front row earlier, Tristan Francisco and Hayden Lawson worked really well together in that second heat earlier on today. Let's see if they can replicate that again with 2 more laps this time. Nathan Stockwell right behind Francisco there. Max Koutsukas right behind Lawson. That makes up row number 2.
You can see the field comes very slowly this time. Remember, they lost a lap in their heat race earlier on this morning because of a false start. The field was moving a little too quickly coming onto the front straightaway, so they waved it off, but that lap does count. So the drivers on the front row, that sticks in their mind. They want to make sure everybody's all checked up. But you can see as you're about middle on back, everybody starts getting into each other because you're antsy. You want to get going. And the field slows, and now you can hear the revs start to pick up as we start to filter out a little bit more. And again, a waved off start. Caution flag waves and the hands go up. That's important too, as these younger drivers are told from the time they sit in a go-kart for the very first time that if you're slowing down, if there's an issue, you put up your hand to indicate to the driver behind you are slowing down. There's no brake lights on these things.
Absolutely not, and that's the best way to tell the driver behind you that you either have an issue or there is something going on in front of you and you have to slow down. They did it perfectly right then and there, and unfortunately, like you said, no start. Unfortunately, they went way too early, so we'll just have to go around and unfortunately, again, burn a lap for them, so it's only going to be 7 laps, presumably under green, unless we don't get another start this time. But normally after at least 1 start, they get it all in their heads and they go for it this time around.
So the field will line up 2 by 2 one more time. We'll be looking for green this time out of turn 14 onto the front straightaway.
Good morning. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Again, with the owner of a gray Lamborghini, license plate DAHZ 329. That's a gray Lamborghini. I'm sure there's tons of them out there. So, but if you're the owner of a gray Lamborghini, license plate DAHZ 329, you are blocking an access point and are sub-code. So if you could please move your Lamborghini to an approved parking spot as soon as possible, that would be appreciated. That's the owner of a gray Lamborghini. Thank you.
And once again, we'll start that is waved off for the Briggs Cadet class. And so this will be another lap of records. Again, it's under caution, so you can't necessarily change your position on track. But again, it looks like speed was a little bit too high, and the field decided to get going before the green flag did wave. So Gloria Yang, the starter here on the front straightaway, waving it off, and now you can see a red flag being shown as the drivers will be stopped here. And again, these are the youngest drivers on track throughout the weekend here at the Canadian Karting Championship here at the Mosport Karting Center. And so the drivers are learning as well. Yes, this is sort of, it is the peak of karting when you come to events in Canada. It's Canadian Karting Championship. But again, you have to look at the age of the drivers, and 8 to 10 years old, and they're all still learning. So looks like the red flag is being shown now. I'm not sure why. Some of these drivers are out talking to officials, so it might just be a little quick briefing for these drivers, but saw some of the kids get out and pull on the cords.
I believe what's happening here, Dave, is once we get 2 no starts, the officials are able to red flag the race, and if they need to, invert the front row and cause the next group or the next row right behind them, move them up to the front row, or just swap one of the drivers that they thought was going too fast. You've had 2 chances at it. You've lost that chance to now start the race from the front row, have someone else go ahead and try it there.
So I believe that is what is happening. You saw the official talking to Lawson, or is that? No, that's Francesco. No, that's Max.
Koutsoukas now going to get the shot.
He was the one who was getting the briefing from the official, so likely saying you're going to be the guy who's going to now lead them to green, but make sure you watch your speed.
Yes, exactly.
As you lead them onto the front straightaway.
Because they did not swap Francisco. He's still on the front row, unless they're going to do that afterwards. But as far as I'm seeing, Francisco's still sitting on the front row. They moved Lawson back 1 more row. So now it's Koutsoukas that's going to get his shot to start off the Briggs Cadet race.
As we say hello to Ron Fellows, and of course, if you followed racing, you know who Ron Fellows is. If you followed karting, you know who Ron Fellows is. What a day we have for what an event this is.
No, it's just awesome. The great weather, had great turnout, and yeah, it's exciting to have this quality of racing here. And this track lends itself to really good racing, and it's why it's able to host the Canadian Karting Championships. And yeah, just super proud to be part of it. And there's a ton of work goes on behind the scenes to make this happen, and she's standing against the fence over there. Be Linda Fellows.
Linda has been working hard for months getting this together, but the Fellows name has been attached to karting for years in Canada, fostering young talent. How cool is it to see, from your perspective, to see a young driver rise through the ranks?
Yeah, no, it's why we started doing this 20-some years ago, was to try to create better opportunities, and also trying to bridge that there's quite a big, 20-odd years ago, quite a big culture gap between karting and car racing. So that's one of the things we did, was try to get it closer to how an event is managed, how a race is managed. As simple as introducing podiums. That wasn't a thing 25 years ago. So yeah, no, it's great to be part of it, and certainly to see, the proof in the proof in the pudding, with a kid like Patrick Woods-Toth coming from karting and then going off in 2023, winning the US F4 Championship and then US Formula Regional Championship. That's and it's great to see what we've been able to accomplish here with this generation. There's more to come.
The youngsters out on track right now, the cadet karts. A big thank you to Ron Fellows, and we'll try and chat with him again later in the weekend. And now we do get a green flag, and it is Koutsoukas in the 13 who will lead them into turn number 1.
So far, so good. He takes that lead over. Francisco does get clear of Hayden Lawson, going down and into turn 3 for the first time under power. Again, 2 laps cut off of the scheduled race distance because we had 2 no starts. So 6 to go. Ricky Ramden right in the lead draft as well, trying to run with this top 3, and it's already sort of a 4-car breakaway at the front. Oh, trouble! 1 car around in the middle of turn 5. Ooh. Luckily, everybody else gets around him. That is the 42 of Zachary Lossier, and unfortunately, that is his race compromised. And as I just mentioned, you don't have a lot of time. I don't really think he's going to be able to make that up, Dave. Unfortunate there.
You know what, though? He did get lucky, because when you're spinning there where you were, you're watching the rest of the field come by, and you're hoping and praying that everybody sees you stopped on the racetrack, and everybody thankfully did, so it avoided any further issue for the driver of the 42. But back out in front, it is Tristan Francisco, who is now your leader, ahead of Max Koutsoukas in the 13, Hayden Lawson in the 10, Nathan Stockwell in the 32. That is your top 4. Or is it? As you see a gap now behind second place.
I think Lawson and Ramden just got together. Lawson went way wide on the exit of turn 2 there, and he gets shuffled down to 5th behind Yusuf Addy. who's now up into fourth and chases after Ricky Ramden. But again, that's created a gap to the front too, as it's on Yusuf Adi to the inside of Ricky Ramden. Can he get him cleared? No, he can't, but Lawson goes with him and pushes him along. And that puts him up and into third. Lawson almost sacrificed himself there and just tucked back in line. I thought he was going to go to the inside with Ramden, and he just tucks back in line to fifth. And that gives a great boost to Yusuf Adi. I'm sure he'll give him a tip of the cap a little bit later, and he'll keep that going. Is there something going wrong there with Max Koutsoukis? He's way off the pace as they scramble going into the chicane.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like that cart is slowing down, not as quick as it was earlier in this race anyway. And you can see the 13 waving his arm, so I'm not sure if he's frustrated with himself or what's going on, but now he seems to be back up to speed in the 13.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what went on there, unless he was trying to get with a teammate and try to draft up, but in the process, you cost yourself a lot of ground to the race leader. Then again, that can be easily made up. Francisco with a good lead now, with Yusuf Adi now in second place.
Yeah, Francisco with that clean air in front of him, just able to turn the quickest lap of the race, a 107.7, so that is considerably quicker than the next quickest competitor, who would be Yusuf Adi, with a 108.1 as far as lap times are concerned. But as we say that, the lead that Francisco had built up is now gone all of a sudden.
Absolute great run by Adi and Koutsoukis to get right up to the bumper here. I would not be surprised if Yusuf Adi goes for the lead the first chance he gets. Not quite close enough by the time we hit the chicane here, but he's run right up to the back of Francisco, leading a train of 6 carts right in it. 3 laps to go this time by, and we'll see what the lap times are. Here comes Lawson. You can see him looking, trying to get through on Ricky Ramden there. And yes, Yusuf Adi does set the fastest lap of the race, 107.381, with that draft being a big part in that, sucking you right up to the driver right in front of you. Now,
and we should mention too the 13 of Koutsoukis, who we thought might have had some issues, obviously doesn't, comfortably sitting there in third spot, so it might have been just a minor mistake on track that cost him some momentum. And again, with the 4-stroke karts, it's all about momentum. If you lose it, you can lose a lot of track time, and it looks like there might be something amiss with your kart.
Big time there. Oh, we've got issues in
a big one.
Turn. That's a tie rod gone on the 51 kart, and there you can see the emotion coming right over his face. Even though we can't see it, we can see it basically on the helmet and through the helmet. I was trying to figure out, I believe that was Eddie Chang in the 57, although I saw a 51 there. I think that was Eddie Chang, though, if I'd have to go off of any of the drivers there. It looked like a 51, but I believe that was actually the 57 of him, of Eddie Chang. He is out on turn 5. We kind of heard a big
well, here we go for the
right
lead.
There. Addy to the lead. No, not quite. Tristan Francisco able to hold that around the outside line. And again, you kind of have to regroup and try it again.
Yeah, you pull out of line and it costs you so much time. And now he's got Ramden breathing down the back of his neck for second spot as the battle a little bit further back now changes position as Lawson holds off a challenge from Stockwell as they're back and forth. Now at the front, it is a change of position as Addy goes through in the 63.
Yes, sir. I might want to just slightly correct you there, Dave. I think that was Lawson actually getting the pass on
so they had changed.
For fourth place.
Yes,
they changed once and they changed right back. So it just swapped so quick in Briggs Cadet, as you saw right there for the race lead. Yusuf Adi leads the race now with 5 karts under a blanket going into the chicane. We'll be seeing the last lap for it this time by. 1 more lap to go in Briggs Cadet. Which way does this one go? Francisco, does he have a run? Yes, he does. And Ricky Ramden goes with him. There's nothing Yusuf Adi can do. Just a sitting duck out in the lead. And Francisco goes back to the point. Now, what does Ricky Ramden do to try to win the race? This is the best position he's been in all day long. Here we come through turn 3. They're going to hold station for now, but they're going to get wide coming down into turn 5. Francisco already on the defense.
Addy's not out of this one, not by any means, but here comes Ramden to the outside, looking to diamond off that corner and then come back. He can't do it, so he'll tuck back in line. Look at Lawson in the 10. Now making a pitch for third spot. Will again fall back in single file as a look from Ricky Ramden for the top spot.
Coming down through turn 10. and into turn 11 for the final time. The door was slightly open right there, but unfortunately that would put you on the outside, although that might be the only way you're going to get around. Tristan Francisco, he leaves the door open. Ricky Ramden tried to go through on the inside, couldn't quite do it there. He's lucky he didn't lose control of the kart, but he's got a good run. He's up to the rear tire of Francisco. It's a drag race to the line, and it's going to be Tristan Francisco winning it over Ricky Ramden by 5/100ths of a second. The top 5 were separated by 0.3 of a second in a barn burner to the checkered flag in the Briggs Cadet pre-final.
What an incredible finish. Again, it's hard to remember that these drivers are just 8 to 10 years old and fighting like that here in the pre-final at the Canadian Karting Championship here at Mosport Karting Center. What a final or finish, with Tristan Francisco holding off Ricky Ramden by 5/100ths of a second. Yusuf Addy coming home in third, Hayden Lawson and Max Koutsoukis rounding out the top 5.
And you can see all the parents here as well taking a big sigh of relief, big breath after that one. When it's that close and that hard of racing, you never know what can happen. And I might even be the man to bet that might not be the closest finish we get all weekend. 5/100ths of a second isn't anything to slouch at, but I've seen down to the 1,000th of a second. We'll see if it gets there this week. It might be this class that brings us to it as well. As we take a look back at the start, again, we lost 2 laps due to the no starts as well. As the look back here, oh yeah, there was the spin by the number 42 right in the middle of the pack, and that is, as a driver, you do not want to be sitting in the middle of the pack right there. That was a great move by Yusuf Addy all the way to the white line, making that pass stick. Here's the pass from Ricky Ramden on Max Koutsoukis there for the 3rd spot. This was the first go that Addy had at the lead of Francisco. Couldn't quite get it done there. And instead, Ramden eventually, Addy did take the lead halfway through the second last lap, and then coming to the last lap here, there wasn't really much Yusuf Addy could do once Francisco made a move and Ramden went with him. You're a sitting duck up front. You have no momentum. Great run here by Ricky Ramden. He got up to the side pod and almost to the front tires. That's how close it was coming to the line. And you can see they fan out 3 wide right behind him. And you thought that was crazy. We got Rotax Senior set on deck next, 36 strong.
10 laps, the race distance for the Rotax Senior Max. And again, drivers all 16 plus, 30 horsepower at their disposal, with about 360 pounds kart and driver for this class. And once again, we thank you very much for joining us here on a beautiful Saturday at the Canadian Karting Championships, presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Path Motorsport at the Mosport Karting Center. Back into the 2-stroke, as you can see the smoke from the engines trailing these karts until they get them cleaned out a little bit, and that's exactly what this formation lap is for. Bring the tires up to speed, bring the engines up to temperature as well.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how this one turns out. As a bit of a different starting order. It's not going to be the same starting order necessarily as the heat races, because now we take that average of the heat races and possibly qualifying as well and put it into the pre-final. So it's going to be Jensen Burnett starting on pole position in the 315 with Aiden Ingrata right beside him. Same front row, different slots. Antoine Lemieux going to start off in 3rd place. Ryan Maxwell will start off in 4th. I guess that heat win did do a lot of wonders for him, putting himself right back up into this. Timothy Pernod will start off in 5th position. Josh Sumvalis in 6th. Frederic Lemieux in 7th. Major Makovskis in 8th. Joseph Lowney in 9th, and Patrick Woods top in the 327 will round out our top 10 for Rotax Senior as we get ready for green.
So you can see a big difference between the drivers and the Rotax Senior. They don't form up 2x2 until they get onto the front straightaway. With the Briggs Cadet class, you saw them forming up about halfway around this track. So these drivers have done it before, and they're doing it very well right now. And no, not a good start, as I was just about to heap praise on these drivers, and some of the drivers at the back a little bit slow to catch up to the rest of the field. So not a good start. It's waved off, so we'll go 9 laps, the official recorded distance in the pre-final for the Rotax Senior Max.
Presumably, hopefully we get the start this time around, but again, yeah, that burns off 1 lap. So, and like you said, field just really wasn't, I just think they took a bit too long to get organized. And I believe the reason they don't want to be side by side through there is they don't want any marbles on the tires before they get that run up to turn 1. You don't want to be struggling with the handling of your kart right off the start. But at the same time, we need to actually get the race started full sport to actually get going here.
And you don't want to bring these karts down too low in RPMs, because then it'll bog when you get back to the green flag as well. A 2-stroke will load up with fuel, and it just doesn't react as well as it could if you keep the RPMs up in the lead up to the green. So yeah, there's a lot of things that the driver has to think about when you're actually coming to the green, let alone what happens over the course of a race. And so we'll see once again the field coming through single file, and it's going to be Burnett and Aiden Ingrata who will get the opportunity to line up the field once again and start the formation of the 2x2 before we head on to the front straightaway. But again, the first lap does count as an officially recorded lap. It's just, it counts under yellow.
Much slower this time, and here we go. I think we're going to be looking pretty good this time. Most of the field trying to get there this time. Let's see, do we get the green? Nope, once again, still nobody, not everyone close enough. So we're just gonna have to go around and try it again. Another class, unfortunately, burning 2 laps, and we may see the red flag come out again from the officials here once we go down the hill.
And another opportunity to potentially swap either the front row or maybe just the leader. We'll see what the indication is to the front row as they work their way around. But again, these drivers still trying to keep as much heat as they can in these tires. Yes, it's a hot day, but ambient temperature doesn't equal performance temperature in the tires. You still want to get that friction up, get that heat in those tires, and make sure it sticks going into corner number 1 for the first time, because laps under caution at this speed will not maintain that temperature in your tires.
And like we said, especially if you go that slowly as well and just somewhat off the racing line, you could really pick up a lot of rubber because you're not going fast at all. And those marbles stick to the tires like glue, and it takes a bit to get them off. You can see them all weaving right now. Burnett really trying to make sure the tires are clean before this presumed start this time. So hopefully they'll get it lined up. Wow, they are all snaking like crazy, trying to make sure their tires are as clean as they can be. Let's see if the third time's the charm, and we get the start this time for the Rotax Senior pre-final. Knock on wood. And Burnett and Ingrata, no stranger to the front in these Rotax classes as well. Multiple Canadian karting championships between them, coming up through the junior classes and getting up into senior. Burnett this is his first year, I believe, in senior, at least for the Canadian championships this time. Let's see how it plays out. Green flag in the air. Third time is the charm, and we are underway. Aiden Ingrata going to jump out to the lead with Ryan Maxwell right behind him, up and into second. I believe Josh Zumbalis jumps up and into third place right behind both of them as they stream through turn 3. Burnett gets shuffled all the way down to 5th, right out from the get-go. A few spinners a little bit further back at turn 3, but I believe they're all back rolling. Burnett to the inside, wasting no time on the inside of Major Makovskis, and clear to 4th place, but he's still got some work to do.
We saw Aiden Ingrata at the front of the field in his heat race earlier on this morning. Dropped back a little bit over the course of that race, but looking a little bit more potent this time around as the 305 leads up the Rotax Max Senior class.
Whoa,
and a couple cars go through the grass, through the chicane. Didn't see who that was, but we'll find out in just a minute as the timing and scoring gets updated as they cross the start-finish line stripe. Patrick Woodstoff is now up to 6th spot after starting 10th, so driver on the move is at 327.
He may have been one of the carts that ended up going through the grass there. I saw it was a black helmet in the Burrell cart there as well. Whoa, a little bit more contact there. Burnett got into the back of Zumbalis as they were trying to sort it out there. That gave Sunvalis a shot in the rear. He goes up into second place with a great run up the hill and into turn 6. Now he tails Aiden and Grata. Can he close that gap in now and do what Maxwell couldn't quite, at least so far? But like we said, they're firing off great right now, but what happens as we get into this race a little bit more and more, as maybe the tire temps come back and maybe the karts come back to them?
Some of these longer races, you'll see karts that are great off the start, but may not stick around towards the end, just the way that they're set up. The tires might overheat, and that makes them a handful towards the tail end, or karts will come in a little bit later on. Again, it's all part of the setup that the drivers and the tuners have laid out in their karts, what they prefer. Do you want a fast kart right off the hop to try and open a gap, or do you want to be that driver that hunts down the field and comes up through? As we've got Aiden and Grata still out in front, and now the field is separating out into several different packs.
I believe Timothy Pernod got up and into 6th place past Patrick Woodstock there out of turn 5 and going up and into turn 6. But again, top 5 breakaway at the front, and they are gone from the rest of the field. It's a good 3 seconds back to that next pack, led by now Pernod. And they're going to really have to try and work with each other to try and get back up to the front here. And with very little time, again, there were supposed to be 8 laps to go. If you missed the start of this race, we burned 2 laps with the no starts, so we only had 6 laps, or excuse me, it was supposed to be 10 laps, and we only had 8 laps at the start. Maxwell's had enough of waiting around. He's looking to the inside of Sunvalis at turn 5, and he takes back 2nd place. All right, I want my turn back. I'm going to go after him myself here.
So all of these drivers operate out of the same tent, really from second on back through that pack. But that one swap of position allows Aiden and Grata to open up about a 5-car length lead at the front of the field. Over now.
2nd place, Ryan Maxwell.
Yeah. Maxwell sitting in 2nd, with Sunvalis sitting in 3rd. Jensen Burnett rounding out the top 4.
Major Makovskis will round us out in the top 5 right now. This has been the first time I've really seen him right up at the front, in the front group at least, for Rotax Senior all weekend, so he's finally got his stuff figured out, and this is where you want to be right now. Maybe not necessarily leading the race, but in the top 5 is no slouch. It still gives you a shot at the race win. And again, it's not all won or lost here. This puts you in a very good position heading into tomorrow, but tomorrow can be a completely different animal with different temperature condition and maybe even weather condition.
Don't say it. We've looked at the forecast. It's going to be good. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, Environment Canada is saying there is a slight chance of potentially some wetness in the morning tomorrow, but it looks like by the afternoon things will clear out, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic day to crown the champions here at the Canadian Karting Championships. And once again, Aiden and Grata continues out in front.
And it looks like his kart's just running a lot better than what it was earlier, where he was starting to fade as the latter part of the race came through. So far, so good.
Interesting to see the lead group did get shown the warning flag at the flag stand, so potentially some driver discipline being looked at, potentially some of the bumping that's been happening, but there really, it doesn't appear anyway from where we're sitting that too much has been going on as far as the rough stuff goes. As we say that, look who is lighting a fire in 2nd spot. Maxwell is coming.
This is not over between these top 2. That also, maybe they were starting to get that flag out, and then it may have been for the pack behind them.
It could be.
Because we've been focused on the top 5 here, but there's been a lot of jockeying for position going on in the pack behind them. So, but we're going to, as you see the top 5 streaming by, here we go. A little bit further back, battles going on. There you can see Woodstock running just ahead of, I believe that's Michael Nickel in the 3-2-3, and William Botilia rounding out our top 10 right now, just ahead of Arnaud Saborin. As we go back to the race leader, Maxwell ever so slightly still closing in the gap. Jensen Burnett, will note now, is actually up and into 3rd place. I think he's just gone through on Josh Sunvalis and set the fastest lap of the race as well. charging his way up, but does he have enough time to get there? I don't think so. We're coming up to 1 to go, but you never know. No, excuse me, Sumbalis still runs in 3rd place, but you never know what's going to happen between the top 2 as we're coming around for 1 lap to go, and Maxwell is there. Again, I've noticed with this kart, it just comes in the more the race goes on, and this is where it matters right here. Can he make something happen with Ingrata? He's to the bumper finally, but I think it's going to come down to maybe turn 5. He's not close enough at 3, but we'll see what happens once we get to turn 5 in this last lap.
Watch the hands of the drivers on the steering wheel. Watch Ingrata fighting it just a little bit more than Maxwell in 2nd spot. A quick look over his shoulder, and again, playing a little defense is Aiden Ingrata. Maxwell will double back, try the outside on the next one. He'll fall back in, single file, took a look, had that gap, and decided to slide back in and stay in the spot in 2nd.
I believe he knew he wasn't going to be able to get the move done there, just going by a yellow flag area. As we come down to the chicane for the final time, look over the shoulder. Ingrata covers it off nicely. Maxwell, does he try one last time in the last turn? No, he doesn't. Just going to keep it on in 2nd. The run to the line, it's going to go to Aiden Ingrata in the Rotax Senior pre-final. He wins it over Ryan Maxwell by just about a 1/10.5. Jensen Burnett does get 3rd over Josh Sumbalis. Major Makovskis does round out our top 5. Antoine Lemieux drives it up and into 6th. Timothy Pernod 7th. Patrick Woodstock 8th. Arnaud Saborin through in 9th. And Frederic Lemieux rounds out the top 10 in the 397. Michael Nickel through in 11th. Diego Ramos, remember I mentioned he had a great 2nd heat, but the 1st heat did not go his way. He had to start mid-pack. We could only do so much. He takes 12th. William Botelier in 13th. Joseph Lowney and Jaden Hundell round out the top 15 for our Rotax Senior pre-final.
Quickest lap of that race was the 3rd place finisher, Jensen Burnett, of 56.453 was his quickest time of the race, and that was the quickest time of any other competitor in the Rotax Senior Max. So that was promised excitement and promise delivered for the Rotax Senior Max over the 9 laps. Some of the highlights from the action in the pre-final, the Rotax Senior Max. And again, some of these drivers have been doing it for a lot of years and are very comfortable behind the wheel of a kart, and it shows as these cars poke along very quickly. Like if you think about how much horsepower you have to play with and how little the chassis and kart actually weighs, it is unbelievable. So it's a great training ground for professional drivers to keep their reflexes sharp, or if you're coming up through the ranks, karting is where it's at.
Things do happen in a hurry at this level, as we can see it, and that's kind of where some, not necessarily training comes in, but you want to keep your reflexes as fast and as quick as possible, especially in 2-stroke classes, but it does come at you real quick in 4-stroke classes as well. There's just a lot to worry about around you as a driver, whether you're leading the race and having to look over your shoulder every 2 seconds, or if you're on the charge coming back from maybe outside the top 10 and trying to get in as possible.
Coming up to the Rotax Micro Max, or Micro Mini Max, and that'll be an 8-lap pre-final for these drivers, which will set the starting order for the final. And again, finals, believe, will happen tomorrow. We'll have a different set of karts coming through for their final heat and pre-final later on this afternoon. But finals will take place tomorrow. And again, the Rotax Micro Mini Max is just, again, the youngest of the Rotax drivers, 10 to 13 years old, dealing with 13 horsepower. So, you know, on the top end, you're dealing with 1 horsepower per age you've been on the earth. and 260 pounds cart and driver. So it gives you an idea of how light and nimble these carts are. But again, they get up to speed fairly quickly, and when you have a field this size, things happen very, very quickly, and it makes it very exciting. So it is always fun to watch the younger of the groups out on track, but when you have the speed that's available to them here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max, it's always fun to watch here at the Mosport Karting Center.
And the good thing about this track as well is there are a lot of places to pass. It's almost everywhere on the track you can make it happen. We've seen a lot more passes going into turn 1 when that's not normally an area I've seen in the past where a lot of passes have been made, but it's been able to stick as well. You just don't really want to choose the wrong lane to go with, more or less in 4-stroke as well. If you get a bit too far out there and 2 carts get together right behind you, they could push right past you going into turn 1, and there's not much you can do. You can block whichever lane you want. They're carrying a lot more speed. You're just a sitting duck up front, so it's almost, you don't want to get too far out there, but at the same time, first place is where you want to be. It's kind of all about timing and chess matching it on when and where you want to make your moves. Might be taking a tiny bit of a break here before we get back going.
So it looks like emergency services needed potentially in the area just off the bowl. So the reason for the delay is the ambulance has been called out onto the track. Tough for some of these drivers who are sitting on the grid. You got the helmet on, you got the visor down, yeah, and you're baking in the sun. I mean, we gotta talk about how warm it is here today, and you know how tough it is to stay cool. Drivers are trying to find as much shade as they can. The crews have these big tents set up in the paddock area to work on the carts, so they're not baking in the sun all day. But once you get out there on the grid, there's no place to hide.
Unfortunately, no. Once you're in those suits, it's just you're all in for it from there. And even in some of the tents as well, it carries so much heat and humidity in there. It's sometimes not necessarily even cooler there. Sometimes even more humid in the tents as well. So this is where you definitely want to keep some hydration, keep some water with you out on the grid before you go out on the track as well. And again, you almost feel everything in your body once you go out on the track, once you first get into the seat, and even on the formation lap, and then once that green flag hits and you're out driving, that all goes away until you get to the end of the race, to the cool down lap after the checkered flag, and the adrenaline goes away and you just feel it all come right back in your body, whatever happened in that race, or even pain that you felt before the race as well. So adrenaline's a crazy thing and can keep you going for the longest time, but as soon as it wears off, you definitely start to feel the effects of it, especially after these drivers have been doing this for days this week. Some of them have been here since Monday or Tuesday at the start of the week trying to fine-tune everything, at least get everything ready, and been on track since then, trying everything they can, see what works, what doesn't work, as the wind starts to pick up as well here. That's something that's kind of
not bringing a little relief. That's nice. Just a little break from the heat. That's all the wind is doing. Mother Nature says, you know what, you need a bit of a break, we'll give it to you. So continuing on in the beautiful sunshine here. But again, we spoke with Ron Fellows not too long ago, and Ron Fellows Karting, FAF Motorsport, big supporters here of the Canadian Karting Championship here in Mosport Karting Center. Which also, if you're watching this for the first time on YouTube and checking out karting at a competitive level and you're thinking, this is something I'd like to get involved in, you don't have to go whole hog and get involved fully. There are arrive and drive programs, including right here at the Mosport Karting Center. Curtis Fox and his team run that throughout the week. You can come after school with the kids or after work. If you want to try it yourself and get involved in karting at a very affordable price, and it's a great way to dip in your toe without the financial commitment of getting a kart, a motor, all the safety gear. I mean, you can do it and have a lot of fun doing it too. So it's a great sort of taste test. But I'm going to warn you, you take that taste test, you're going to like the flavor, and then you're going to want to get more.
Once a racing driver, always a racing driver, and it almost never comes out of you as well. Once it sticks with you, you stay in it for years. Me and you have been in this for years. I've been racing since 2012, and no matter how hard I try to stop, it always just stays with you the whole time. So,
2012, I started racing go-karts when I was 16 years old, so I got a late start compared to a lot of people. And I raced up until I got married because I needed the extra money to pay for a wedding. But had a lot of fun over the years, for sure. Won a championship at one point, and yeah, it's just, you're right. It is something you can always fall back on and look fondly on your time karting. But even just being in the paddock as a non-racer now, just being around people is a lot of fun as well. So it's very much a community, and that's half the fun too. Is just being here amongst racers and racing families and seeing that community spirit and driving the especially the younger drivers forward. And as we see, we're ready to go here with the Rotax Micro Mini Max. And these are some of the younger drivers, and again, they get that support from the paddock.
I would definitely say that as well. By some of the team owners were racing when they were a lot younger, and now it has brought them to own these teams and that's almost like their lifestyle now. That's how they make their money, is owning these teams and having so many other kart drivers come under their tent as well. They all did it once before. You got to learn somehow, and coming up through the racing programs is one way to do it. And as I mentioned before, this is definitely a good pathway to get into cars. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Karts is the best option.
It really is, and it doesn't matter which path you choose next. I mean, you can think, well, I'm going to go open wheels. I'm going to go, somewhere else. We've seen even faces here racing today. They've done sports cars. They've done European open wheel racing, either GT3 cars or TCR sports cars, and then you get into the open wheel classes in Europe, in Canada as well, in North America, and it does give you the basics. And again, we talk about that racecraft, and it's the ability to think as a race car driver, and you can build on that moving forward if you're. If you're getting into a faster car right off the hop, things happen much quicker than they would happen in an entry-level car. Yes. So yeah, and it's a lot more expensive to fix when you wreck a big car. So why not cut your teeth in this and then move up to something like the Radicals or sports cars or even open-wheel racing, Formula 1600, things like that.
And it can all still happen right at the same track here as well. Just a little bit over from us here at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. This is our karting facility. Just over a little bit in front of us is the big track, 10 corners of the great Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. We always have some great races that go on there as well. Great time to be here. And I'm pretty sure everybody enjoys themselves here. And this is where relationships are built and maintained for years and decades on end. And that's just a great thing to see. Engines are fired. Let's get ready to go in Rotax Micro Mini Max. Mateo Pai and Carlo Lott will bring us down to the green flag. And hopefully we get the green flag right off of the first start this time by once we leave the pit lane here. All the drivers with their helmets on and the visors down. Maybe getting that last sip of water in before we get going. They've been out in the sun for, I would say, about 5 minutes. Bit minor delay, but it doesn't really hurt you as much as you think, although the humidity does get to you. Definitely having a lighter suit helps as well.
At this point, they're going to want to get out on the track and get moving and get that airflow
yes.
moving around. I remember sitting there at times and you're like, just let me go. I just want to go. And now they do get a chance to go. So again, the Rotax Micro Mini Max is drivers 10 to 13 years old, 13 horsepower, and about 260 pounds kart and driver across the scales at the end of the race. But as we saw in the heat race earlier on this morning, this is going to be one of the more competitive groups. out on track right now. We can tell you Mateo Pai will roll off from the pole position in the 108. Carlo Lott in the 177 will start alongside on row number 1. Asher Pavan in the 154 and Lincoln Lima in the 111. That is row number 2. Yusuf Addy and Joshua Wheeler make up 5th and 6th starting spots. Then it's Maddox Peltier and Julio Berlinguet in the 105 in 8th spot. Nicholas LaRusso and William Rossetti, 9th and 10th. That is your top 10 starters here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max. Again, 8 laps, the scheduled distance. We've had a couple starts waved off, but it doesn't look like this one will be one of them because they are neatly packed up and all prepared to go to green.
We say that now. Unfortunately, the last 2 groups, we saw that happen, and then they got on the power a little bit too early. But like you said, we're looking pretty good here once we get lined up. And all the drivers right with the pack this time as well. No stragglers at the back. Let's see as we come down to the line. Green flag is given. We're underway. That inside line got a great start. Mateo Pai leads Asher Pavan. Yusuf Addy up and into turn 1 for the first time. Carlo Lott getting all squirrely a little bit further back. I think we had a spinner a bit behind in turn 1 as well. But so far so good for Mateo Pai. Not so much for Carlo Lott. He slots into 6th. He's got a bit of work to do already from the drop of the green flag. All 8 laps coming green, full power now. No laps cut from no starts. Lott looking, nope, gets protected by, and a bit of a shunt there into the back of, I believe that was Peltier that he got into the back of. Excuse me, no, that's Nicholas LaRusso that he got into the back of there. I can tell that helmet is familiar to me. The kart that he's driving is not. And that's another thing that I've noticed this weekend as well. There's a lot of drivers pulling out brand new karts, and it's not the same as it's been the entire year.
Well, you want to give yourself the biggest advantage possible, and if you think a certain chassis is going to work on this track a lot better than the one you might be campaigning over the course of the year, that is exactly what you're going to want to do. So Mateo Pai leads Asher Pavan and Yusuf Addy, Maddox Peltier, Nicholas LaRusso, and Carlo Lott, along with Lincoln Lima. That is your top 7 as they cross the stripe.
Peltier drives it in real deep into 5, maybe a bit too hard, and now he's got LaRusso all over the back of him. Here comes Addy to the bumper of Pavan. Peltier able to hold on there, and now Lincoln Lima's joined the top 7 fray at the back of that group, and then it's a bit of a gap back to Berlinguet. So now they might have to work with each other to try and catch back up. It's really cut into 2 distinct packs now between both groups. Addy a little bit lower line. Whoa, Pavan got real sideways on the exit of the last corner there.
That really kills your momentum down a straightaway as long as that one heading into turn number 1, but able to hold off any challenge from Yusuf Addy.
And now Peltier again under attack from LaRusso, trying to run a bit of a different line up top, up and over the curbs. Nope, now Pavan somewhat closed the gap back in. Here comes LaRusso as he was looking to the inside out of turn 4. And they're 3 abreast. Where did Lincoln Lima come from? That's 3 spots in 1 straightaway. I think.
Just going to say this fight for 4th is really starting to stack up those cars further behind, and you can see the leaders starting to get away as they continue to swap positions deeper into that top group as they do get strung out now. So it's a top 3 breakaway, then a pack of 2, and another pack of 2, and at one point it was 7-car breakaway.
That really split them all up. Mateo Pai was very squirrely coming out into the chicane. I don't really think it cost him any time, though. A loose cart is a fast cart if you're able to handle it, and so far Mateo Pai is able to keep that beast tamed, but Pavan's got Addy pushing him right back up to the front here, and they got about another half a second back to now 4th place Lincoln Lima, who's been charging his way to the front, and he's got a bit of help with Nicholas LaRusso as well. Down the hill again, Mateo Pai able to hold them back for the time being. Asher Pavan, really though, that was a great turn 5. Put it right down in the apex and completely evaporated any sort of a gap that was there. And I wouldn't be surprised, again, gets through 6 better than Mateo Pai. And is this another case, maybe, Dave, where he tries to get to the inside, where the longer the race goes, it favors Pavan and Addy more than it favors Mateo Pai.
And more importantly, they started battling for fourth spot again, so the gap that the three leaders had opened up started to stretch a little bit bigger. So the group of two were starting to catch a little bit, but then not so much anymore as they swap positions. And now if those four karts can hook up together, they might be able to catch the lead trio now with 4 laps to go.
And up at the front, Asher Pavan takes the lead up into turn number 1. Let's see if he can now keep this for the rest of the race. What does Mateo Pai have in response? I think he's got a bit more on the top end. He gets a great run down that hill. Asher Pavan's best corner, in my opinion, has been turn 5 and maybe turn 6 as well. He beat him that last lap round. You can see Mateo Pai, though, close right back down to the bumper, up and into 6, but he just doesn't look as smooth as Pavan. You can see Pai's hands going all over the place right now. It's not necessarily hurting him, I would say. It just looks like Pavan's a bit more smoother right now, but Mateo Pai keeps getting these massive runs. You can see him close right to the rear bumper. He's just got to stay with him out of the chicane, and he does so successfully now. Back onto the front straightaway, 3 laps to go. Yusuf Addy lurking right behind both of them. I'll tell you what, LaRusso and Lima are moving now that they've hooked up, but do they have enough time to get there? As last lap round, yes, Lincoln Lima was the quickest out of the top 5, and that wasn't even his fastest lap. His fastest lap of the race so far was a 1:03.363. He was only 7 thousandths off of it. Here comes Mateo Pai with the run, peaking. Nope, sticks right in second place and keeps it there for now. But if he gets another run, he might try it. He might have it here at 6. Nope, still continues to just push along.
You know what he's doing? He's learning right now.
Yes.
He's going to set up because he knows there's still a couple laps to go. Does not want to be the... Well, I mean, everybody wants to lead, but maybe not this point is the time that he wants to lead. So Pai is just going to sit and hold ground as Pavan there does play a little bit of defense, not necessarily blocking because he did make the initial move to the inside to hold that kart behind him, and now into turn number 1, change for the lead and then back the other way. So Pavan lost the lead, but only for about half a quarter before getting it right back.
Mateo Pai's trying right now. Where is my kart working better than his? Where am I better than he is? And where is the best passing point? He tried once right there. It didn't really cost him anything. He's still right on the bumper. But from what I've seen, he gets a great run every time up into turn 6. Just not close enough that time. If he can get it a bit closer, he's going to have a shot. Now, I wouldn't really expect Pavan to leave the door open here coming down into the chicane, because this is where the draft really carries you right out of turn 10 through the sweeper and down into the chicane. He looks a bit to the outside. Actually, I think he got a bit loose right there as well.
I was just going to say he tried to pinch down to the inside to get a run into that final set of corners, and it just didn't stick for him the way he needed it to. Now, 1 lap to go. They see the last lap board, that time underneath the flag stand. So it is Pavan and Pai, your top 2, with Addy just a little bit further back, about 6/10 back. So too far back to make a move at this point unless something happens with the top 2.
Down to turn 5 for the final time. Mateo Pai closing in, but he's not close enough for a move this time. Let's see how turn 6 goes. Good exit. Pavan protects. Pai to the bumper. He can't really do much there other than maybe give Pavan a bit of whiplash, but Pavan able to keep him covered off for now. Yellow flag out a little bit further back. Coming down into the sweeper for the final time. I think Mateo Pai is going to have to go to the outside if he wants to make this move stick. Look in. He's to the right rear, but no. Pavan able to protect him.
Watch the cutback here on the final corner down to the front straightaway. Not able to do it. Pavan drove masterfully for that last lap. We did have a car around in the final corner.
2 cars getting together further back. I think that's William Rossetti that's gone around, and there go the positions. Oh boy, that is going to hurt him. He fell all the way back. I think we lost Lincoln Lima as well.
You're absolutely right.
Lap.
Lincoln Lima is way down the running order, 22nd. So Lincoln Lima, who was a factor in this one early on, and as a matter of fact said quick time of the race finishing
20 seconds,
20
all the way in
seconds.
at the back.
So problems for the driver, the 111, but no issues for Asher Pavan in a 154. Takes home the win ahead of Mateo Pai here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max.
We got another driver out as well on the downhill of turn 5. That is the 184, Jaden Culligan. So he's going to need a ride back to the pits. You can see that rear bumper is quite crunched in as well. We saw it with William Rossetti's front bumper as he was coming to the line after that incident in the last corner. Front nose cone was punched in there. He only fell back to, I believe, 8th place, so wasn't the worst thing in the world. And that'll finish it off for the Rotax Micro Mini Maxes as we take a few look at the highlights here. And again, there was a bit of a slippage right there from Pelletier, just getting a bit wide. There was the 3-wide move from Lima down the inside of LaRusso and made it stick up into turn 4. And here was the pass for the lead, I believe. Pavan with a great run on Mateo Pai and gets him cleared by the time they even get to turn 1.
Well, there was fighting all the way through this field, and again, they would get spread out, and then they get bunched out, bunched back again. There was Pavan taking over top spot once again, and then holding that after several challenges to the stripe by Mateo Pai, and Pavan coming out on top in the Rotax Micro Mini Max here, and their pre-final. But again, they will have one more shot at it in a final that comes up tomorrow. Karts lined up on the pit lane in the pre-grid, set to do battle. That is the Rotax DD2 for their pre-final. Will be 10 laps. And again, these are the only karts with shifters, several gears, different gears, I should say, 2-speed. And the Senior indicates 16 plus 34 horsepower and about 360 pounds. Gives you an idea of the power to weight ratio for these karts. Well, once again, a good field of Rotax DD2 entrants here in the Canadian Karting Championships at Mosport Karting Center on a beautiful Saturday. Again, finals will be coming up tomorrow on Sunday. That's when we crown all the champions. But each race, each time on track for these drivers is very important, because especially this pre-final, it sets your qualifying order for the final, which happens tomorrow. And everybody wants to be crowned a Canadian Karting Champion. Presented by Ron Fellows, Pfaff Motorsport.
Us your chart.
So the engines have fired here in the paddock for the Rotax DD2. So they'll get a little heat in those engines and the exhaust pipes. You want to build some heat in the exhaust pipe and a two-stroke engine. Help make P-Power. Love the sound of two strokes. Gets even better on a crisp fall day as well, but hey, anytime you're at a racetrack and you're watching two strokes do battle is a good day for sure, and we're doing exactly that here at the Canadian Karting Championships presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Fat Motorsport. First time brought to you live here on YouTube as well. I'm Dave Bradley, joined with me is Chad Webster, and we will be bringing you all of the action, not only today, through the afternoon, and tomorrow as well. So lots of racing to come over the course of the weekend.
Tomorrow is where it's really all won or lost as well, with the finalists coming in. We get to crown 12 Canadian karting champions. Some might be the same because we have drivers pulling double duty or a triple duty as well. There's a chance where you can go 2 or 3 in one day. That's an achievement for a lifetime, in my opinion, at least, because it is so hard to win these races in pretty much every class as well. It's never easy, but when it comes to this level, this is lights out. So
we'll take a look at the starting lineup for the Rotax DD2. And again, these karts, the only ones with a transmission and shifting available to these drivers. A 2-speed transmission, 34 horsepower, ages 16 plus for these drivers. So because they're just so fast and such a beast to manhandle, obviously you have to be up in age and experience as well. 34 horsepower, about 360 pounds, kart and driver for the Rotax DD2. And leading them off will be the 451 of Lucas Pernod, Lucas Nanji in the 408, Anthony Martella, Gianluca Savaglio, and Charles Robin, your top 5, as they slow here on the front straightaway, looking for the green flag.
green flag's given. We're underway, heading down into turn 1 for the first time, and Lucas Pernod does pull out and into the lead. Gianluca Savaglio slots right behind him in second. Aiden Shimbashi, you can see him fighting to the inside of Lucas Nanji just there for a second. Nanji got back by him. Shimbashi slots almost into 4th. Martella clears him out of 4 as they continue to battle down the hill. Top 3 breakaway as they plunge into turn 5 for the first time. They're going at it a little bit further back. Savaglio already with an early run, can't quite get to the bumper. And how about Pernod, like we said, had to start at the back through both heat races, and both times has made his way very nicely through the field, puts him on the front row starting spot for the pre-final. He might be the man to beat.
Might be. We have 2 drivers right behind him that are willing to contest that crown that you're handing over to Lucas Pernod at this point. But yeah, it's a long way from being a done deal as we complete just lap 1 of a scheduled 10. But you're right, that 451 looks very, very quick at the front of the field.
You can see Nanji already starting to peek out on Gianluca Savaglio there. Couldn't quite get the move done. It is far from over between these top 3. 9 laps to go as we go down the hill again. I think they might just be all right with riding where they are right now, not taking any huge risk, not trying to overheat their tires, unless you have a run like here, like Nanji does. But even then, he just tucks back in line with Savaglio, and even still, it's a good enough move for the driver in front just to really just cover off from the driver behind them and defend that move so they can't get through.
And that's the difference between this class and some of the others that we've seen on the track over the course of the weekend. You see the Briggs carts, the 4-strokes, and a lot of bumping nose to tail, giving drivers a little push up through corners, even through the Rotax Senior and Junior ranks. You see some of that as well. In the DD2, they're a lot closer to proper race cars, and you don't see that nose to tail contact that you would in some of the other classes. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a lot more respect. It's just a different style of driving these cars compared to those.
You don't see a lot of bumping with the DD2s, in theory. Once they get onto the track, it's a bit of a different story.
Wait till the championship's on the line.
You can see quite a few hand signals there from Nanji. Either he was wanting Savaglia to let him go or just pull back in line there. Savaglia made a minor mistake in turn 5, and that let Nanji get up beside him. And now he just rides right with him. But that's let Pernod get away up at the front. Martella's closing. Here comes Nanji. Tried to go to the inside there. Savaglia had it covered off. And unless he really wanted to force the issue, he could have tried to stick the nose in there. But that more or less would have ended in disaster. And Nanji still not really, I guess, too happy behind the wheel right now. Pointing to his helmet going, what is Gianluca doing in front of me? Let me go. I'm a bit quicker right now.
Well, right now, the 451 of Pernod is the quickest out of anybody, and you can clearly see that if you're watching it here at the track or on YouTube live. But, yeah, this is the 451 class of the field, and as a matter of fact, he just laid down the quickest time out of anybody at 56.118.
A little bit of battling between Nanji and Savaglia are actually bringing Martella back up and into the fray here as well. And give a bit of a shout out to Branko Giubiardianu. First time up in the top 5 all weekend in the 444. Having a great run so far in the pre-final. It's exactly what he needs to do.
I was just going to say that. Started deeper in the field and had a great start, and has translated that into a very consistent run here inside the top 5 for the driver of the 444. But everybody's still chasing the 451 of Lucas Pernod. And again, 0.7 of a second, the difference at the stripe that last time by. And again, a quick lap. Quickest of anybody, a 56.003 for the driver of the 451.
The only driver that I'm really seeing almost matching him right now is Anthony Martella, but he's too far back to make anything happen. He's a second and a half down the road right there, and he's got Savaglio and Nanji right ahead of him, so he has stuff to deal with. It's not exactly going to be a clean run for him if he can even get there first. We're only talking hundredths of a second here. Savaglio again, covering off, maybe not. Nope. Still no go for Lucas Nanji, and again, it's easy to get frustrated behind the wheel trying to make a pass and not able to do it. Takes a look over his shoulder.
Now look at the gap down to Anthony Martella. So they did a little battling, and no, it's still 1.4 seconds. The 409 trails the 408 of Nanji. I thought that would open up an opportunity for Martella to close the gap. It looks like he's closing the gap a lot more on the track, but as far as timing and scoring goes, he's still about 1.4 seconds back.
There's only thousandths of a second in between those 3 drivers, with Pernod just slightly quicker by a few hundredths. He's gotten it down and into the 55s now, which was a few lap times that we were definitely seeing earlier on in Heat 2. The fastest in Heat 2, I believe, was a 55.585, if I remember correctly. So
yeah, but that was 0.4 quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. He absolutely set a blistering fast pace in Heat number 2, and right now doing more of the same, getting quicker and quicker every lap. As you could see him just look over a little bit to the right, looking at his mechanics, and once again sets the fastest lap of the race, 55.810. We're getting quicker with every single lap.
And that time, Anthony Martella did close the gap on Nanji, so now he's just 0.5 of a second back for 3rd spot here in this Rotax DD2 final. 55.934 for the driver of the 409, Anthony Martella.
Going a little bit further back in the field, there's your 5th place man, Branko Giubiardianu, putting his head down, trying to keep himself going. He's got Nolan Bauer right on the bumper right behind him, and then Charles Robin in the 457 Sodi kart riding right behind them. Good 3-way battle for the top 5. It seems like every race Bauer starts a little bit further back, but he's trained his way through the field. trying to get there. Running out of time, coming to 3 laps to go. Let's see if Savaglio's actually closed the gap in this lap, as Martella has gotten much closer to the back of Lucas Nanji, and this time Savaglio quicker on the track by about 2/10 than Pernod. Pernod lost a little bit that last lap around as we hit the line.
0.6 of a second, the gap at the front of the field. So yeah, this is probably the closest that Savaglio has been really since the drop of the green. The driver of the 499 is now coming. Martella to the inside and give the driver of the 409 third spot.
Multiple checks over the shoulder, making sure Nanji doesn't come right back at him, and he will, for good, or at least for now, take away the 3rd position. Now can he hang on to it? Nanji's still breathing down his neck and not leaving him hardly any room to work with as we come through the sweeper, but that's kind of taken both of them out of contention with the front 2. It's really a battle on between those 2 for the 3rd position. It's all up to now. Can Savaglio run down Pernod with now only 2 laps to go? We look at the lap times between them both, and it is almost even, but Pernod just slightly quicker again.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to do to just keep the charge of Gianluca Savaglio at bay. But those 2 drivers definitely stretching a gap on the rest of the field. As a matter of fact, the top 3 are the only 3 drivers down in underneath 56 seconds as far as lap times, and they're consistently doing it lap after lap. So a 55.8 for Pernod, for Savaglio and Martella at a 55.9. So that gives you an idea how quick they are. Nanji is not too far behind at a 56 lap.
You can see Martella really taking a lot of curb heading into the bowl there, trying everything he can to make up distance, I guess you could say there as well. Nanji's right on the bumper as we hit the chicane. We hit the line. Last lap now for Luca Pernod. He takes one minor look over his shoulder as we take a look at the lap times again. Only 100 separating both drivers up the hill for the final time. Let's see if Martella can hold off Nanji on this last lap. Down the hill, there's Pernod. No challenge. It's up to 0.7 of a second now over Gianluca Savaglio.
Yeah, so he's got a Saturday afternoon drive in the park at this point. It looks very, very comfortable at the front. Martella, not so much. He's coming under fire once again as Nanji has mounted a challenge and is really pressuring for 3rd at this point.
See how that one works out heading into the chicane. I believe if Martella defends it going into the chicane, he might be okay, but Nanji's one to try some moves here. Looking, I don't think he's going to get there. Meanwhile, off the final corner and to the checkered flag, it's Lucas Pernod winning the pre-final for DD2 by 0.5 of a second over Gianluca Savaglio. Anthony Martella holds off a charging Lucas Nanji as they finish off in 3rd and 4th. And again, another shout out for Franco Giuliano finishing off in 5th place. He set his own personal best on the final lap of the race, showing I still got pace in this 4x4 kart. Watch out for me tomorrow.
What a dominating performance from the driver of the 451, Lucas Pernod, led from the drop of the green and really wasn't seriously challenged. Might have even backed it down a little bit. And Gianluca Savaglio closed within half a second, but that's as close as the driver of the 499 was able to get in that pre-final as we fire the engines for the Briggs Senior class here in the staging area.
Final race of the pre-finals for group number 1 all weekend long here. Briggs Senior Heavy getting the get ready to go. It's going to be real interesting to see here, Dave, as well, how these drivers work together in this pre-final.
Yeah, and this one will be 8 laps as well, and we just to give you an idea of the classes that are coming up, we'll talk about the Briggs Senior in just a second, but here you can see the highlights from the DD2 final, and you can see a couple of drivers got shuffled back on the original start, and then that battle for second that had gone on for about 4 laps. Eventually, Savaglio.
Here was the pass by Martella going into 5. That was for 3rd, and that was it between both of them. Nanji could never get it back throughout the rest of the race, despite the immense tries. And here we Here it was coming through the final corner. Pernod just had enough of a gap to where he didn't really need to worry about Savaglio coming back after him. Keeping it smooth, keeping it clean, that's all you need to do.
So Briggs Senior Heavy is now out on track in the senior drivers. Again, 15 plus, or 16 plus, I should say. I believe 15. I believe it's 15. Minimum age of 15. Heavier overall weight Karting driver, about 370 pounds. And not short on excitement as you see the top two who will lead them to green. That's Jonathan Treadwell on pole. Christopher McKeithen will start alongside. Christopher Wakefield, Owen McCarthy, Sebastian Day, Mitchell Morrow, Eli Yanko, Wilfred Chewy, and Daryl Timmers, along with Brennan Taylor, make up your top 10. Daryl Timmers coming off a start in the NASCAR Canada Series at the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières. And as a matter of fact, a top 10 finish in that race as well. Good race for him.
Great to see him back in the kart. Green flags in the air. We're underway in the Briggs Senior Heavy pre-final. Heading up to turn one, it's dead even. McKeithen noses ahead, but Treadwell's got the preferred line heading up the hill. He's clear to the lead and gets right down now in front of McCarthy. And that's exactly where Jonathan Treadwell wants to be, is leading a race. Owen McCarthy up and into second. Morrow trying to make the outside work. He gets shuffled out by the two Coyote karts as McKeithen slots in third with Wakefield right behind him in fourth. Morrow defends from Sebastian Day. As I say that, he drove it in too deep, and Sebastian goes right through and up and into fifth place. And a little signal there from Christopher McKeithen forward. Let's try and make some ground. Everybody else almost single files through, at least throughout the top 10, I believe. And now the whole field strings out.
I love this stage of the race in Briggs racing and four-stroke racing. You see the drivers looking around. They'll look left and right, and it's not necessarily for the challenge that's coming. It's who do I have around me who I can work with, that I can get a drafting partner, that we can go to the front. Do I have a teammate near me? Is somebody on a similar chassis? Can we work together? Do I have a friend in this group that I can work together with? But it's always interesting to see they're looking and being like, I got nobody, I got to go it on my own.
And will they go with me if I make a move on this person as well, or are they going to leave me out to dry?
And you trust them? Treadwell's lead goes from big to little in short order as the rest of the field organizes behind him. It was a tenth of a second across the stripe. McCarthy in the 367 holding down second. McKeithen and Wakefield third and fourth. Day, Mitchell Morrow, and Wilfred Chewy in the 595. Oh, we've got contact.
For second spot, McKeithen goes through and puts McCarthy out a little bit wide and in the dirt. He gets back on in third, and that separates the pack just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Christopher Wakefield tries to go through here on Owen McCarthy in the chicane. Yep, here he comes to the inside and clear and into third, and he goes right with McKeithen. And you know those two are going to try to work together against Treadwell here.
And you can see that warning flag, the black flag, sort of kitty corner black and white flag. That is a warning to drivers as we do have a change in the lead. And again, it is the draft that just took over and swallowed up Jonathan Treadwell into turn number one.
He's lucky he got back into fourth there. The train just completely went past him. I think he tried to protect the bottom a little bit, and instead it actually left the door open for McKeithen to go around the outside, and Wakefield just went right with him, and that makes it a Coyote 1-2. Treadwell back to the inside of Owen McCarthy. He takes third back, and now looks for a push up the hill. Sebastian Day sitting right behind them in fifth position. Morrow, then comes Chewy up in the front pack, and then it's a bit of a gap back to Daryl Timmers. Side by side, even further back, going crazy into the bowl.
Christopher McKeithen with the quickest time so far, and that was in the last lap when he had the benefit of the draft, a 107.2 compared to a 107.4 to Jonathan Treadwell. So that was the 0.2 of a second that he needed. And the push from Christopher Wakefield behind, that gave him the lead. So Christopher McKeithen once again out in front. Now a 106.9. His teammate Christopher Wakefield in behind a 106.8. So those two cars now the fastest of the field so far.
Starting to put a bit of a gap on Treadwell, McCarthy, and Day. And if they keep this up, things will be working pretty good for them. Down the hill we go. You can see them both tucking down the inside. McKeithen signaling forward like, come on, we got this.
Let's
Keep
go.
pushing. we're in a good spot right now. Let's try and break away from the rest of the field. It's just that little bit of a gap, but it's not too big. We'll see if they can either close that gap back in. As remember, if you're Treadwell, you can getting away with braking later going into these corners because you're not right on the driver in front of you and not having to lift out earlier.
And you can drive a little bit more of your own line. You see Treadwell just squishing down in his seat, trying to get as aerodynamic as possible to cut the air, getting behind that front nose panel and trying to just get his massive body and down behind the steering wheel. And he does fairly well. You can see him tuck in behind, and he almost disappears behind the fairings.
As we hit the line one more time, halfway down, halfway to go. 4 laps remain in the Briggs Senior Heavy pre-final. We might not see some moves until a little bit later on in this race. These two are definitely content with riding it out where they are. The issues are going to happen right behind them, coming after them, really. But Wakefield's doing a good job of just keeping right under the bumper of McKeithen and pushing him along. Everybody
in the top 7 that time by underneath 107. As far as the lap time goes, they're all in the 106s. McKeithen with a 106.5 that last time by. So definitely hauling the mail with Christopher Wakefield giving a push where needed as teammates have hooked up at the front of the field. That 3-car battle there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I don't know if I call it a battle. It's a 3-car train as they try to close the gap on the race leader. But it's going to take a little movement or a small error from the top 2 to allow that train to catch up.
Now you can see everybody sort of separate from each other just on the exit of the corner, and McCarthy gets to the bumper quicker to Treadwell more than Wakefield got to the bumper of McKeithen, and that helped them out a little bit that time. The gap stayed relatively the same. Everybody running 106.6s. The only man in the 106.5s was McKeithen that last lap around. He's got it made where he is right now. Just can they stay there? Right now they're doing a great job of keeping just about a half a second in between themselves and Treadwell.
Boy, Treadwell is just urging that cart forward.
He is trying everything he can.
Trying so hard, but just the way these two teammates have hooked up and they've stayed consistently hooked up together, that makes it so very, very tough for the rest of the field to catch. Look at how tidy they are at the front of the field.
And when you have control of the race like this as well, it becomes that much easier because you can almost do what you want up in the front. They've definitely pulled out more of a gap this time. It's slowly gotten bigger and bigger. The last couple laps, it was about even. This time, as you can see, Treadwell taking a look over his shoulder. It's opened up a little bit to, I would say, 7/10 of a second. So once again, they went quicker. And Wakefield with the quickest lap of the race, 106.543. And that helps when you're the pusher and keeping McKeithen out there. 2 laps to go. They might have this one made unless they start to fight with each other. But I don't think, you can see again right there, he signaled forward. I don't want to fight right now. Let's just keep this as clean as possible.
Not right now. There's still a lap to go, a couple laps to go. So we might fight later, but not right now. I'll keep pushing you, at least for the meantime. But yeah, this has been a textbook teammate run at the front of the field in a 4-stroke karting event. The Briggs Senior Heavy continues on with about a lap and a half to go now as they make their way out of the back bowl and head towards the chicane. And again, Treadwell leading that 3-car train. It's almost to become a 4-car train. And it might in the last lap of this event.
One more lap to go as we hit the line. Morrow and Chewy are right there. They're just not quite close enough. Again, dead even at the line that time.
If Morrow gets a stiff of the draft, I think he's going to be right up there and battling for that that mix of the best of the rest. I mean, the top 2 are really in a class of their own at this point. They just have a comfortable gap. It's about 7/10 of a second over Jonathan Treadwell, Owen McCarthy, and Sebastian Day. Then Mitchell Morrow and Wilfred Chewy are there in 6th and 7th. But yeah, working their way through with no heat from behind. Christopher McKeithen and Christopher Wakefield.
They're starting to go at it a little bit further back as well. Treadwell realizes he's not going to be able to catch up to the 2 Coyote carts. He's starting to defend. That's brought Chewy and Morrow right into this. You can see the hand signals there as well from Wakefield to McKeithen. Stay over to the racing line. I'm not going to fight you. Maybe only a little bit of a defense move right there. That's about it. It's all single file behind them as well for the time being. But the Coyotes are going to take this one. McKeithen and Wakefield 1 and 2 to the line. Treadwell's going to hold off McCarthy for third, just on the line. That was close. Only 0.03 of a second between both of them right there. As the rest of the field shoots by, Taylor tries to go by on Daryl Timmers. That was for 8th position, as the top 7 had broken away from the rest of the field. But a masterclass by both McKeithen and Wakefield to control the race from beginning to end, pretty much. And that sets them up for the final. But then again, today's one day. Tomorrow's another day with possible different conditions. It's supposed to be a lot cooler heading into tomorrow. So that will, I believe, wrap up the on-track pre-finals for on-track activities for group number 1.
Yeah, so the morning group is done as far as their qualifiers. So the heat and the pre-final in the books. And we will be back with a full slew of heat races and pre-finals for the next group. That includes the Rock GP Junior, the Rock Mini, Rock GP Senior, Briggs and Stratton Junior, Rock VLR Senior, the Rock VLR Junior, and the Briggs and Stratton Senior. And again, we'll talk about those classes as they come up on track. But once again, a big congratulations here for the pre-final winners and the heat winners. But we'll take a quick break, and we will be back from the Mosport Karting Center in the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships. Again, I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster as we bring you all of the action here, courtesy of Ron Fellows Karting and FAF Motorsport on a beautiful Saturday. And again, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more later on this afternoon with more heat race action.
Good afternoon. That wraps up the activities for group number 1 for today. We are now going to move. We're a little bit behind schedule. We will have the driver's briefing. The mandatory driver's briefing is being held on the grandstand at 1 o'clock. All drivers should be on the grandstand for the mandatory driver's briefing at 1 o'clock.
And good afternoon, and welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster as we get into the afternoon portion of today's events. And second round of heats for the classes that are on offer this afternoon. And then a pre-final as well, with finals to come tomorrow afternoon. But a beautiful day, albeit a little warm here at the Mosport Karting Center. And we've been treated to some great action so far. This morning, this afternoon, is going to be equal to what we saw big time, because some of the classes we've got coming up are often very, very tightly contested.
Absolutely, Dave. As we get ready to go in our first one, Rock GP Junior sitting on the grid. You can see all the drivers getting ready to go now, just in the last little bit of gridding up. And of course, you don't want to really get all of your gear on too early. As we mentioned, quite a bit of sun out, but we have a nice breeze coming through as well. So that also kind of cancels that out. Does that sort of affect the track? People might actually ask that. If it's a massive gust of wind, it can either give you a headwind going down a hill or a tailwind going the other direction. So it works in both ways, or what a lot of drivers don't like is a crosswind. When it starts to blow your cart side to side, that might mess up your handling a little bit. Trust me, I've felt it, especially in the four-stroke classes. They definitely feel it there.
So again, we're getting things going with the Rock GP Junior class. And again, this is a two-stroke class. The Rock is a specific type of engine. We saw Rotax's earlier. The Rock is a different engine, as you see a couple of carts being tidied up after the morning or the earlier warm-up session. So even sometimes when you're out there not even competing, things go wrong and you need a little help back to the paddock area, and that's exactly what those drivers are getting right now. But the Rock Junior class is about 12 to 15 years old, about 310 pounds. And again, it is a 125cc engine for this Rock GP Junior class. They'll be contesting 8 laps here at the Mosport Karting Center. And again, we have to say a big thank you to Ron Fellows Karting and FAF Motorsport as well for allowing us to bring you the images and the streaming that we have going here for 2025. An exciting new venture at the Canadian Karting Championship. And so, Chad, we talk about heats, we talk about pre-final. If you're tuning in for the first time and you're unfamiliar as to what all of this is, one set of heats contested yesterday, and then you've got another set of heats today. It's important where you finish, because that sets what? That
sets your starting position in the pre-final. Even though if you have one good heat, if you have another, I guess, mulligan in your other heat, that can completely work against you, and you end up starting mid-pack once we get to the pre-finals. Very, very important to keep up the consistency, keep up the results, and get yourself a good starting spot for not just the heats, because that's set out of qualifying. Of course, you want a great qualifying as well. But keep up the consistency through the heats, get yourself a good spot for the pre-final. That sets you for the final come tomorrow morning and afternoon. That's where it's really all won or lost. But you don't want to be sitting in a spot where you're going to have to fight your way through the entire field in the final and you have no chance of victory. And we've seen on a couple of occasions a driver may try to take a chance and then think better of it in the heat, because you don't necessarily have to push the issue. You don't have to force it too much. Yes, positions are important, but a wrecked kart is a lot more important. Like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to have to thrash and then have to come from the back of the pack in the pre-final. Use your head, get that finishing position where you can get it, and come back with a straight go-kart into the paddock areas. We look to go green here. Again, 8 laps the distance in the Rock GP Junior class. And the field nicely lined up and slow down the front straightaway. That's exactly what the starter wants to see. And as a result, the green flag waves and we get underway as the drivers fan out both left and right. Ethan Tyers takes the lead going up through turn number 2 ahead of Cole Medeiros, the man who won, I believe, both heat number 2 and the pre-final for Rotax Junior earlier on today. Tyers on the attack and immediately goes on the defense. Medeiros looking for the lead back as they file themselves into turn 5 and they come streaming by. And again, look over your shoulder, Serra Valley. Look at Medeiros around the outside of turn 6, off in the grass a little bit almost. He really had no other choice, but he takes the lead regardless. and gets through on Ethan Tires. Great move around the outside of 6.
And that is a pretty steep curve that Medeiros had to jump up in that area and did so. Landed back on the track and takes over top spot. So Tires now slides back to 2nd, but you can see the battle raging deep behind as the field comes through to complete lap number 1.
Boy, Roman Doria got the short end of that stick coming up the front straightaway. We mentioned earlier one of the fastest drivers in the Rotax Junior class, or the Christian Papp. He tried to make the outside work in the chicane, couldn't quite get it done. He slots back into 5th place. A number of drivers pulling double duty in this class and in Rotax Junior earlier on, as we continue it on as well. Maybe a bit of a different condition than it was earlier. Here comes Sarah Valley peeking to the inside of Ethan Tires at turn 6, and he gets up into 2nd, making an REM 1-2.
Yeah, that's a clean pass through there. Tires took a look over, saw him being Sarah Valley on the inside, and gives up that position as Declan Dionarine is right there too. That's the pink nose, as you can see it flashing. He really can't miss it from anywhere on the track, but Declan Dionarine is right in this battle too.
He's got company right behind him. Christian Papp following up through. Same with Quinn Tires as well in the 285. Those 6 have kind of broken away a little bit from the rest of the field behind them. Christopher Giacinto follows up right behind them. Then Roman Doria slots back in 8th position. Marco Fazzari and then Noah Landry rounds out the top 10. Here comes Ethan Tires back for 2nd place, and Sarah Valley sends it in a car length further and says, no, you're not coming by me. I'm staying right where I am. All this is letting Medeiros pull away up at the front. He's almost got a 2nd lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, look at that lead that Medeiros has been able to build up as they do battle for 2nd spot. Sarah Valley and Ethan Tires taking looks at each other. Sarah Valley has that 2nd spot. Tires wants it. Dionarine now playing a little defense. And Christian Papp moves to the inside. Give Papp the spot in a beautifully executed move.
Great stuff from Papp up into 4th. Can he get any more here? He asks for a push from Declan Dionarine, and ask and you shall receive as they file up the hill. Again, running out of time real quick. Heat number 2. Really not a lot of time in these heat races. It's 8 laps at the maximum. We're down to 5 to go. It's a quick little sprint compared to the quote-unquote marathon that you called it, the finals tomorrow. 22 laps for these drivers tomorrow on. It's going to be a bit of a different race the way they run it, but if you're Cole Medeiros right now, you're just driving out the laps as quickly and as smoothly as you can, just in a lot longer scenario for tomorrow. But right now, as long as these drivers don't kind of gang up on him, I think he's set in stone.
Now, we were talking, too, about the temperature, the ambient temperature outside. The sun been beating down on this facility, and that is allowing the rubber to build up considerably in these corners, and that affects the handling of these race cars.
That's where we talked about earlier as well. A lot of cars trying to get their setups as stiff as possible, and even a few setups that they've never ran all year, because this is the most grip that they've had to deal with all season long. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, I've even seen one kart putting on 3 seat struts instead of the regular 2, just to try and figure out any way to free up the karts at all. As we plunge down the hill, Ethan Tires got another good run on Leonardo Sarah Valley. He peaks the nose again, and again, Sarah Valley able to outdo him on the brakes, but this is just backing everybody else up. And now Tires is under threat from Christian Papp. He's going to try the outside line around turn 6.
Ooh,
no go. He almost got that.
Boy, he got right up alongside as Dionarine got stuck on the outside and loses his spot, but now coming back as Papp did make that effort on the outside and nearly made it work. What a move.
He was going to do that 100%. Roman Doria looking to the inside on Declan Dionarine there. He gets that spot 2 and 1 in the middle of the back straightaway. The big loser there was Quinn Tires. He had the spot made on Dionarine, and I'm guessing just by going offline on the track there, you get a little bit of the dust on his tires. We've seen that as well. When they come off the track there, you see that little bit of runoff at turn 6. A few drivers have to take to that because there's not a lot of room through there, and it does put a bit of dust on the track. If you drive off of the racing line, you pick up all of that on your tires. You go into the next corner, and the kart will not turn.
There you can see the 287 of Sarah Valley with Ethan Tires and Christian Papp. That is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The leader continues to be Cole Medeiros. He's about 2.3 seconds out on the rest of the field. So definitely just laying down very quick laps. As a matter of fact, the quickest lap of the race belongs to Cole Medeiros at this point. And there you can see the extended lead as they hit the front straightaway. Medeiros will come through, click off another lap as we have 2 to go. Cerro Valley, Tires, and Pap still in that order.
Still going at it. I'll give you a bit of a range on the best lap times. The next closest to Cole Medeiros in terms of lap times is Roman Doria with a 57.074. The fastest lap is a 56.658. He's got almost half a second on the rest of the field right now. So Medeiros has got this thing absolutely dialed in as of right now, and he is almost 3 seconds up. He took another half a second out of the rest of the field behind him. It's really all on the battle for second. Medeiros has got it made out front.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him, anybody taking a look. He can just run his own line and continue to hit his mark. So this is exactly what you do in practice when you have a clean racetrack. Again, you don't have to worry about defending as you have Ethan Tires moving around Leonardo to Cerro Valley for a change of second spot. So Tires now goes to second with 1 to go.
As we look at Cole Medeiros up in front by now almost 4 seconds here. Tires with a great move. Pap also tried to go through on Cerro Valley, and I don't think he was able to get it done, and he ended up costing himself quite a bit of momentum coming down the front straightaway, and that is the worst spot to do it, unfortunately, coming out of that last corner. You need all of that momentum heading up to turn 3 because it's wide open everywhere else. Half a lap to go for Medeiros.
Watch his hands, just so smooth. He's on cruise control at this point. He doesn't even have to look back. He's that far ahead. Medeiros continuing to click out. Very, very quick lap times in the sub 57 second range. And here he will come through to complete the final few turns. And he will see the checkered flag this time around. So give the heat race win to the 207 of Cole Medeiros.
Great stuff from Medeiros. Cerro Valley gets second place back from Ethan Tires. Christian Pap, Roman Doria, Quinn Tires just beats out Declan D'Honorine for the 6th position. Give a shout out to Nico Warner coming up through the field and getting it up into 8th place. Marco Fazzari in the 206 9th, and Nicholas LaRusso will round out the top 10 in the 299. But can anyone stop Cole Medeiros now is the question. With the form he's on, it's not looking that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Somebody's going to have to find some speed in the paddock area to catch the 207 of Cole Medeiros. He is super quick here in the Rock GP Junior class as they complete their heat races for this event. They'll be back with a pre-final coming up, and no doubt Medeiros will be starting on pole for that one. But here's a quick look back at the action that played out during this heat race for the Rock GP Juniors.
There was the pass for the lead. Didn't really have anywhere else to go, but he made it as cleanly as he possibly could. Here was the move from Christian Pap on Declan D'Honorine a little bit further back. There's where we thought he was going to go around the outside of turn 6. So I guess it is possible.
He thought he was going to do it too, and he was nearly there, but just lost that little bit of momentum. It didn't quite get the revs back up in time to give the boost he needed off the corner. But again, these drivers in the Junior Rock were 12 to 15 years old, but putting on a great display as we drop an age group now into the Rock Mini. And so ages 8 to 13, and about 240 pounds, Karting driver in this one.
Asher Pavan, another driver pulling double duty from earlier, and I believe that's Tristan Francisco, I believe, in the 114 as well, beside him on the front row here. Be real interesting to see what goes on now with the Rock Mini category. One last shout out as well to Cole Medeiros, looking for his third straight week, looking for the win. He won 2 weeks ago in Edmonton at the Rotax Canada Finals. He won last week in the Kart Stars Nationals at Shannonville. He's looking to add yet another W to his collection in 2025 by winning here at the Canadian Karting Championships.
Wouldn't that be a stretch of
dominance?
Racing? Absolutely dominance. Yeah, that's a stretch of racing that you want to brag to your friends about, for sure.
Quick check on the name there. That's Liam Francisco. That's in the 114.
So you were right with the last name.
Yep. I know there's been 3 of them that have been racing for a good while. Jaden Francisco, the older cousin and brother, to these two. Has had quite a bit of success with racing out in the U.S. as well. So the Francisco family completely in-drived in racing, and they've been doing a lot of work trying to get themselves up to the front and getting the best equipment that they can.
Yeah, Max Koutsoukis is in this field as well in the 113, or Ricky Ramden. Another driver that we saw earlier on. There he is in the 178, so he'll start shotgun on this heat race. Again, heat race number 2, and this one's set for 6 laps for the Rock Mini group. Free air-cooled 2-stroke engine for these smaller karts, smaller drivers as well, 8 to 13 years old.
I think it's going to be quite interesting to see here as well. Uh-oh, was there an issue there with Josh Wheeler trying to get the kart refired? He may have gone a bit too slow there through the second last corner in the chicane. He's got it back running now.
Got to get the revs back up and start cleaning out that carburetor. Sometimes they load up a little bit, but once you get them back up and moving, they'll fire right back up as the starter holds the pace. That's the waving of the yellow flag indicating to the front row we need a slow, orderly start. Green flag is up and we're underway.
Boy, Francisco did not get off the line well at all. The outside line did not get a great start at all. There goes Pavan pulling long away with Max Koutsoukis. They already set a decent gap back to Melville dos Santos, who's right behind them, up and into 3rd place. But yeah, the outside line did not go well at all. We just mentioned about bogging it down. Wow, did they ever bog it down on that start there?
Yeah, just did not fire when the driver went to go ask for power, and no power available from that kart. And so it did take a little while to get going, but by that time the entire inside line was gone. And that is led by Asher Pavan in the 154. Max Koutsoukis in the 113 in 2nd, and they have a decent gap right now. And they're not even drafting, they're not even together, but they have a big enough gap onto 3rd place.
And this is kind of the advantage as well for Asher and Max, as they were 2 drivers that were out in Rotax Micro Minimax earlier, so they know what the track's going to be like in almost the exact same kart with just a bit of a different motor. It's very similar to what they just ran earlier. They had a bit more of experience than the rest of these drivers earlier on in the day, and so far that's sort of paving the way. Here comes Francisco. He's not wasting any time up the inside of turn 2 there, past Melville dos Santos. He's back up and into 3rd place.
And there you can see some more bumping and banging as the drivers try to regain their positions they might have lost off the initial start. That is Joshua Wheeler on the inside, playing a little defense as well, as you saw the head looking back towards the driver in behind. That is your race leader, Asher Pavan, in the 154. Max Koutsoukis is right there as well, although not close enough to make any sort of move. About 6/10 back the last time they crossed the stripe. This Rock Mini heat race set for 6 laps, so there'll be 4 to go next time across the stripe.
Here comes Christian Damanides. He was looking to the inside of Melville dos Santos there. Not enough, or at least to make a move now. Let's see if these drivers can work with each other and try to get up here. The draft does mean quite a bit in Rock Mini, but again, so little time. And with that mess up at the start of the race, with just bogging the engine down, do you even have a chance at the win now with all the fighting back you have to do with now only 4 laps to go, and the pace that Pavan and Koutsoukis are setting? That's a tough challenge for Liam Francisco right now.
Yeah, Francisco is about 1.4 seconds back of 2nd place Koutsoukis, so that's quite a ways when you've only got 4 laps to get that all done and you don't have any help from behind. But doing his best is Liam Francisco, as Pavan continues to gap the field by about a second, and that's been a maintained pace for a little while. But Pavan with the quickest time so far out of any of the drivers, so 1:02.9, which is a blistering pace compared to the rest of the field. As a matter of fact, it's about 4/10 quicker than 2nd place Max Koutsoukis.
And that train of 3 is starting to close in on Koutsoukis as well. Christian Damanides has taken the 4th spot away from Melville dos Santos. He made that pass stick in turn 6. And yeah, they are closing in on Koutsoukis fast. Francisco and Demonides running almost identical times, just a little bit off of Pavan, but they took a good 6/10 out of Koutsoukas that last lap around. There you can see last time they weren't even the same camera shot. Now Francisco's all but to the bumper of Koutsoukas with 3 laps to go. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets him somewhere here.
You might be right. This is still very much up in the air as far as these two drivers go, and you can see battling deeper in the field as well. I believe that's Dos Santos.
Got the position back on Demonides. Let's see where, here we go. Francisco's on the bumper and looking to the inside. I don't really think there's much Koutsoukas could do there. Francisco with just a massive run out of the sweeper and into the chicane. He's back up in his second place. Is that as far as they can get? Pavan's put a pretty good gap in here. 2.6 seconds with 2 to go. That's a long way.
You just try and draft, and maybe you can get a little help. If you're Max Koutsoukas, you can try and follow and maybe get dragged up there as well using the draft. So you have a little bit of help now. 2 of you can work together to try and close the gap. But yeah, it's a pretty sizable gap with 2 to go. 2.6 seconds that last time across the stripe.
Almost a bit of wiggle in there as well. You saw Francisco actually jerk the wheel a bit too much through turn 5. Koutsoukas closes that gap back in to him. Dos Santos still able to keep Demonides behind. Here's Wheeler with Aiden Cushion right behind him. Almost everybody's in pairs just throughout the rest of the field. The only drivers that aren't in pairs are Asher Pavan, our race leader, and Ricky Ramden just a little bit further back off of Aiden Cushion right now. Demonides looking back for 4th in this chicane, and he will take that spot away from Dos Santos as the last lap boards out for Asher Pavan. 1 lap to go.
Pavan has been turning laps about 0.2 of a second quicker than second place Francisco. And this lap appears to be, well, a little different. It's about 0.3 of a second quicker this time. So Pavan still quicker than the rest of the field as Francisco and Koutsoukas running second and third, almost identical lap times there.
Demonides and Dos Santos, even though they've been fighting it out a little bit, have actually run these 2 down just by pushing it that little bit harder. Let's see, massive look over the shoulder. Demonides is not going to leave that door open. Dos Santos going to try the outside in turn 6. Almost got it to work, couldn't quite get the bumper there. Tried the crossover as well on the exit of 7. And it's not over for second either. Koutsoukas is still right there, but he's going to have to do something brave as Pavan is about to put this one to bed.
Oh boy, it's such a lead at the front. The best battle so far is for 3rd spot between these 2 drivers. And it is going to come to the line as Pavan is going to take the win, followed by Francisco and Koutsoukas.
Takes 3rd. Dos Santos with that last corner dive on Christian Demonides takes away the 4th spot. I think that was, I tried to keep count, about the 5th time those 2 swap spots in the entire race, just going at it the entire time. Aiden Cushion wins out in the battle for 6th. He beats out Josh Wheeler to the line, and Ricky Ramden will round out the field in the 178, a little bit further back in the 8th position. But great stuff from Asher Pavan, and a great drive back through for Liam Francisco. Put his head down, and if he can just get a better start, I think he could possibly rival Asher Pavan, but we'll have to see a little bit later on once we get to the pre-final.
He has an opportunity in the pre-final and again tomorrow in the final as well. So, yeah, it's just a heat race, but it gives you a good sort of measuring stick as to how you're going to stack up against the rest of the field. That is pretty much the story. It was the story of the start and how the car on the outside pole didn't go as well as everybody else, and that sort of stacked the field and really set the tape for a march to the front for Francisco.
Engines are fired up as we're getting ready to roll in Briggs and Stratton Junior. As that is one of the classes that unfortunately did not get the green light to go ahead. Rock GP Senior, I don't believe had enough entrances this weekend, so that class is not taking place. So again, only 12 classes are taking place this weekend for the Canadian Karting Championships. So Briggs Junior now our first 4-stroke group of group number 2. getting ready to go for their second heat.
Yeah, so this one's going to be 6 laps as well. The junior class in the 4-stroke Briggs and Stratton. And the junior ages, if you've been following along, essentially youth up to about 12 years old, about 300 pounds. And again, these Briggs engines do run a carb lock. Well, there you can see the fields on their formation lap, getting some heat in the tires, and then filing up 2 by 2 as they'll come onto the front straightaway. So you don't have a tremendous amount of time to make sure that your tires are clean of any debris, and you don't want to veer off your line on that warm-up lap. It is so very important.
Yes, sir. And, well, they all decided to go double file here. Wow, they are bringing it really slow, and unfortunately that's what's going to put a lot of load on the clutch as well, getting out of here. And we've seen it time and time again. If you get it down so slow, my gosh, they are barely moving right now. If you slow down way too much and you put too much load on the clutch, it will absolutely fry the clutch. You'll see it go up in smoke. And we may have had a kart that stalled there as well, missing half of the inside line.
Yeah, they might have come a little bit too slow, so we'll see if this one, it looks like it might get waved off. Oh, here they come.
Getting it going now. I did see one clutch smoking a little bit at the back.
That's some puffs of smoke.
And green flag is in the air. We're still going through it with it. 3 wide already going into turn 1. This is going to be really tight through here. Let's see if we can make it out of turn 2 so far. As Pillaroli goes to the lead, or Pillarola goes to the lead with a great start. Caleb Pino trying to hold the outside line. He's going to have to duck into third right in front of Ethan Chan as Costa Varvidas runs right off in second. Pino's not wasting any time at all. Back to the inside, gets into second. He takes Ethan Chan with him, and the same thing with Marco Bazan.
This is what you see with 4-stroke karting. It's a tight field, and you have to take advantage of those opportunities as they present themselves, because they don't come around very often. You often get into a train, and you just have to rely on the mistakes of others in front of you, or risk yourself getting shuffled back in a train. But right now, that train is fairly short, as it's a top 3 breakaway at the front of the field.
So far, so good from Pillarolo up front, trying to lead this over Pino and Ethan Chan as they push themselves as hard as they can out of the corner. There you can see pretty much everyone else single filed, although a little bit of side-by-side, a little bit further back. I believe that's Brandon Bowden back about 13th position, trying to make something happen on the inside. And now they're scattering everywhere just outside of the front 3 trains there. I believe that was Bazan going to the inside, Cole Campen, Jackson Corpet, and Cody Shaw all right in it with each other there. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out of that battle in front, and I believe it's going to be Campen. They're 3 wide going into turn 5 behind him.
Caleb Pino is asking for help. You can see him touching his helmet, and that's a sign to the driver behind. Give me a little push. Let's go through. But Pigalarolo is still leading in the 211, ahead of Pino and Ethan Chan. And that's the size of lead they have there. It is significant now on the rest of the field, as the top 3 have stayed single file since the drop of the green. They've been very well orchestrated at the front. And again, once you do that, you use the draft, your smooth driving, and you get the benefit of being able to work it out amongst yourselves at the end with 4 laps to go now.
I'm impressed with Ethan Chan so far. Normally it's hard to be that 3rd kart in line with 2 karts right ahead of you pushing each other. But right now they're all staying right with one another and barely separated in the lap times, as Pillarolo and Pino goes for the lead. As I say, that Pillarolo had just set the fastest lap of the race. Chan and Pillarolo side by side, and he's going to let him have it. So Chan gets up and into 2nd place. That might cost Pillarolo, though, letting him in. He just kind of hit the inside of the curb there in turn 6, and that little bit of courtesy might drop him a little bit too far back of the lead too now. Let's see if they can start to pull away. But the good thing for Lorenzo is he can throw it into the corner a lot harder with that bit of a gap in there.
And here I was saying how nicely they were playing at the front, going single file, and all of a sudden they saw an opportunity to mix things up, and that's exactly what they did. They do have a big enough lead that it didn't really allow the rest of the pack to come through and close things up as a problem there. I didn't go. Big problem for a couple of
cars.
cars.
In the wall on that entrance to the last corner. I think that's Andrew Adams was one of the karts involved there.
Yeah, Andrew Adams out of the kart, and you can see in some discomfort. That is in the final corner before the front straightaway. We do stay under green.
Ethan Chan's taking the lead away as Pino signals to him forward. And now the red flags are waving. Red flag is out. And this will, drivers have to, yes, with Andrew Adams keeling over there, slowly bringing the drivers to a stop as quickly and as safely as they can and get the ambulance out there as quick as they can and sort out the issues on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the reason for the red flag is to allow the ambulance out there without carts zipping around. And so the drivers will pull to a stop. You can see them getting out, stretching their legs. We still have 3 scheduled laps to be completed here in this 6-lap heat race for the Briggs and Stratton Junior class.
See a few conversations going on between a few of the drivers there. That's Costa Varvitas in the yellow helmet. Kind of went the wrong direction. Was up and in second place at one point. He's down in 13th position, so just got the wrong end of the shuffling. Giuliano Gallet just ahead of him. Cameron Conrath in the 261, just outside of the top 10. Brendan Bowden, Keegan Irwin, Blake Forgeot, Cody Shaw, Marco Bazan with the fastest lap of the race so far. Jackson Corpet, first driver in the top 5. Then it's Cole Campen, Lorenzo Pillarolo, Ethan Chan, and Caleb Pino was our race leader last time around. Now, Chan had just taken the lead, but they will bring it back to the most recent scoring loop, which will actually put Pino back in the lead of the race if they do decide to go back racing here.
So under the red flag for an incident in the final corner. And you can see the drivers all stopped towards the back end of the track. And out of their karts.
And unfortunately, this is something you never want to see when it comes to karting, is the red flag coming out, but it is racing. And at times it is necessary, and this is definitely one of those times.
And the area where that happened, it's not a super high-speed area of the track, but as a result, there's not a huge runoff area either. So once you get off the track there, it's not too long before you make contact with what essentially is a softer barrier. That barrier has a lot of give to it.
Yeah.
Still, you don't want to hit it.
It is a little bit away from any other portion of the edge of the track, so it does give way a bit there. Although you could see Andrew Adams' side pod when we did take a look at it, it was quite bent up. So I'm wondering if there was some other contact that he had with the 216 of Levi Arkan, who was the other driver that was actually spun around in the middle of the chicane there. Luckily, nobody else was coming through, as there's one of our race directors giving, talking to the drivers, explaining what is going on and what may be to come here in the last little bit of this race. They still all have their helmets on, so hopefully this won't take very long, and I'm assuming we'll see what goes on if we do get back to green flag. We didn't quite make it to the halfway point. Then again, there was only 6 laps to begin with, so we'll see. We'll get word if we do get going back racing here, or they're just going to end it the last time they cross the start-finish line.
So still waiting on word from the final corner. And still to come, we do have more heat races for the Rock VLR Senior, Rock VLR Junior, and Briggs and Stratton Senior, which is one of the largest fields that we have on the weekend. The 4-stroke Briggs and Stratton Seniors will be racing 6 laps in their heat race, and then we'll come back with a 8-lap pre-final. But as somebody, you are somebody who's raced in that class, that is a tough battle.
Oh man, you have no idea. It is definitely one of the hardest classes to be in. You really don't get a lot of breaks. You have to be borderline flawless when you're racing in, and even in Briggs Junior as well. There's very little room for error in these races because it's so close and the times are so not far from each other at all. Everyone's right up with each other. You get to see these lines of about, let's say, 20 carts all lined up from the leader all the way back to outside the top 20. It can be quite taxing. Any wrong move, you try to make a move and it doesn't work, you get stuck on the outside. You go back a good maybe 7, 10 positions if they keep shuffling you out. It's a tough pill to swallow, but at the end of the day, there's nothing you can do if you can't make your cart, I guess, fit through the hole that was there, and if you can't get clear, it closes up real quick. And it all depends on if the drivers go with you or they don't go with you. As there's our ambulance, I believe that has Andrew Adams in it, making its way back into the pit lane now. Officials heading out now to the drivers, I believe with the schedules there, and they might actually have them come around to the sweeper to get them lined up.
Well, the red flag has been pulled in from the flag stand, so that would be an indication that we're getting set to get things back underway. But again, the drivers still out of their carts for the most part, some of them sitting back down there. So there's a few officials, corner workers and marshals up in that area and standing by to help start these engines because they don't have onboard starters.
No.
So you have to have somebody standing by and give the old pull.
Or the other difficult thing to do is reach back and try to pull it yourself, or try to just be on that, like you can see Vincent Goulet doing it right there on the outside of the cart, trying to hold the gas pedal with one foot and start the motor with one hand. It's not the most convenient thing to try and do, but anything that gets the job done and get you fired up, it'll get rolling as they do slowly start making their way around. I believe it'll be, if we are going back racing, since we are about halfway through, it's not going to be a full restart. It'll be a single file restart once we get to the line here. I think they're just going to line up everyone, make sure they're in the right spot. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen there. Caleb Pino pulls ahead as he was our most recent leader at the start-finish line. Now we know Ethan Chan did take the lead halfway through that lap, but they did not get back to the start-finish line before the red flag came out. About one turn later, that's when the red came out, so Chan's going to have to slot back in second place for now.
It's a fully completed lap is what the officials are looking for, and so if it's not fully completed, then you revert back to the last time the entire field crossed the stripe, and that counts as a lap of records. And so that'll put Pino in the top spot with Ethan Chan and Pigliarolo in the third spot. Campen, Corbett, Bazan, Cody Shaw, Frago, and Irwin along with Bowden. That is your top 10, or Bowden, I should say, your top 10 as it sits.
Still waiting to get word once we get back. I believe we are going to get back going again here because they are scheduling everyone else up in the correct order, just in single file line. And I believe we'll be getting the green flag the first time by as well. They'll just come up the back straight, keep it slow, come up through the chicane, and then get back on the power once we come closer and closer to the start-finish line. It'll be just like a regular start, just completely single file. But now, how much does this drive up the anxiety here with very little time and everybody bunched right back up? Because there is options now to make moves and make up spots. But do you want to really risk it this hard, this early? This is only Heat 2. You have a pre-final later, and you have the entire final tomorrow. It's not all won or lost in this second heat race.
No, for sure. And, you know, you can lose a lot if you do risk a lot. You know, you do have to play that game in your head. And also you have to ask the question of how the kart's going to react now after sitting for a little bit. The tire pressures are down once again. They had built up nicely. The tire temperatures had been building up. And now you've had that option or that opportunity to cool down. But you as a driver, you've been sitting there sweaty and just wondering when are we going to go back to green, and now that plays on you mentally as well.
Yeah, not much cool air getting into the suits or in the helmet. The only thing that's really helping them is just keeping their visors open right now and just trying to get any sort of air in themselves. Here we go. Now as they either motion to the marshals to try and start them up or try and start them up themselves. But it looks like we're firing engines and we're going to get going here in about the next minute, I would say. As they're just waiting for the rest of the field to get fired up, and then we're waiting for the marshal to give the command for them to go. Yep, here we go. As they come right by our camera there in the sweeper. So again, just quickly to look at our top 5, Caleb Pino, Ethan Chan, Lorenzo Pillarolo, Cole Campen, and Jackson Corpet are our top 5. Let's see what goes on as we come through the chicane and we come by the start-finish line. Not sure if this is going to take off a lap here. We're just going to keep 3 to go. But either way, we're very, very close to the finish. Green flags back in the air. Who gets the best restart? You can see Frageot peeks out, and that might have actually been the wrong move. Irwin immediately went to the inside of him, going up and into turn 2. Here comes Campen looking to the inside of Pillarolo. He couldn't carry enough momentum. Pino still leads the way as they all try to single file out going into turn 3.
You're right, it did knock off a lap, so 2 laps to go on that restart now. As once again, the top 2 very close, nose to tail. As a matter of fact, the top 5 have opened up a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, but still very, very close. Still the top 3 that have been mixing it up. When that red flag came out, that lead that they had built up that was so huge is now gone, evaporated.
Top 5 right in it now. This has brought Campen and Corpet right into the fray of this as well as they come flying through. I believe that's Cody Shaw and Cameron Conrad right behind Conrad, up a number of spots already, and there he goes by Shaw. They're going at it, going into the chicane. Conrad up in his 6th for the time being as the last lap hits. 1 more to go. Ethan Chan's got to run. He's going to look to the outside, which is going to turn into the inside on Caleb Pino, and there's nothing that Pino can do. Chan goes through. You see Pillarolo almost get that thing sideways there. No, Pino actually somehow held it around the outside and slotted back into 2nd place. But Chan's got a good lead now heading into turn 5 for the final time.
And most importantly, he had some help to make that move happen. He was on the outside into turn number 1, but you're right, the inside of turn number 2, he got a little bump at the right time, and that gave him the momentum that he needed as Ethan Chan, your leader. But for how much longer as they fan out 3 different lines through turn number 6?
Looking everywhere around through the bowl for the final time. It's really going to come down to the chicane. This is where we've seen outside moves in the past make it happen in the chicane. Does Caleb Pino risk it, or does he just want to try and maybe protect the 2nd place here? It's going to be Pillarolo that's going to try it around the outside, but no go there. You saw Chan drive it in as hard as he can to try and keep these guys behind him. It's all down to the run to the line. Pino's got to run, and he's going to run out of room. Ethan Chan wins heat number 2 for Briggs Junior by 0.06 of a second over Caleb Pino.
Not by much was that margin of victory at the end. If you said how much did you win by, it was about that much for Ethan Chan over Caleb Pino. Pillarolo in the 2:11 coming home in 3rd, Corbett and Campen. And then Conrad, you're right, a great drive after that red flag. Made up a number of positions in the 261. Cody Shaw, Costa Vervitas, and then Blake Frageot and Giuliano Galli in the 289. That is your top 10.
I think the big loser in that, unfortunately, was Marco Bazan. He went down multiple spots. I believe he was almost in the top 5 at the start of that red flag. As we see a bit of a replay of what happened there, spin at the top of the hill on the restart, or at the very start of the race, I should say. Bazan fell all the way down to 16th position, so unfortunately that restart did not work out in his favor. There's the replay of the pass right there. Great timing by Ethan Chan, had a bit of help from Pillarolo, and right there you see Pillarolo almost goes around off the bumper of, I believe that was Cole Campen, and it let Pino carry his momentum around the outside and get back into second place before they hit turn 3.
Boy, he had to grab a handful of wheel to keep that kart straight and managed to hang on to it. That could have gone really bad really quickly for Lorenzo Pilarolo. And the 211 hangs on, comes home in third spot as the next group is out on track, and this will be the Rock VLK Seniors. And we've watched the Rock GP Juniors out. There's no Rock GP Seniors, but the Rock VLK Seniors is just a little different engine package, isn't it?
Just a little bit as well. It's definitely a lot louder than the Rotax karts are, but I don't believe it is quite as quick as what the Rotaxes are able to turn. But still, quite a few in this class as we can see it. So it's great to see all the entries get driven up from time and time again. As once again, familiar faces as well in this class. Joshua Sunvalis going to start us off from pole position in the 385. Right with him is Ryan Maxwell, the winner of, I believe it was Heat 2 earlier for Rotax Senior. William Bottillier, Jensen Burnett, Major Makovskis, top 5 all REM cards, I believe.
And you believe correct, actually. They are all REM carts. So now they will line up side by side here out of the final corner, looking for the green flag, and they do get into position very quickly, which is so key to get that green flag. It's up, and we're back underway.
Maxwell versus Sunvalis to turn 1. Who wants it more? Sunvalis up and over the curbs, and it's going to be Maxwell that takes over the race lead with help from Burnett. Here comes Cole Hooten to the inside of Josh Sunvalis at turn 3, all the way up on the inside of the curb. That's Bottillier that kind of got pushed out wide. Just a little bit further back comes right back on, right in front of, I believe, his teammate, as top 3 already starting to break away. And to the inside, Major Makovskis not wasting any time on Sunvalis, and then Bottillier kind of got into the right rear of Sunvalis, and you can see Josh not really liking the way that start went at all. He's like, oh great, I'm already down in 6th place from the pole. I got my work cut out for me with so little time to go with.
Well, we've talked about the grip level on the track, and these karts are showing exactly that. You can lift up the rear tire on these tighter corners. You see the higher speed ones, not necessarily so, but under braking, you can see almost the chassis flex as the rear wheel comes up, and that's kind of what you want to do, but it indicates that that kart is pretty tight.
Good stuff from Burnett so far. He takes the lead from Ryan Maxwell, and they are not dropping Cole Hooten at all. Having a great run up in 3rd place right now. Let's see what he can do in an REM sandwich. Is the only Burrell, I think, in the top. I'm looking for Arnaud Sabourin. He's down in 10th position. Hooten's the only other Burrell right now running up in 3rd, and he's pointing forward to Maxwell, and that's not going to go at all, and that's just going to let Major Makovskis go through and up and into 3rd place.
He wanted Maxwell to go, and then he dove to the outside, and it cost him a spot as Hooten dropped back behind Major Makovskis. And the 9:53, so your leader continues to be Jensen Burnett with Ryan Maxwell.
There goes Bottillier through and up into 4th place now on Hooten. And Hooten's really feeling the loneliness right now. He's just having to deal with so many of the REM OTKs. Here comes Maxwell back for the lead in turn 1. That was close, and that stacked everybody up. Maxwell's up the inside. He backs out of it, and oh my goodness, dude, they fan out. One kart kind of got pushed to the side. Was that Burnett that just went down multiple spots, I think, right there? I think it was. I believe Maxwell's taking the lead back now for good. Bottillier looking to the inside, and they fan out heavily. I'm trying to figure out where Burnett. Oh, as Botillier's off at the exit of turn 5, and they scramble everywhere. Yeah, Burnett's all the way off. That's up at the top of turn 3. I'm not sure if something completely went wrong with the kart, or he just kind of got pushed out wide, and he just ended up going in the grass.
He is out, and he is frustrated. So whatever has gone wrong, either with the kart or with a situation on track, Jensen Burnett, you can see the frustration out of that driver as the race continues at the front.
Major Makovskis taking the lead now from about started 5th all the way up into 1st, able to get through all of the chaos. And now let's see if he can try and pull away from Maxwell. with all the position changing going on, the front
Yeah.
two have broken away from the rest of the field. Sumvalis now up ahead of Dylan Rennie, who started in 10th position. He's up to 4th. Aiden Ingrata right behind him up to 5th. Oliver Marak to 6th.
Major Makovskis in the race lead, the 9:53 ahead of Ryan Maxwell as they continue to point and wave. They want to work together to stretch a gap, and they're doing just that. As Sumvalis in the 9:85, and then Dylan Rennie, Aiden Ingrata, Olivier Marak, all in there too.
This is really starting to get a bit aggressive right now. I think Ingrata's got 2 spots on that last lap and up into 3rd place. I may have saw a bit of warning flag right there. So yes, Aiden Ingrata up into 3rd now, past teammate Dylan Rennie, who's having to deal with both Josh Sumvalis and Oliver Marak. Cole Hooten's dropped a little bit back as well, because I think it was him and Botillier that got together there, and that also dropped Hooten down a few spots in the order, and he's having to fight back right now.
Aiden Ingrata, the quickest kart on the track for a couple of laps in a row now. As a matter of fact, he turned the quickest time a couple of laps ago at 58.8 seconds. Everybody else in the 59s. The low 59s, we should say, but still. As Aiden Ingrata now up into the 3rd spot in the number 905.
And you can definitely see the lap times difference between the Rock carts and the Rotax carts. Earlier, the Rotaxes were running low 56s, I think, or somewhere around that range. They're barely breaking into the 58s with the VLR carts. So still quite a bit of speed, but not quite as fast as the Rotaxes right now. Makovskis looking really comfortable as this continues on, up by about half a second over Maxwell, and just slightly stretching the gap out more and more.
And Maxwell you see him ducking, and he's sort of implying that he wants the car to go faster, but he's just sort of sitting there in 2nd spot, and this is quite a dice a little bit deeper in the field.
You can see Rennie trying to defend that spot from Botillier as Sumvalis has gotten past him now. He's got Botillier right behind him, Marak, then comes Cole Hooten. As we just heard that, just because that didn't sound good. It sounded like a chain dropped on one of the carts. I heard a massive rev there. Not sure what went on completely. Coming to 2 laps to go. Yep, there it is. Is that Tomlinson, I believe, that's out?
Yeah, Jason Tomlinson, the 921. Listed in 16th position. But obviously that's going to drop a little bit more as the kart gets pulled out of harm's way, and we stay under green. There continues to be your race leader, the 953 Major Makovskis, followed by Ryan Maxwell. Aiden Ingrata is in 3rd.
He is charging
He
up
is
to these
coming.
2 as well. Very, very quickly as well. And again, that's another driver that we saw out earlier. Ended up winning the pre-final for Rotax Senior, I believe. Having to come from at least further down the order in VLR Senior. Remember, he started on the pole for Rotax Senior. This is a completely different ball game with him having to come from the back. But so far, he's done a very good job of getting himself up into the top 3. But that might be as far as he's going to get, as the last lap board is out for Mr. Makovskis. One more time around for him with not a lot of pressure from Maxwell behind him.
There is Aiden Ingrata, the driver on the charge. It was a difference of 1.4 seconds the last time they crossed the stripe from the race leader to 3rd place. There is your leader, Major Makovskis. Quick check over his shoulder as he tucks in behind his steering wheel to try and gain the aerodynamic advantage.
And up to 6 for the final time. Just making sure the posture is all good going up and into 6. And again, you can just see it as well with these Rotax carts. They do just lift that rear tire just a little bit. You want to limit that as much as possible, but not too much where you're not digging that right rear into the track enough to still get some grip. You want to free it up as much as you can, but sometimes too free, you can't really drive it, I guess, the best you want to. As off the last corner, Major Makovskis wins heat number 2 for Rock VLR Senior, followed up by Ryan Maxwell and Aiden Ingrata.
Ingrata had actually closed the gap to 2nd place and caught Ryan Maxwell, but unable to get past as he finishes under a second behind your race leader, Sumvalis. And Boutillier in 5th, then Dylan Rennie, Shimbashi, and Olivier Mirac in 8th spot. Cole Hooten and Arnaud Sabarin in your top 10. That is your top 10 finishers for your Rock VLK Senior.
Great show by Ingrata as well there. 58.582, by far the quickest lap of the race. He absolutely blistered the last lap, so he's got this thing working the way he wants to right now. Can he just get enough clear air when it comes to the pre-final later and maybe the final tomorrow to get up and battle where he wants to? Here's a replay of the start. Remember, they were dead even going up and into turn 1. Right there, you can see Sumbalis hits the curb, and that kind of eliminated all of his momentum. Here was the first pass for the lead with Jensen Burnett going by. Right there, Boutillier and Hooten kind of got together, and Boutillier goes off and into the grass. There goes multiple spots there. And you can see Rennie going at it, trying to go to the inside of Sumbalis there, as well as hold Boutillier back behind him. So great racing so far from VLR Senior. These guys have been absolutely going at it all day. And we get going from one VLR class to another. VLR Junior. This one's going to be interesting, as there is Jensen Burnett, and like we said earlier, I can't imagine he was too happy after going out of the race from the lead. That's never something you want, and there is your mulligan used. At least it's in heat number 2 and not in the pre-final.
Yeah, exactly. We saw him up at the front of the field and then dropped out. It doesn't appear as though the wheels are pointed in any different directions, so that's good news, but might have been a mechanical issue on board the 915 that knocked him out of that event. And he came to a rest up just off of turn number 4. And so Burnett finishes in 18th position, 6 laps down to your eventual race leader. Here's the Rock VLK Juniors lined up in the staging area, and they're ready to come out and do battle. So the Rock VLK Juniors are, again, junior ages. Up to about 13 years old for these drivers, so keep that in mind as you're watching here. We get to stream this for the first time ever, the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships from Mosport Karting Center, courtesy of Ron Fellows Karting and Pat Motorsport. Do have to take our hats off. Again, we spoke with Ron Fellows earlier today. Linda Fellows definitely has been the force behind this event in bringing it to Mosport Karting Center, and what an effort she's put in, and wow, has it ever paid off. Not only do we have fantastic weather, huge crowds, fantastic facility, and great racing on track too, which is a double bonus.
We've seen some amazing racing so far this weekend, so.
And there's more to come.
Yes.
This is great.
Plenty of them.
We've got a whole nother day ahead of us tomorrow, and that's that's the beauty of it. Cole Medeiros will lead off the Rock VLK Junior, or VLR Junior, excuse me. Cole Medeiros, Kara Dudgeon, then Robert Tronchi, Leo De Silva, Ahmed Mustafa, James Tufford, and Riker Magro. Caleb Pino is your top 8.
Oh my goodness, that is Cole Medeiros walking away from his cart on the formation lap.
Wait a second.
Oh my
really?
goodness, what has happened there? Just out of the pit lane, and Medeiros, I'm not sure what happened. I saw them going very slowly up the hill, and then it almost looked like Medeiros kind of pulled over to the right, and now with the marshal taking his cart away, and he's walking away down the hill. So he's not even going to be able to take the green flag from the pole position. What has happened to our pole sitter? Look, he doesn't even know either. He's doesn't know what to think.
Now, it's a heat, yes, but that means he'll essentially have to start at the back for the pre-final, or very near the back for the pre-final.
Yes.
The good news for him is that the number of entries in this class is lower than some of the other classes we've seen, so he still has a fighting chance if he can get that car repaired in time for the pre-final later on this afternoon.
Worst he would have to start off is in 8th, so. So we'll see now as they make their way through the final corner. So this time now it's actually going to be Kara Dudgeon and Robert Tronchi Jr. Bringing them down to the green flag. So let's see what we do now. And of course, Madero's going for the triple feed this weekend, running 3 classes.
I know.
And that can't really weigh on your mind that well as yellow flag's out. We do not get the start this first time around. Gonna have to drive it around one more time and try it again, unfortunately.
So we lose a lap. This lap will be counted as one of the laps of records. And so we were scheduled to run 10 laps as your race distance. So this will now be a 9-lap. It was an 8-lap heat race. This will now be a 7-lap heat race for the Rock VLR Juniors.
See which way this one goes as well now, especially with Madero's out, who is more or less heavily favored to win this race. Now using a mulligan there, let's see how this one comes to pass.
So I was talking to the official starter, by the way, and she hates calling off starts, by the way, but she said speed is the issue. It's the drivers who are picking up the RPMs a little bit too early off of the final corner, corner 12. And so as they're coming towards the stripe, if that speed is too much, that is when it gets waved off. So she's looking for an orderly yet slower start. And all of the drivers have been told this. We sat in on the drivers meeting a little bit earlier on this afternoon, and the drivers have been told about orderly, slower starts. And so everybody has an opportunity at a fair start.
So far, they're doing it right now, and it's not those lines that they want to accelerate at. It's that acceleration line about halfway up that grid there, as this time we get the green flag. We're rolling into turn 1, and everyone immediately just single files out. Kara Dudgeon takes the lead going up into turn 1. That was a big slide there from Leo De Silva. I believe he held on to it. Tronchi Jr. around the outside and into second place. Everyone else makes it through. At the top of turn 3, Dudgeon leads by a good 5 kart lengths now over Tronchi Jr. I believe that's Ahmed Mustafa that's maybe gone up as James Tufford sends it down the inside of Riker Magro. Teammate on teammate, and he is going to be able to hold that position. Magro's going to tuck back in line just ahead of Caleb Pino as Tufford almost drove off the track there in turn 6. That was
that's
real
the
close.
best battle on the track right now, and it is for 5th spot. As Tufford Magro go at it, the leader continues to be Kara Dudgeon, followed by Leo De Silva, Robert Tronchi Jr., and Ahmed Mustafa is your top 4.
By the line for the first time, underpowered. You can see it change up a little bit there and start to stretch out. 0.4 of a second is all that Dudgeon has against Tronchi Jr. as they roll back out of 4. Here comes Ahmed Mustafa with a good run down the hill. Is he close enough to attack here? No, he doesn't. Tronchi Jr. just outdoes him a little bit on the brakes, but he's also making up his own ground in doing so right now. And again, we thank goodness for the extra bit of runoff there at turn 6 that they gave us. That's kind of been a trouble spot as well, because it is the most narrow portion of the track, and going through there side by side multiple times has in the past resulted with a lot of issues. So at least now there's a bit of runoff there. If you do miss the curb, you can take a bit of runoff and save yourself not going through, flying through any dirt at all.
Well, it used to be a big dirt pit up there, and then they put asphalt, and now there is still a significant curb. So if you do hit it, you can hear the chassis grind over that curb at the top of the hill in turn number 6. But yeah, it at least keeps your tires clean-ish as you come back on the track, and it sort of saves any further messes. But yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers using that as a runoff area and saving their race after getting maybe pushed a little wide.
That is the worst feeling a driver can hear, is a chassis whine. And you saw Tronchi Jr. almost do exactly that, taking a bit too much curve, and it almost threw him off the track on the exit of 7 there. That was super close. They have closed right into Kara Dudgeon, and even then, the 3 behind them, De Silva, Tufford, and Magro, not far out of this either. So 6 of the top 7 are still right within striking distance with the leader as we hit 4 laps to go.
The difference at the line was 0.2 of a second, and it hasn't changed too much that time past. It was just a couple of hundredths tighter, but Kara Dudgeon continues to lead over Robert Tronchi Jr. and Ahmed Mustafa. Leo De Silva, the second driver there in the yellow and green helmet. And then rounding out that pack of top 5, James Tufford, who has the quickest lap of the race so far, a 58.8. So don't count out the driver in the 8:17 just yet.
He has been taking no prisoners at all from the start of this race, immediately throwing it up to the inside of his teammate Riker Magro. And he's got the pace to go right now. Here comes Leo De Silva to the inside of Ahmed Mustafa, and he gets the door shut in his face there. It's going to be James Tufford, just as I mentioned, going to the inside and taking away the 4th spot in the final corner. Can he get there before time runs out? It's not an impossibility. I know there's only 3 laps to go, but anything can happen with this front group, and he's less than a second away from the race leader.
Almost looked like Leo De Silva didn't even know there was a driver behind. I think he thought he had a lot more gap to the cart behind, and he didn't, because he made that move, got a little bit crooked, and then all of a sudden Tufford just saw the opportunity and took it to move into 4th spot as Kara Dudgeon continues to lead, but now by a very, very small margin over Robert Tronchi Jr.
Tronchi into the bumper of Dudgeon going up and into turn 6, but that's also been a strong spot for her, is coming out of there. She's been able to gap them through the pole and down the back straightaway through the sweeper. They're not close enough to make anything happen. Here comes Ahmed Mustafa looking to the inside on Tronchi. He's not going to give way at all.
That's exactly what Kara Dudgeon wanted to see, though.
Yep.
Those two battling back and forth, and it wasn't a clean pass that they could fall back in line. It was a battle through a set of corners, and Dudgeon goes from about a 1/10 of a second lead to 6/10 of a second, just like that.
All the difference in the world right there, just from a little bit of battling. You don't really know how much battling does to you and slowing you down unless you see it. Here comes James Tufford now for P3 on the inside of Mustafa. He makes it stick. Mustafa cuts it back to the outside. They're dead even going up the hill, but Tufford's got the position, and he's going to slot right into 3rd place.
Mover and shaker is James Tufford in the 8:17, now up to 3rd position. After starting deeper in the field, has just made a steady march up through this pack, and now finds himself in a good spot to challenge for potentially 2nd with 1 lap to go.
And Tronchi trying to close it back into Dudgeon. I believe he's brought the gap down by about a 1/10, but that's about it. He has set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap round, 58.698. So running real quick right now. Does he have enough time to get to the bumper? As again, the second half of the track has been Dudgeon's strong suit. A look over the shoulder, realizes she doesn't have to defend into turn 5 for the final time. Another look over the shoulder, or multiple, and then another one.
Yeah,
just making sure you don't get any closer. Stay away from me, please.
A little disbelief at the lead that she has built up, which was half a second at the stripe the last time by, and it's maybe a little bit closer now as Tronchi is closing the gap. I don't think he's close enough to make a move unless Dudgeon makes a mistake in these final couple corners. Off of turn number 12 for the final time. And Kara Dudgeon will hit the start-finish line as a winner in heat race number 2, followed by Robert Tronchi, James Tufford, Ahmed Mustafa, and Leo De Silva.
Top 6 only separated by less than 2 seconds there. They were all right in it as Leo De Silva goes quickest out of the field there. Every driver, with the exception of Kara Dudgeon, set their personal best lap on the last lap. So at least now you can see it. These drivers are setting their karts up for a bit of a longer run, which is definitely the way to go once we hit tomorrow. Maybe not so much necessarily later on. I know it takes a bit longer in these heat races with a bit of a slower class with VLR, but at the same time, you want to sort of test the waters with the karts and see how it works on a longer run. 10 laps for them later on, 22 laps tomorrow, more than double what they run today in one race. It'll be real interesting to see how that pace keeps up. But again, like we said, Dave, just very, very little differences between all the drivers. It's so close. You really can't make any mistakes as well. And even when you battle and make passes like that, that still costs you time as well.
That's what makes this place so fun, is that this track really lends itself to great racing like this. You have the elevation changes, you have blind apex corners, you have off-camber corners as well. We haven't talked about that up in turn number 3. That is a pretty tricky turn. You can barely see it from the main spectator area here on the front straightaway, but it's off-camber and difficult to hit right. You can go through there, but you can either gain a lot of time or you can lose a lot of time. There's no sort of middle of the road. You either can do it or you can't. And turn number 3 is definitely one of the hardest corners here.
It's almost a bit of a variety of different lines. You don't want to be too far off of the curb to get too far out off the rubber, but at the same time, you don't want to be so far to the left where you're on the curb and you're pinching your exit coming out of turn 3 as well. And it is very disorienting going up into that corner. If you want to send it in there hard, it's difficult to because of the elevation change going up and then immediately going down. The kart gets really light underneath you and it's easy to lose the back end. If you lock up the brakes a little bit, that can completely just redirect your kart one way or the other, and all of a sudden you're in trouble. And especially now as we look at a field of 44 Briggs Seniors going into turn 3 without any taps on the rear bumper is a lot to ask for.
44 entrants for the Briggs and Stratton Senior class, and 6 laps will be the distance for this one. But it just goes to show you how strong this karting field is. And realistically, when you look down through the number of names or the names and the heat race finishes from yesterday, it's anybody's shot to win this one. Really, the front half of the field is filled with contenders. Well, once again, this is a 4-stroke class. Senior drivers, minimum age of 15. Right up through adults, so 15 to 55, even older in some cases. But 340 pounds is the weight on these karts and drivers put together. And the rumble of 4-stroke engines leaves the staging area, heads out for the formation lap for the Briggs and Stratton Senior class. Gianluca Savaglio and Sebastian Day, Logan Plotter, Jaden Harry, Jonathan Treadwell, Jaden Hundle, Evan Colson, Christopher McKeithen, Owen McCarthy, and Lily Flintoff. That is your top 10.
This is definitely going to be a show of not necessarily endurance, but how well can you race in a field like this with so many contenders as well. Quick note on qualifying yesterday, the top 3, Savaglio, Day, and Plotter, all beat the previous track record, which means this track was absolutely flying. Now, granted, it was only in 1 lap. There was 3 flying laps in qualifying, and most of the drivers had their best lap on lap 1. So it goes to show you that the track was real grippy, and it was really the first lap or the second lap where you were going to get it in. All the other ones afterwards, it was going to be close, but not really as fast. As we come down for the green flag, very slow. Look at how many karts we have. and we pray for the clutches. Hopefully none of them get blown out as we come down to the start line. Savaglio and Day bring us down. Green flags in the air. We're underway in heat number 2 for Briggs Senior. Up and into turn 1 for the first time. Savaglio clears ahead. Oh, contact there, 4 abreast. And I think Logan Ploder's got issues. His kart shut off going up the hill. I'm not sure what's going on there.
He took a shot. That kart went absolutely sideways in like wheel-to-wheel contact, and then the kart just shut off, or at least he has had problems with his gas pedal. Now a red flag is being shown. So the arms go up to indicate they're all going to start slowing down. And I'm not sure why. Oh, this is why.
Turn 2, I believe that is. That's Liam Plate. Raul Canato involved in that as well. In the 326, I think there's another kart that's in there. I can't really see because the marshal. I think that's Gabriel Ferreira that's also involved in that. The 325. Yeah, 3 karts up at turn 2.
Oh yeah, that's a big mess. Look at the dent into the tire wall there. So that gives you an idea of how far the karts have rebounded after making contact with that tire wall. So that is the reason for the red flag as it sits right now. The officials just want to check to make sure everybody is A-okay.
We're hoping so. Plate moves his kart back. He might still be able to get going here as he's trying to push it out of the grass. That's a little hard of a push because that is going uphill. But if they can get it going, there's Maddox Heacock in the 312. I'm not quite sure where that is as well. That's where the cones are.
Yeah, he's rolling back down the hill towards where the field is gathered. So yeah, that's, you can see the cones are set up. That's a different track configuration that's sometimes used here during club events, but today it's obviously blocked off with cones, so it's just a quick way of getting that kart back down to where all the other karts are sitting staged. These drivers who are off in the grass, though, because it's been so dry, the grass just automatically sticks to and coats these tires. So if we do have a short run back to green, it's going to be, and it would be theoretically a quick run back to green once they get them all lined back up. But to get that grass burned off your tires, you got a lot of work to do.
Yes, unfortunately, that is a bit of a problem as we'll reset and put the field back into their positions on the start. Talk about a break for Logan Ploder, actually, because that was going downhill real quick for him. I'm not sure. Looked like the kart just shut off on him. You could see his leg going back and forth on the throttle trying to get it back running. And this will restack the whole field and get us going again, with maybe the exception of a few other karts that were involved in that crash up at the top of turn 2, as we see the red flag still being held out. And again, we mentioned how hard it is to try and get through the first couple of corners with 44 karts right with each other. And there's a prime example of it right there. When a bit of an issue happens right up at the front, everybody else has to try and check up and avoid it. And sometimes it doesn't end very well. There's the 375, Evan Colson, trying to get his kart refired.
Just looking at that back axle, is that still straight? Looks at, yeah, it's not bad. Yep. If they can get it refired, I would imagine he'd be able to rejoin the field.
He's got to push it. He's pushing it all the way through the bowl now.
So this would be the final heat race of the second round of heats for the group this afternoon. Then we get into the pre-finals with the Rock GP Juniors. But again, still 6 laps. Well, there'll be 5 laps to be completed once we get back to green here in the Briggs & Stratton Senior class.
You can see a few of the other drivers just trying to get themselves back into the correct order here as well. Because we never didn't complete a lap yet, so we're just going full restart. We would have to run, I believe, 2 green flag laps to warrant just a single file restart. But since it's under that point, we can still just go with a full restart now. and get back rolling here. We just got to get everybody sorted out and back to where they once were. There is Raul Canato's cart. He's in the cart with it. Unfortunately, that front fairing looks a little more crumpled than it was at the start of the race, if it was at all, and he is taking the ride back to the pit lane, I believe. Not able to get that cart refired, and I'm wondering if there's some other issues as well that went on with that as well. Maybe a broken tie rod, you never know, maybe a bent axle as well, because you could see it. They did go into the tires over there at turn 2, and they did push them pretty far back. So
Indeed they did, and you can see as they get the stricken carts cleaned up around this circuit, the officials are down there. You can see the clipboard in hand. They're trying to organize the starting lineup, the restart lineup, which is awesome because that saves a little bit of time. Once all the carts are clear from the track, then you can just fire the engines and get them back going. So the drivers are now, you can see, working in tandem, lifting up carts, moving them around, and getting things all in proper order, which is great. Don't forget, tomorrow it is final day here at the Canadian Karting Championship. And again, you'll be able to watch it live streamed online, or you can come and join us live here at the Mosport Karting Center. Starts at 9:30 with the Rotax Junior Max. 22 laps will be the distance for the Rotax Junior Max. And you think about it, well, we've just got finals. That's it. It's going to be a short day. It's going to be a regular day. But you've got 22 laps, 18 laps, 20 laps for some of these classes. So, yeah, it's more of a marathon for the drivers rather than the sprints that we've been seeing for the heat races and the pre-finals.
yeah, it's definitely going to be taxing on the drivers to see how long they can take, how consistent you're going to be throughout all of these races as well. It's almost like a completely different ball game with maybe completely different conditions as well. We have looked at the weather. It's going to be definitely, from what it looks like, cooler tomorrow by about, I'd say, 8 degrees, which is going to be quite different as well. Is the track going to stick as well as it did today? Is it going to be a bit looser? And does that help the cool air? Does that help the motors as well run a bit better because there's a lot less humidity?
Two-strokes love cool air, that's for sure. But there's also the threat of some overnight rain, which could wash some of this rubber off the track. It definitely changes the setups that these tuners and teams have worked on over the course of the week here at the Mosport Karting Center, and try and dial everything in, and then Mother Nature just throws a variable at you at the last minute, and that could throw all of your setup notes out the window.
Absolutely. And that's definitely where the warm-up sessions are actually going to help a lot of these drivers. If the rain does hit us and overnight, you know, how hard does it rain as well, depending on how hard it rains. If it's a light rain, I don't really think it's going to do too much to the rubber, but I have seen as well with heavy rain, it absolutely does wash a lot of that rubber away. So that'll just have to be built back up over the day, but it doesn't take too long with these very warm days and a lot of karts out there. So again, still trying to sort everybody out. Lots of karts to try and figure out where they're supposed to be. And then we'll go back racing here in a few minutes time, hopefully. Gives the drivers a chance to kind of just recorrect themselves, rethink, what can I do better on this start than I did on the last one?
I'm just trying to look through to see the drivers. Obviously, timing and scoring has been updated because nobody crossed the start-finish line before the red flag came out. So that's usually an indication of who was involved and might not be able to make the call for any sort of restart. But we don't have that information as the red flag is lifted. You can see the activity around the karts. And the drivers being asked to fire them up.
Visors are going back down as well, which means we'll be getting ready to roll here. I'm not sure if it's going to be the first time around. I would assume it would be. You have everybody completely lined up right with each other. One driver's not able to get the kart started.
And that's the thing with a four-stroke engine. Sometimes when it is hot like this, you've got a hot engine, the fuel inside the carburetor just essentially evaporates or it vapor locks, and then you can struggle to start an engine after it's shut down hot like that, and you don't have an opportunity to really look at it before firing it back up. There it goes, as they had to pump some more fuel back up into the carburetor, and it fires back up. But yeah, sometimes it can be some tense moments for the driver, for whoever's trying to pull that engine, trying to get it fired up.
So let's see if in fact we do go green this time by. Everybody's really slowing it down, so I believe, yes, we are going to do that. Take number 2 at the start here. They got it first time around last time before that red flag came out. Let's see if we get rolling again. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of smoke a little bit further back. Someone's clutch is not really liking this speed at all. Green flag back in the air. We're back underway. Gianluca Savaglio gets a great start and gets right up and into the race lead ahead of Sebastian Day. Up the hill we come. And Ploder slots right into 4th, right behind Jaden Harry and right in front of Jaden Hundell. So far, so good. Through the first couple of corners, that's Scott Ford that's out of the race in the 388. I believe that may have been his clutch.
That was his clutch. You saw him coming up to the start-finish line. It was blowing big blue smoke, and yeah, it's likely a clutch issue on the 388. But, and there you can even smell it from our position right now.
Yeah, you can really smell that burning out now. That was a great move by Christopher McKeithen there. Got 2 karts in 1, going down into turn 5 and gets himself up into now 4th place, I believe, up ahead of Jonathan Treadwell as well. He made a few passes through there too. Oh, we got issues at the top of the hill. That is a few karts involved. Is that?
They're piled on top of each other.
Gabriel Ferreira again. The 398 of Arnerd Sapolsky involved in that, and the 317.
Charlotte Bay Pearson.
Pierce, yes, she's gotten it back going now. Arnoux cannot get it refired, and she's got to pull it up. There's another. As Pierce looks at it, she's still going strong. We got 2 other karts out of the race there, unfortunately. There was another kart involved in that as well. I couldn't quite tell who it was. They got back going quick enough before we could even see really who it was.
As we were watching that, Sebastian Day clicked off the quickest lap of the race, sitting in 2nd, chasing Savaglio for the race lead, Jaden Harry and Christopher McKeithen. So McKeithen is leading that 2nd grouping. But still, Day is just glued to that back bumper of your race leader, Savaglio.
I'm not sure if McKeithen's leading it anymore. Him and Treadwell are going at it, going into the chicane there for 4th spot. And I think they may have even gotten together. Yeah, Treadwell's up ahead of him now as they are shuffling around like crazy. Oh, Logan Ploder with issues going into the chicane. And for the 2nd time today, he's out. He was out in warm-up, and he's out now heading down into the chicane. So more problems for the 328, unfortunately.
He had that initial start before the red flag where he took a significant lick on the side and it bounced the kart completely sideways, and it appeared to shut off. So maybe it was something that was knocked loose and didn't quite get rectified. But either way, Logan Plotter is out of this one after qualifying up near the front of the field, or starting near the front of the field in the 2nd heat race, I should say.
The top 3 have got it made right now. It's all really chaos behind them. As
2nd place. Look at Sebastian Day. Look at how tight he's been to Savaglio. And Savaglio isn't being... He's not plussed about it, you know what I mean? He's got a kart behind him. He's getting some pushes, and it's just still calm, cool, and collected right at the front.
Absolutely. These 2 have got it made, with Jaden Harry just trying to stay in the draft in 3rd. McKeithen, McCarthy, Collison up and into 6th. Morrow, Wakefield, Barnes, and Chloe Drummond up to 10th. Jonathan Treadwell's dropped a bunch of spots down into 11th place. Just ahead of Jaden Hundell, same thing. They went down the order a little bit as well. And that's the thing, you're really never going to see a lot of drivers stick in the same position. It's really all over the place. There you can see that massive line from about, I would say, 4th on back to pretty much the rest of the field is lined up all the way. There's McKeithen with McCarthy and Collison. So they've actually broken away in another kind of 3-car train of their own. Morrow's a bit on his own with Wakefield a little bit further behind him. And then Barnes with Drummond rounding out your top 10 there. And then it is just a lot of karts right with each other behind them. But these two have had it made since the drop of the green flag. Savaglio with a great start. Day able to tuck in behind him. And they're trying to run away with it. Jaden Harry doing everything he can to stick in the draft.
2 to go this time by for Savaglio, your leader. Sebastian Day holding down second, but just pushing your race leader. He was a 10th back at the stripe than the last time they crossed. Harry, McKeithen, McCarthy, Coulson, Morrow, Wakefield. Treadwell back up to 9th spot, so able to go from 11th up to 9th in the 366, but has some work to do. 5 seconds back from your race leader is the driver in the 366, and Chloe Drummond in the 386, holding down the final top 10 spot.
I'm not really sure if we're going to see Day really try anything egregious, I guess you could say, at the end of this heat. I think he'd just rather stick right with Savaglio, take second place. I mean, if you have a chance to win the race, by all means, you can do it in a safe spot, but I wouldn't try anything too crazy. Try and get by him. You don't really have a lot of threat behind him with Jaden Harry somewhat losing the front two. McKeithen and McCarthy are a little bit too far back to really make anything happen, as well as we hit the last lap. So it looks like it's going to be on between these two for the win. Everybody else on pack is kind of fair game, but we'll see what happens. Up and into turn 3 for the final time. Savaglio with the lead. Day's going to have a run on him by the time we hit turn 5, and it's all downhill from here.
This will be a good passing opportunity. I don't think Day's going to do it. He gave an indication to the race leader, I'm going to follow you. I'm quite happy here. So Savaglio checks, and Sebastian Day gave him that hand sign that says, I'm just going to follow you. We're going to go single file right to the end, and it looks like that might be the case, at least through the final half lap here. We'll see what happens in the final corner. That's always another story.
As a race leader, that is the best sign you want to see right behind you. Let's see what happens here, though. Nope, Day's not going to try it. He's just going to stick right with him and take it where it is. This is going to be great for them. But that is back-to-back heats for Gianluca Savaglio in the 399, unless Day can beat him to the start-finish line. Almost at the line. That was so close. 300ths of a second. Savaglio ends up winning out just over Sebastian Day. Jaden Harry finishes in 3rd. Christopher McKeithen, Owen McCarthy, the top 5. Evan Coulson, remember, we thought he was going to have issues with starting up his motor. He comes to a 6th place finish. Mitchell Morrow, Chloe Drummond gets to 8th. Jonathan Treadwell 9th, and Christopher Wakefield rounds out the top 10. Then it's Sloan Sterling, Jayden Hundell, Lily Flintoff, David Barnes, and Stephen Navitro, the top 15.
So that's the way they played it in the heat race. You guarantee that is not going to be the way they'll play it in the pre-final later on this afternoon. As the top 2 glued together throughout that entire heat race, Savaglio and Sebastian Day coming home. As you mentioned, 3/100ths of a second separating them at the start-finish line. Jaden Henry, Christopher McKeithen turned the fastest lap of that race, coming home in 5th, or 4th spot, I should say. Owen McCarthy rounding up the top 5, but such a big field, and so many things can happen, especially in the early going. When that single file train is so long, that's when you see so many positions changing hands so quickly.
Absolutely. There you can see Porter was off the pace going into the chicane there. That was Treadwell and McKeithen going at it. And once again, oh my goodness, look at how many karts were going into the chicane side by side at one time. There's not really much you can do if you're a driver on the outside and that inside line goes completely against you. You're just having to cut your losses and hope that you can slot into a good position there. That's how close it was at the line. Day just a bumper behind Savaglio.
Didn't look like he had a run coming out of the final corner, but he definitely did. As Day pulled to the inside. There's a couple of karts who failed to finish, will require lift back to the paddock area, and that's the 398.
Arnouk Sabolski, and 325, Gabriel Ferreira. Unfortunately, that's twice for Gabriel Ferreira. He was involved in the first crash in turn 2, and then involved in another one, unfortunately, there in turn number 6.
Saw the front fairing all mashed in on the Ferreira machine, the 325, so it's just body work. A lot of it is plastic or composite body, so you can just sort of bend it back in a lot of cases, but it's the braces that you have to worry about. If they're broken, go find a new one. Source a new one, and then get that all fixed up. But as long as the wheels are all pointed in the right direction, that's the important part.
As that wraps up the heat races, now we get into the pre-finals, and once again, add 2 laps to every single race now. So 10 laps for VLR Junior, I believe is what we have on deck here.
Rock GP Junior is the first one.
Or excuse me, Rock GP Junior.
Yeah. And so you're right, that will be a 10-lap pre-final for the Rock GP Junior. The brief break will be used to tidy up the cars that are left out on the circuits. Here is part of the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster. We're pleased to bring you all of the action both today and tomorrow, courtesy of Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. All 12 classes here at the Mosport Karting Center. And tomorrow's the exciting day when we get to crown champions. This is all just the mountain that they have to climb to get there. But tomorrow is when they get to celebrate in Victory Lane, and it's always a fun one to watch.
Yes, it is. And that's, you know, a lot of this can come down right to it. You can spend your whole week right up in the front, maybe in the lead. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, it can all go away from you. And that's the unfortunate reality of racing. It's like it looks good throughout 99% of your time up at the front, and then it can all go away in the blink of an eye. Or it doesn't look good on one day, and then you just have it put together a pretty good stretch, and you can get yourself up in there, and all of a sudden it's a turnaround from I wasn't having the best time at all to this is the greatest weekend of my life. So,
well, you've had the opportunity to be in a kart at this event, participating, and you've sort of seen both sides of the coin, haven't you?
yes, I have, more or less on the bad side of the coin, I guess you could say, at least when it comes to the Canadian Championships. It's been a bit of a rough go, and again, it is the grippiest track you will race on all year. With so many karts going on the track every single day from about, I'd say, Tuesday at the start of the week to once we get to Sunday, it is going to be, at least if the weather holds up, it is incredible how much grip gets put on the track and how many different changes you have to make to the kart, maybe from a regular setup that you were sort of used to running.
Yeah, it all gets thrown out the window, so you have a different playbook for the Canadian Karting Championship, and you bring it out for this weekend because, as you mentioned, it's just so many different variables get thrown your way, including the amount of karts on track is something you don't normally see if you run club or regional level. This is an animal of its own, and what an event to be a part of here as a competitor, as a spectator too, if you're just watching from the outside, taking it all in, man. It's exciting to watch.
And there's a lot of new chassis that come into the fray as well, just for this race, or maybe just starting at this race and for the rest of the season. If you put a lot of time up on your chassis, maybe this is the time, at least for most drivers, this is the time to bring it out. You want the best handling kart you could possibly have. This would be the race to do so and keep that for the rest of the year, because even though we still got a good 3 months left of the season, there's not the craziest amount of racing going on left in the year, so you could use whatever you have of that new chassis. But again,
this is the top of the mountain. This is the one you want to win, right?
Yes, exactly. You almost use the new chassis, all the goodness of it, at just one race, and just use whatever's left for the rest of the season. So
It actually sounds so good when you're like second year old, something like that.
So the engines are fired as we're going to get ready to go in our pre-finals here. First up on the grid, Rock GP Junior, set to go for 10 laps now. 2 more laps than the heat races, as pinch me if you heard these names before. Cole Medeiros and Leonardo Seravalli on the front row, having a great 2025 Canadian Karting Championship with both classes that they're running, or in Cole's case, all 3 classes.
Yeah. Except for that last heat race for the VLR Junior for Cole Medeiros, where he had some engine issues or some problems with the kart before he was able to take green on the formation lock. But yeah, he's had a great run. And again, just to go over essentially the specs of these karts, the class is called the Rock GP Junior. Its open age is about 12 to 15 years old, 310 pounds. Does have a different engine than the Mini Rock, so you're up to a bigger engine. Uses 110 octane fuel. That's always fun. But essentially a 2-stroke kart and chassis. That's not a Rotax. It gives you a different option. So has a lot of power. 125 cc for the Rock GP Juniors. You can see they work to get some heat in their tires and clean off any debris that they might have accumulated in the paddock area. Again, 10 laps, the race distance for the 13 cars entered in this one. And they form up a lot earlier than the senior classes. Find the senior classes always do it right at the end, just entering onto the front straightaway.
Right at the end, just to try and make sure they don't really get any more marbles on the tires that they need to, and maybe a bit of it as well as just mind games with the other drivers. It's like, nah, I'm just going to make you wait until we get to the very last second, and then we'll line it up. So we'll see what happens here. I will note, just before we go to green here as well, a bit more cloud cover coming over the speedway. It has cooled off. Wind is picked up a bit, and it is getting later on in the day as well. The sun far from setting, but it's behind some clouds. Here we go.
Green flag is up for the Rock GP Junior pre-final, and they're already getting elbows out on each other in turn 1 and 2.
Medeiros takes the lead away from Seravalli, and already it's an REM 1-2-3. Roman Doria jumps up and into 3rd place, right behind Seravalli, and it's almost chaos behind. Declan D'Honorine now jumps into 4th, as I believe Ethan Tyers now slots in right behind him in 5th, and they're all going at it going into turn 5. Nope, Christian Papp up and into 5th place with a great start there as well. Tyers kind of going the other direction. I believe he's dropped behind brother Quinn in 6th and 7th now. But once again, a great start from Medeiros and Seravalli, just like they've been doing all day, trying to coordinate this as best as possible.
Starts in these Rock GP Junior races can really make or break you. We've seen that a couple of times. And for Cole Medeiros, he'll lead lap number 1 over Seravalli, and Doria again half a second, 0.5 of a second between the top 3. Declan D'Honorine, Christian Papp, Quinn Tyers, and you're right, Ethan Tyers has dropped all the way back to 7th spot.
Right behind him, Noah Landry in the 225, Nico Warner, Christopher Giacinto rounding out the top 10. Great run down the hill there for Leonardo Seravalli. I thought for a minute he was going to be under attack by Roman Doria, who seemed like he fired off a bit better than these two. But as of right now, they might look a bit better than Medeiros, but as we've been kind of seeing all day, the longer the race goes on, it favors Medeiros better. He's just been able to run the longer race better than his two teammates and better than the rest of the field for that matter. Let's see what happens throughout the rest of this race right now. He isn't out of the woods yet, though.
On lap number 1, he was 0.3 of a second quicker than the rest of the field. And we'll see what he does now with lap number 2. Last time, 57.586, but that's still not as quick as Roman Doria, who turned his quickest lap and the quickest lap of anyone in the race and took over second spot.
I was going to say, he looks very good in the early going of this race right now. A little bit better than Sarah Valley. The first half of the track has been his strong suit so far in this. It looks like the back half of the track for Medeiros has really been how he's able to get away. He's able to get around through the back straightaway and sweeper so much better than everybody else. If we take a little bit of a look further back here, Dianarine trying to break away from Christian Papp, catch up to the 3 REMs up front. He's got both the Tires brothers behind him. And then Landry and Warner not too far behind him. And Warner's another one that I've seen as well. Comes through the field pretty good. The more the race goes on, the more it works in his favor. And he's charging after Landry so far. Looking at the lap times again this time. Medeiros quickest, but not by much. Only 0.02 of a second. Doria is able to run right exactly with him. Almost the exact same pace. Let's see. He's got him one-on-one now for the next 7 laps. Let's see what he can do with him.
Yeah, Doria is keeping him honest, but a half second back, and it's going to be difficult when you're talking about hundredths of a second between those two drivers. It's going to be difficult to close that gap as Christian Papp now has started to close on Declan Dianarine. That is the battle for 4th and 5th with Quinn Tires right there in 6th spot.
Lurking a little bit further back. Yeah, he's dropped both the Tires brothers a little bit behind him. This is where you might see him close in a little bit more and more here. He gets a real good run through the first part of that chicane. Kind of hopped it over the second curb there. Not really losing anything and a decent exit off. But again, Dianarine gets a bit of a better run down the front straightaway and just slightly pulls up away from him to where he's just out of the reach from attack unless Papp really sends it up the inside. Right now he's not close enough.
Yeah, it would be a messy pass if he tried to send it in hard at this point. He's that far back, but Cole Medeiros is that far forward. He's 0.8 of a second ahead on Roman Doria after uncorking a fantastic lap, his quickest of the day at a 56.849, quickest of the race, I should say. Doria at a 57.119. So that gives you an idea of the pace lost by Roman Doria in 2nd spot.
I'm starting to wonder if they are going to start to fall into the clutches. Wow, as Sarah Valley really bounced the cart up and over the curbs right there. I don't think it really hurt him too much. He's still right in the tire tracks with Doria as we take a look at the lap times. And again, Medeiros 4/10 quicker than Roman Doria on that last lap around. Although Christian Papp and Declan Dianarine almost matched his lap times that last lap around, also running 56.8. They're just a bit too far back to make anything happen right now. And that's the biggest deal that I've also said all weekend. Yeah, you can really turn some real good lap times, but track position matters, especially at the start of these races when you try to get yourself all filed out and into position and run your own race. If you don't get a good start, or if you're already deep in the pack, it's really hard to not get boxed in and have to fight through the rest of the field to try and get yourself into a bit of clean air.
Or if you're in the case, you do have the clean air, but now you've just got an insurmountable time to make up. Yeah, you're quicker each and every lap, but you're climbing a mountain to try and get there, and that's been the problem for several of these drivers as Declan Dianarine continues to hold down 4th spot ahead of Christian Papp. And it looks that they closed about 1/10 of a second on Sarah Valley.
A little bit of a friendly fire going on there. Both the Tires brothers went side by side going up and into turn 2. I think Quinn still kept Ethan behind him for the time being. That may have changed heading down into 5 right now, but I think Ethan's got a bit more underneath him at this stage of the race. Once again, Medeiros, every lap they're getting quicker and quicker, but he just stepped it up that little bit more, 56.4, and pulls out another 0.2 on Roman Doria. who in himself is also pulled away from Sarah Valley. And don't look now, Sarah Valley's starting to fall into the clutches more and more of Declan D'Honorine and Christian Papp. Now he's really the one that's not out of the woods yet. 3 laps to go.
Sarah Valley may be coming under pressure here very, very shortly at the pace that Declan D'Honorine is showing and Christian Papp is showing as well. It's not just going to be a one-on-one fight. It's going to be a 3-car battle there very shortly because those 2 drivers chasing Sarah Valley are closing significantly. So they're still coming. But will they run out of time? 3 laps to go now. Medeiros, a comfortable 1.8 second lead at the front of the field. Roman Doria holding down second. He has an equally comfortable gap back to 3rd place.
I'm starting to wonder here, is D'Honorine a bit more preoccupied now with Christian Papp right behind him than he is Sarah Valley out in front of him? No defense moves there. Papp just not quite close enough to make anything happen. We'll see what the lap times are when we hit the line this time, as it is starting to slightly spread out. You can see, though, D'Honorine's best corner is right there. He is so fast. They got that thing tuned up just right coming out of that last corner, and he's able to make up so much time there out of the final corner.
0.2 of a second back from Sarah Valley to Declan D'Honorine that last time across the stripe. Might even be closer because, as you mentioned, he got a great run through 1 and 2. But again, 2 laps to go, now about a lap and a half.
He's got to run this time. Look into the back of Sarah Valley. And he goes way out wide. He is not going to like that at all. There goes 3 spots for Leonardo. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a very friendly conversation afterwards. Unfortunately, D'Honorine getting right into the back of Sarah Valley there. And Leonardo gets the short end of that stick. And I think he dropped about 4 spots, I would say at least. Oh, my goodness. As through the dirt there goes Papp and D'Honorine. I think they just got together, and now it's a swarm back here. Both the Tires brothers in there, and here comes Nico Warner as well. Papp to the inside of Ethan Tires, and this is all letting Medeiros and Doria just completely run away with it now on this final lap.
Yeah, this is a mess from 3rd on back as Medeiros and Doria have comfortable leads out in front of this field. Medeiros won't even be aware of what's happening behind, but it's turning into a chaotic finish here in the first pre-final for the Rock GP Junior group.
My goodness. Twin Tires taking advantage of the chaos there, got himself up into 4th place, and Ethan Tires has come almost right behind him. He was fighting it out with Christian Papp. Meanwhile, through the final corners, perfect once again for Cole Medeiros. He wins the pre-final. Roman Doria finishes right behind him in 2nd. Declan D'Honorine comes through to 3rd. 4th to Quinn Tires. Leonardo Sarah Valley does what he can to fight back into the top 5 in the 287. Beats out Christian Papp and Nico Warner. Ethan Tires gets the short end of that stick on the last lap. He has to settle for 8th. Marco Fazzari and Noah Landry round out the top 10, followed up by both LaRusso brothers and Christopher Giacinto in the 242.
Well, that got exciting towards the end,
yes,
did it ever? As Cole Medeiros had a pretty easy go of it at the front of the field, with Roman Doria coming home in 2nd. And really, both of those drivers with a comfortable gap on the rest of the pack. But again, you sort of look around and a couple of mistakes, and that's all it takes for the field to close that gap on you. And once they do, it doesn't take long before you lose 3, 4, 5 spots. Just ask Sarah Valley.
Unfortunately there as well, yeah. And if you have those issues as well, it's going to be really difficult to try and catch back up to the drivers that you just lost a lot of time to, as Doria and Medeiros were borderline perfect this entire race. There was the pass per second from Doria there on Sarah Valley. He never looked back after that move. They kept the top 3 like this for a while before D'Honorine was able to catch up to Sarah Valley, and here it was right here. You can see Leonardo defend, and D'Honorine right into the back of him. Sends him out wide. There goes 1, 2, 3 spots. And here's the final corner. Oh, Christian Papp just drove it in way too deep. D'Honorine did the best he could to avoid him. Tires also through the grass, trying to miss that as well. So for the opening 95% of the race was very, very calm, and then it got real chaotic near the end of it as we now get ready to roll in Mini Rock.
So the Rock Mini is now out on track. Drivers aged 8 to 13 for this group. And you can see the smaller karts, but big on excitement as the drivers weave back and forth to get some heat in their tires and bring the engines up to proper operating temperature. And not a huge field for the Mini Rock, but these are the future drivers that will contest in the other Rock classes. Asher Pavan in the 154 will lead them off. Liam Francisco. Christian Dimoninas and Melville DeSantos. That is your top 4. Aiden Kishin and Max Kutsukas is your top 6 starters. Joshua Wheeler in the 137 and Ricky Ramden rounds out the field of starters here in the Rock Mini group. And the pre-final, which will be 8 laps contested here in this group as they line up nice and orderly here on the straightaway. And looking for the green flag this time.
Let's see if both lines get as even as a start. Whoa, easy. Nope, yellow flag out.
And I think that one was less about speed, more about we weren't really having a good order there. And once again, it was Liam Francisco who had that sort of off the pace start during the heat race earlier on this afternoon. And that car didn't want to pick up in revs either again in this case.
No, unfortunately, it's just not really going for him on the start of the race. You might just have to maybe just put a bit more of the pedal down and maybe just push the brake harder, I guess, just to make sure you're even with Asher. You want to make sure he beats you to the line before getting to turn 1. You do not want a jump start penalty if you're off pole here.
All right, so we'll bring him back around. And again, that lap will count to the official total. So it'll be a 7-lap dash here in the pre-final for the Rock Mini group. And it is a full restart. So you get Liam Francisco up in the 114. We'll pull up alongside Asher Pavan. Or Pavan, excuse me.
And as well with both lines, you need to make sure you stay in your lane to not have a lane violation penalty on the start of this race. Here we go. Green flags in the air. Again, the outside line didn't really get the greatest start. Whoa, that was close. Josh Wheeler up and over the curbing there, and that entire inside line goes through and right past. Pavan into the lead. Demonitas right behind him in second. Aiden Cushion up and in third. Wheeler past Francisco and into 4th place with now only 7 laps on the board to go. Very little time to try and make up time again.
Well, we got big problems here in turn number 5. A couple of karts involved. Just a local caution so far.
Francisco and DeSantos involved, and DeSantos not able to get it refired.
Doesn't look like it, and we stay under green at this point, so the corner marshals will be looking to pull that cart out of harm's way. They have a little bit of time to do it as Asher Pavan continues to lead. And now opening up a gap at the front of the field. A couple of drivers out of contention already.
There's DeSantos now getting back going.
Okay.
Trying to get the grass off the tires as much as you can. But
Pretty far back, though.
Yeah, he's on about the tail end of the lead lap now. He's only about 2 corners ahead of race leader Asher Pavan. So I believe that just might be where he's going to finish. I don't see him making up any more ground as the fight's on for second. Aiden Kishin with a great move to the inside and clear of Christian Demonides. Now let's see who can continue that momentum and try to catch up to Asher Pavan. It's already a 1 second gap in between both of them, and unfortunately,
Demonides just slipped out just a little bit, and it cost the run on exit. And by the time you're trying to make your way up to turn number 6, it's lost and not for long as Demonides comes back into the chicane at the top of the hill here onto the pit straightaway. So lost second spot, gained it back at a different spot. So it goes to show you how these drivers are stronger in some areas of the track more so than others.
Swapping spots everywhere now. Demonides is trying his hardest to now pull away from Aiden Cushion as it's on for second place. Again, there's another look at your race leader, Asher Pavan. He's put 1.7 seconds on the rest of the field now. Josh Wheeler riding right behind both drivers in fourth position. Koutsoukas rounds out the top 5. Then comes Ricky Ramden, and like we said, Liam Francisco and Melville dos Santos with the issues on the very start of the race. And their race has been compromised from the beginning. I think dos Santos just ended up pulling off and out of the race. I don't think he was really going to make up any more ground regardless. So that was actually more or less a smart decision to do there. Maybe save your tires a bit for tomorrow. I know you're only going to run about maybe 6 or 7 more laps on them, but still, just kind of save your equipment as most as you can. He wasn't going to gain anything anyway, so.
It's not a bad idea as Asher Pavan continues to absolutely lay a thrashing on this field. A 103.3 is his quickest time. The last lap was a 103.4, so it shows you how consistent and how quick your race leader is going in the 154. Demonides in the 134, so he's at a 103.6 as his quickest time, sitting there in second spot, but he's had his hands full with Aiden Kishin there for a battle for second and third. There's your race leader, Asher Pavan. There is the battle for second spot.
Demonides putting his head down, trying to charge any more than he possibly can and keep Kishin behind him. They pulled away from Wheeler. It's about a second now back to him. He's got 7 tenths to Koutsoukas, who's slowly catching back up to him now for fourth position. And they got a bit of another gap to Ricky Ramden. It's about, I'd say, another 2 seconds back there, so he's kind of in no man's land. Doesn't really have much of a toe behind him. It's just on now for second place with Pavan trying to run this one out. 3 laps to go. Kishin's got to run, and he chooses now just to push Christian Demonides up the front straightaway once again. And again, though, Pavan 0.3 of a second quicker. He's got everyone covered right now.
Yeah, he sure does. He's just been so calm and consistent at the front of the field. You can see the hands not moving all that much on the steering wheel, indicating the kart is handling absolutely perfectly. It's a great battle, though. And you have to remember that these kids are just kids. I mean, they're 8 to 13 years old in these little karts. And, I mean, they're doing some pretty amazing things with these karts and setting up passes, passing other people back. It's just a lot of thinking going on in these little heads. And a lot of these drivers have done many, many laps in practice. So now it's a chance to play it out in real life. But the thing is, you can turn a lot of laps in practice when you're all by yourself. When you're in the thick of battle and you're racing around somebody, it makes it that much more difficult.
It's a completely different ball game compared to when you are on your own. Right now, these two are actually doing a real good job working together and not letting Koutsoukas and Wheeler catch up to them. Meanwhile, Max has actually taken that fourth spot away from Josh Wheeler. Put him up onto the second row if things were to finish the way they are now. But Pavan now almost up to 3 seconds on the race lead to finish this one off. As again, these two run just exactly where they are now. Kishin thinking about it, nope, just sticking right to the rear bumper of Demonides. He gets such a good run out of turn 5 every single lap, and it just keeps pushing him on and on and on, and that's exactly what you need to do.
We'll see what he does coming up the hill back towards the chicane. The run hasn't been as great there, but potentially catches a sniff of the draft, takes a look to the inside, nothing doing on that one as Kishin will fall back in behind Demonides again for the last lap board as they drag race side by side down here on the front straightaway. Again, sliding in nose to tail, Kishin behind Demonitas. And in through turn number 3. That's where it's so very easy to make a mistake. Asher Pavan has made none all race long. Just a dominating performance in the 154 in the Rock Mini pre-final.
This is where the run's going to happen right here for Aiden Kishin. Demonitas isn't going to leave the door open for him. He's going to have to make him go around the long way there, and he's not going to be able to do it as of yet. He's got about a third of the track left to try and figure out how he's going to get around Christian Demonitas here. But up front, as we work our way through the sweeper, let's see which way Kishin goes. Looking outside, can he make this work? He tried it, he thought about it.
Yeah, you're going to try and work together any sort of run you can get.
He might get him here, though.
Yes, it's a great drag race to the start-finish line, and he will get him, too. So a change of position right at the line. Aiden Kishin taking over second spot over Christian Demonitas by a hair. It ended up being about a tenth of a second at the stripe, but that was set up about 3 corners prior to that pass taking place.
He absolutely played that one perfectly, just taking a much wider entrance to the chicane and then an even wider entrance to the hairpin corner there, getting into second. But it all happens behind our race winner, Asher Pavan. He takes the pre-final pretty handily here right now, puts himself one step closer to a Canadian karting championship. So he's looking pretty handy right now heading into tomorrow. But we'll see. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. You never know, right?
To me, it's anything can and will happen in this sport because it seems to happen more often than not.
As I've often said, it's why we run the races and don't just talk about them, because you never know. You're dealing with a mechanical engine that can fail and has failed in the past, and you just never know what's going to break or what's going to happen, or maybe somebody gets into you in the early going. But we'll take another look at the start. And again, it was Francisco who failed to get going really in earnest on that outside lane, and that sort of held everybody up. But that was the battle for second spot that went on so long, swapping back and forth and then back and forth some more.
Swapping spots, and then he just decided to work together the entire rest of the race, try to catch up to this man, Asher Pavan, who pretty much had it made from the drop of the green flag, was able to pull away. And this was one of the last shots that Aiden Kishin had there at second place. Tried it there, couldn't do it. Just waited for the last corner and was able to kind of outmaneuver Christian Demonitas coming to the checkered flag and beat him out by only a tenth of a second. Here was the drag race as they came down to the checkered flag, and he did in fact beat him out, actually almost by a whole car length there. So much better run off the last corner.
Yeah.
Much better run off the last corner than I thought he got.
He might be thinking at the end of the day, he's like, why didn't I do that sooner? I might have had something for the leader. But either way, that's one of those things you put in your memory bank and you go back and you do it again.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow, when it counts for the final, that's when you need that move in your back pocket. Today, a pre-final, you'll have a good qualifying spot for that final coming up tomorrow. Briggs and Stratton firing up here on the hot pit, and the junior Briggs and Stratton set to do battle for 8 laps on their pre-final. Youth starting at 12 years old, 300 pounds, 4-stroke engines. And a large grouping of karts on the track all at the same time, and that is one of the selling points of 4-stroke racing here in the Canadian Karting Championship in 2025. You know you're going to get a lot of action because you've got a lot of karts on the track at the same time. I believe 23 set to do battle here for 8 laps. Caleb Pino in the 212 will lead him off of pole. Jackson Corbett, Lorenzo Pigliarolo, and then Ethan Chan, Cole Campen, Matasigas, Cody Shaw, and Blake Frazier. Keegan Irwin and Marco Bazan. That is your top 10 starters.
Heading down to the start straight now. It's Pino and Corpet. And they did get on the gas pretty early there, and I thought so. The starter did not like that at all. There's all the hand signals saying, let's go around one more time. So the yellow flag out, and again, that'll knock off 1 lap, meaning we're only going to get 7 laps, presumably if we get the start next time around. But this is just knocking off time, and for the guys that are in a little bit further back, this is going to be a nightmare. Like, come on, can we just get the green flag already? I need to try and make up some spots here, and it's just costing me time at this point.
Well, and we saw it too in the senior class where one of the drivers cooked their clutches coming up to the green flag. So now you're putting that undue stress on the clutch for a second time in short order. You're not even letting it sort of cool off a little bit, get some air through it. But yeah, it taxes things and could potentially lead to a parts failure. So it is one of those things you just have to monitor your speed and keep it down as low as possible. Now, if you're in the back, you just have to follow what everybody else does because you can't dictate what they do at the front. It's really up to the front line. I mean, you can wait, but they're not going to wait for you.
They are not going to wait for you at all.
Well, that is 1 lap in the books, says Caleb Pino in the 212, Jackson Corbett, the 294. We'll try it again. There you can see some of the drivers in the back putting their hand up to indicate they're going to slow down.
Yellow flag again.
One driver pulled out right at the back there, pulled out in between the 2 lines. I didn't see who that was.
Unfortunately.
Well, yeah, so that's 2 laps in. So now you're going to have 6 laps
6 laps, just like they had earlier on in the day. So this is going to be real interesting to see when it comes to So we get ready to go, hopefully 3rd time's a charm again. And Dave, this is going to also ask a few questions here because the Briggs Juniors today, both races now presumably, if they get the start here, are only going to be 6 laps.
Yeah.
And they have 20 laps tomorrow. That is going to be a massive, massive difference compared to what they run to today.
At least their tires will be fresh.
Oh, yeah.
For the 20-lap race tomorrow is to try it for a 3rd time. And again, the leaders here on the front straightaway trying to slow the field. There we go. Green flag is up, and we're underway in the Briggs and Stratton Junior pre-final.
Up and into turn 1 for the first time. Corporate keeps it pinned down on Pillarolo through there, but it's Pino that takes over the race lead going up and into turn 3. Pillarolo slots in 2nd. I believe Campin's actually gotten up and into 3rd from the outside line. Oh, we got a few issues in the back. I saw a yellow flag there. Cody Shaw with a great start. He's up into 5th as Pillarolo goes for the lead on Caleb Pino at the bottom of the hill and takes it away. Corporate side by side with Shaw up the back straightaway. I think actually Corporate told him to back off right there, get behind me, and Shaw listened to him. So he gets right back in line. Ethan Chan right behind both of them. Then comes Keegan Irwin. Oh, and that is, I believe, Nico Pfaff in the 239. Yes, way out of the race on the exit of turn 3 there.
Yeah, he's way up in that tire wall, or at least the barrier up in turn number 3. And again, that's a place where things can easily go wrong. It's a difficult turn. And off camber corner, so a little bit of bumping can go awry fairly quickly. As the leader continues out in front, and it's Villarolo.
He's got a lot of head cannon coming behind him right now with Pino being that first runner. He's got Campin right with him. They come down the hill. Pino looking over his shoulder. Does he want the lead back? Yes, he does. going to the inside on Pillarolo. Campen also going to get through. Corporate, no. That was a smart move right there, actually, to tuck back in line. He realized he was going to get stuck on the outside if he tried that, and tucks right in and stays in P4 right with the lead group. But Caleb Pino takes over the lead. I think he'd much rather be leading the race rather than be the pusher. But now he's got Cole Campen right behind him, pushing him along.
They just get in single file the top 5 now. As you can see, some bumping under braking, just nose to tail bumping. But now look, through that set of corners, it went from a 5-car breakaway. Then you can add another 5 or so cars at the tail of that snake at the front of the field, and you have yourself quite a battle at the front.
Top 9 all right with each other now as they head up into turn 3 with only 4 laps remaining. And we've swapped the lead every single lap coming down into turn 5. Is this another case of it? You can see, yep, Campen looked over his shoulder. I want to go. Trying to lunge the cart forward, get any more horsepower into it. He takes the lead. This is going to be tight right here.
Pillarolo with him, though, so that's Pillarolo picking up a couple of spots, just following Campen through on a couple separate laps.
And instead it's Corporate that had to back out of it there. Cody Shaw went to the inside. Pillarolo had a look in the bowl, not able to get through there. So that is the second straight lap, or is it the third straight lap, that we've swapped the lead going down into turn 5. One of the best passing zones on the track here. Look at them peeking out, trying to figure out which way to go.
Guaranteed they're going to swap a couple more times at least before this race is done, because things are picking up at the front of the field. You can see the hand signals traded back and forth between some of the drivers at the front, asking for help, looking for it, needing that push. Pillarolo make a run. Pillarolo on the outside in turn number 3. How's this going to work out?
Pino got to the inside of him there. He's going to hold it around the outside, though. Great stuff from Pillarolo, not able to let Pino get through. He did kind of pinch him down a little bit. Now Cody Shaw goes to the inside. Look in. Does he have enough of the nose in there? Yes, he does. He's not going to get him cleared, though, and this is going to backfire on him unless he can get in front of Corporate. No, he can't. Jackson Corporate goes to the inside, and he's going to try to bring Ethan Chan with him, who goes up and over the curbs, and this stacks everybody up once again. There's your top 9 right in it with barely anything between them.
Cole Campen looked back to Pillarolo, and Pillarolo just kept pointing frantically forward, saying, let's go, just forget about me, I'm coming to help you, and we're going to stretch a gap over the rest of the field. As they try to do that, here comes Pino again, closing the gap in 3rd. So what was a small opening between the top 2 back to 3rd is now nothing, as the 6-7 car train continues to cycle at the front.
This is getting intense right here. Blake Forgeau's made up a few spots up and into 6th place now, up ahead of Ethan Chan. And he's just been looking to go more forward and forward. He's got Cody Shaw right in front of him. You can see Campen already not wanting to leave the door open. Pillarolo going to try the outside here.
Cut back on the inside, not this time. And then again, he says, I'm just trying to help you.
He's going, what are you doing, Cole? Just keep driving the way you are.
Stop running the defensive line. We can run together, because it's holding everybody up. And it's allowing the rest of the pack to essentially stay on the back bumper of Pillarolo.
It's going to be interesting once we hit the chicane here. And again, I don't really expect Campen to leave the door open, and he's not. Only at the last second, but it's not really enough to let another cart go through on the inside. As I say that, there goes Caleb Pino to the inside of Pillarolo.
And that's 1 spot, 2, maybe even more, as Pillarolo looks over and is trying to find that opening to get back into line, and will not find it until about 6th place.
Unbelievable. 1 second. You're in 2nd place. Now you're in 6th, fighting right in the middle of this 9-car train. Heading down the hill for the final time. Campen leads. Which way does Caleb Pino go? He follows right in the tire tracks, then somewhat pulls out. Nope. Sticks right with him. They're in the dust here. Starting to go out a bit wide. Which way does Jackson Corporate go? Which way does Cody Shaw go? Up the hill into 6th for the final time.
Again, Campen is running a defensive line, not blocking. He's choosing to run that defensive line. He knows where he's vulnerable, and he's deciding to protect that inside lane He's giving all kinds of room on the outside. If you want to pass me, you can go the far way, but Campen doing everything he needs to do to protect that lead.
Down into the chicane for the final time. Pinot tried to fake him out right there. And nope, no go here. Is he closing up at the final corner? No, he's not. But we might be looking at another photo finish if Pinot can get a run. Here comes the draft, but he's not going to get there. Cole Campen wins the pre-final for Briggs and Stratton Jr. over Pinot, Corpet, Shaw, and Frigeau up into the top 5. Ethan Chan 6th. Pillarolo gets shuffled down into 7th place. Keegan Irwin finishes off in 8th. Mateus Sigas finishes off in 9th, and Brandon Bowden rounds out the top 10 in the 233. He was on his own throughout pretty much the rest of that race. He had no help in front of him or behind him, just stuck in 10th with not much to do, unfortunately.
That's why four-stroke racing is so much fun. you didn't know with 2 laps to go who was going to win that race. It was edge of your seat kind of stuff, and we'll love to see it here as part of the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Bath Motorsport here at Mosport Karting Center.
My goodness, what a day of racing so far it has been. And the Briggs Juniors just giving us another good show. 3 down in the pre-finals, 3 to go. Rock VLR Senior on the grid and on deck up next. As we take a little bit of a look at the highlights of the pre-final here. Pillarolo didn't waste any time in the early going, wanting the lead. Pinot took it right back from him not too long after, and was just swapping after swapping after swapping, as here was the second lead change, I should say. Pinot going back through, and then Campen the lap after with a bit of help from Pillarolo to the inside. And never relinquished the lead there afterwards. You could see Ethan Chan trying to make something happen to the inside of Shaw. Nothing made of it. Here they were coming down to the start-finish line, all side by side. Great runs to the line with Cole Campen ending out on top.
And the field rolls out for the Rock VLR Senior pre-final, and this one will be a little bit longer, barring any false start, but it will be a 10-lap feature for the Rock VLR Seniors. And William Boutelier, will roll off on pole. Ryan Maxwell, Aiden Ingrata, Joshua Simvalis, and then Aiden Shimbashi, Dylan Rennie, Major Makovskas in 7th, Jensen Burnett and Arnaud Savaret. That is your top 9. Luka Posick will round out the top 10 here for the starting lineup of the Rock VLR Senior.
And you can see some real aggressive tire scrubbing before we get going here. They're really trying to get the tires clean and get ready to roll. Now, we mentioned Jensen Burnett having that issue in Heat 2 and going out of the race from the race leads. Only an 8th position starting spot. I still think he's going to be very much in this, but we'll have to see what happens. In theory, they make it all through the first couple of corners cleanly.
Well, and that's the thing with these Rock VLR type karts, they can bog down very easily and they don't get the start that they're looking for. Or you could have a waved off start like we get on this one, just because the field wasn't nearly close enough to being realigned. As you can see, some of the drivers just sliding the kart through. They, again, maintain that temperature in these tires. But we talked about the variables that come with the different classes. And for this one, it's will my kart actually go when I ask it to go, because sometimes the engines just load up and bog down.
I notice it a lot really with the mini rock category, is they have that issue all the time. If they go too slow through the final couple of corners, it easily stalls on them because they overload it with fuel and it just doesn't go on them. We do see it with the Rotax and Rock Senior karts as well, though. I know it unfortunately happened to Robert Soroka here a few years ago. He was your pole sitter going into the final for the Canadian Karting Championship, and the kart stalled on him going through the chicane. It was a heartbreaking pill to swallow for him.
So the yellow flag being shown to William Boutelier, the 903. And Ryan Maxwell, Aiden Ingrata, Joshua Savalas. Your top four. So here's a better lineup anyway. And now we'll check to see the speed. It looks like it's going to be okay. They hit the actual start stripe. The green flag waves, and we're underway here in the pre-final for the Rock VLR Senior. Now a 9-lap final.
I think there was a bit of a scramble there in the back. Botillier clear to the lead ahead of Ryan Maxwell. Ingrata trying to work the outside on Josh Zumbalis. That didn't work there, and he ends up getting passed by, was it Jensen Burnett already up into 4th place from 8th on the grid? My goodness, in the first 3 corners, he's not holding back at all. Dylan Rennie to the inside of Makovskis. And the same thing happened in there with Luka Pasic, but he can't get clear. Shimbashi gives Makovskis a bit of a bump there and pushes him by, and they both get back through on Luka Pasic. But yeah, I believe that is Jensen Burnett up into 4th place from 8th. I don't know how he did that, but he did that.
I saw a bunch of drivers jumping back and forth between the two lines deeper in the field, but one of them must have been Jensen Burnett. And able to take over several spots, and he's right there in that lead group. He's got Aiden Ingrata right behind him. And the 915 now up into 4th spot. Zumbalis in the 985 just ahead of him. But it's not going to be easy now to move forward for Jensen Burnett. We know he's fast. He showed that in the heat race earlier on.
Oh, you say that now. There goes one, and that's on teammate Josh Zumbalis. Not wasting any time. Ingrata tried to follow through. He tried to fake Zumbalis going into 6th there, and that didn't quite work at all. And now we'll see. This, unfortunately, if you're Ingrata here, you're kind of the odd man out. 5 of the top 6 are REM karts just getting ganged up on right now. And Zumbalis isn't going to make his life any easier, although he tried to go around the outside. Did he make that pass? Oh my goodness, what a move by Aiden Ingrata around the outside. That's the first 2-stroke I've seen able to do that all day. What a move that was. And Zumbalis is going to be sitting there scratching his head going, what did I do wrong? I did everything right there. And he's getting shuffled by 3 more karts. There goes Makovskis, there goes Shimbashi, there goes Dylan Rennie by him.
Begs the question, is there something wrong with the 985 of Joshua Zumbalis, or maybe he picked up some debris or dirt taking that extreme defensive line up into the chicane at the top of the hill, where Aiden Ingrata used the outside to manage to get around. At the front now, Burnett into 2nd spot around Ryan Maxwell.
I think it's only a matter of time now. He has climbed his way through the field. William Botillier looks over his shoulder. He sees him coming. And he's got ample time to deal with him as well. Coming to 6 to go, but that is plenty of time to make something happen. My biggest question now is, can Maxwell latch on to Burnett and stick right with him? Same thing with Ingrata. Even after losing that bit of time, he is clawing right back into this. Fastest lap of the race for Aiden Ingrata, 58.621. Right now, he is flying, trying to run this one out.
I was just going to say, Jensen Burnett just turned the quickest lap of the race 1 lap ago, and now Aiden Ingrata has done the same thing, a 58.6 compared to your race leader, which was a 58.8, so picking up a couple of tenths on your race leader, William Boutelier. But it is tight at the front. Burnett is all over the back of the 903 in a dice for top spot. They do have a little breathing room to settle this amongst themselves, but there's still 6 laps to go.
Coming to 5 to go this time. It's amazing how fast he's closed this gap in. I've noticed every lap as well, he's able to outbrake everyone else going into turn 5, and not by locking up the brakes or anything. He's able to do it just smooth and easy. No issues at all with making these passes. And I would not be surprised if he tries to go at him in 5 this time. If I'm Maxwell, I'd be worried about what's coming behind me now with Ingrata lurking right there. Down the hill we go. Is Burnett going to be close enough? Yes, he is! Can he clear him? Yes. Again, beautiful. 3 in a row on the inside of turn 5.
He gave a thumbs up, and I think that was to himself. Because that was a complete pass. He waited in the draft, down the hill, into the braking zone, and just pulled in, outbraked, simply just did it a textbook style into turn number 5, and we have a new race leader, and it's Jensen Burnett.
And let's see if he can start pulling away from Bottillier now. Maxwell and Ingrata are right in there, and then it's a bit of a gap back to Makovskis. He tows Shimbashi and Sumbalis right behind him. Then comes Dylan Rennie, Arnaud Saborin, and Cole Hooten. Actually, now Cole Hooten goes up and into 9th place, gets by Saborin, so a great comeback for him. He started outside the top 10. He's right in this now.
Aiden Ingrata is really sort of picking up the pressure on Ryan Maxwell in a battle for 3rd and 4th. As a matter of fact, the top 4 cars all fit in our screen all at once now. They were stretched out by a significant margin not too long ago, and now they're all covered by about half a second.
They are trying everything they can to get more speed out of the corners, lunging forward, tucking down as much as they can on the straightaways, as Ingrata once again set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap round, 58.398. My goodness, that is so fast. And here he comes to the inside on Maxwell there and up and into P3. Does he got enough time to get to Bottillier and Burnett?
He did it on the outside, now he did it on the inside. Same corner, but he picked up spots. Aiden Ingrata now chasing Bottillier in the 903 with Jensen Burnett still out in front. As fast as Burnett has been, he has been unable to stretch a gap on 2nd place, Bottillier.
No, Bottillier is able to stick right with him. Maybe not as much coming down the hill there, but he isn't letting Burnett outbreak him right now going through these corners. That's where Burnett was outdoing everybody. He was going into turn 5. Even from a decent ways back, he was still able to just carry enough speed and get to the inside without locking up the brakes or unsettling the kart at all. But now it's kind of evened out, and Ingrata is definitely charging here as we go a little further back. There's Makovskis ahead of Shimbashi, ahead of Sumbalis down into this chicane. Makovskis defends from Shimbashi, not giving him any lanes, I guess you could say, to try and get to the bottom there. 2 laps to go, and Ingrata's coming as he sets the fastest lap of the race again. The top 4 run their personal best of this pre-final with very little time. Shimbashi looking to the inside now of Aiden Ingrata, or Major Makovskis, I should say, at turn 3, and no go there. Down the hill with a lap and a half to go, and I don't think Aiden's close enough to Bottillier for a pass yet.
Wait till they get back to the top of the hill at the other end of the track, coming through to complete the last lap of the race. That's where Aiden Ingrata has been the strongest, and that's where he's been able to close the gap. We'll see if he can complete that pass around Bottillier. He's surely been able to get close, but catching and passing are 2 completely different things. It's not going to happen that time, as they'll stay single file in this pre-final as they hit the last lap board. Jensen Burnett will see the last lap. Bottillier in the 903 holding down 2nd. Here comes Ingrata to the inside.
Great pass from Ingrata, able to stick it on the curb as well to make sure Bottillier didn't get back to the inside of it, but now he's got to try and defend it from him the rest of the way here. And this might be all Burnett needs to see. Bottillier's not close enough, even though Ingrata does fade it a bit to the inside. Bottillier with a bit of a better run here. To the bumper, Ingrata left the door open! Contact a bit there, but no, he takes the bump just a little bit. I don't really think he wanted to leave the door open that much, and Bottillier was going to take it. He just didn't have quite enough of a run to get all the way to the inside.
That's allowed Maxwell to close right up on that battle, though. Now it's a 3-car dice for second spot. Ingrata has it. All the while, Jensen Burnett is leading onto the front straightaway. So Burnett is going to take the win in this pre-final. Aiden Ingrata will come home second. Botillier in the 903 in third, and Ryan Maxwell rounds out the top four, but that got close.
Very, very close. Koskis rounds out the top five. Burnett from 8th to 1st, and basically from 8th to 4th in the first 3 corners, made that so much easier for the man. He takes the pre-final, but again, he didn't really pull away that much. Once he got it, they were able to stick with him the entire time. This is going to be interesting heading into tomorrow with how many laps they have to run. Is it just delaying the inevitable, or do they have something for Burnett once we get to VLR Senior tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, but you were absolutely right. He didn't get an opportunity to really stretch a gap. Maybe he didn't feel like he needed to until they started battling back and forth, and then obviously makes it a little bit easier. But as quickly as Jensen Burnett made his way up to the front of the field, once he got there, I don't know if he backed off a little bit, if he just held, but he didn't look superhuman like he did coming through the field.
There's a few of the battles there. That was the pass. Ingrata around the outside of Sunvalis, going, nope, I am not taking the defense line right there. And then you can see a little bit of a hand gesture afterwards as well. Coming through, and you're not stopping me. Made a great pass there. And here was another one on the final lap of the race to get William Botillier and get himself onto the front row. We argue if there's a man that has it to challenge Burnett, it's Aiden Ingrata, because he came through almost as fast as Jensen did.
And set some fast laps of the race while doing so as well. So one of the ones we'll be watching tomorrow as we get into the Rock VLK Junior. And again, very similar engines to the Rock Senior, the Rock VLK Seniors that we just saw out on track. Just the age of the drivers significantly lower, up to about 15 years old for the Rock VLK Junior, or VLR Junior, excuse me, the Rock VLR Juniors. So in this Rock VLR Junior pre-final, again, 10 laps, the scheduled distance. Robert Tronchi will lead them off. James Tufford in second. Leo Da Silva, Ahmed Mustafa, Cole Medeiros. Remember, he had the issues in the heat race where he didn't even make the start. So he'll start in 5th, but keep an eye on the 807. Riker Magro, Kara Dudgeon, and Caleb Pino in the 8-12, round out the 8 starters here for the Rock VLR Junior 10-lap pre-final.
The field shuffled a little bit. Let's see what happens. They're on the power. Green flags in the air, and the inside line gets a great start. You see Da Silva poke out a little bit tougher. Didn't really get the best launch off the line, and he goes back into 5th place. Kara Dudgeon from the back row of the grid up into 4th, taking lessons from Jensen Burnett. I see, already up and into the lead pack, but it's Tronchi Jr. that leads. Medeiros right in front of Dudgeon. He kind of hit the curve there on the inside. Oh my goodness, what a move that was. And up and into 2nd place. He's not wasting any time.
That hole opened up at the last minute, but it was just enough time for Cole Medeiros to fill it and move up into 2nd spot.
Great stuff right there. Ahead now of Leo Da Silva. Dudgeon right behind him, and then comes teammate to Dudgeon, James Tufford. Didn't really get the best start, but we saw him come through the field very, very nicely in the 2nd heat. Let's see if that continues on with him now. Medeiros, kind of a clear track to try and run down Tronchi Jr. Let's see if he can do it. He's got a teammate pushing him as well, and same thing with Kara Dudgeon. They're actually working together coming out of that last corner and pushing each other as much as they can, at least up into turn 3. Let's see if they can close the gap. Only after lap 1, 9 to go.
0.7 of a second, the difference between the top 2 as they cross the start-finish line that time. Robert Tronchi out in front.
Oh!
Cars off into the dirt. And that is the 805 of Kara Dudgeon, who was sitting in fourth, will lose at least a few spots.
And that was a chain reaction. You saw Leo De Silva get loose right in front of her. Dudgeon kind of got into the back of De Silva, and then Tupper got into the back of her, sending her kind of over the back of De Silva, and that created that bit of a mess there. That has brought Ahmed Mustafa now up into fourth place and put, I believe, is that Riker Magro now up into fifth place. That did nothing good for James Tupper there either. He goes to the inside of Magro once again and makes that pass stick, or should I say, maybe, nope, Magro tucks right back in line. So back up into fifth place, but he has it all to play for again. Medeiros not able to break away from De Silva and not really catching Tronchi Jr. here.
No, as a matter of fact, Tronchi has been able to open up a bigger gap. It's now a second over Cole Medeiros in second spot. Again, he's got his hands full with Leo De Silva just behind, and Ahmed Mustafa. Mustafa has set the fastest time of anybody on lap number 2 out of a scheduled 10 here for the Rock VLR Junior.
And to the inside comes Tupper. That's another spot. This time it's De Silva that he gets, as Mustafa had just gotten by him as well. So Tupper up to fourth. He's got to keep this momentum up if he wants a shot at getting to the front here. But they honestly might be having a bit of a hard time running up to Tronchi Jr. here.
Magro is coming up to join this party as well in the 898 towards the tail of that 3-car battle, but that one's not done, not by any means, as Medeiros continues to fall back a little bit. Robert Tronchi, about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Medeiros that last time by in the 836, so the gap at the front continues to get just a little bit bigger.
They hit the curves. Boy, De Silva nailed the curve right there on the exit. Here comes Riker Magro to the rear bumper. Let's see which way he goes now. Heading down. It does look like Medeiros and Mustafa have somewhat closed that gap into Tronchi Jr. here. Up and over the curbs. And we hit the front straightaway again. 6 laps to go this time.
Yeah, you're right. 8/10 of a second the gap. So Medeiros and Mustafa have really buckled down, and they're starting to chip away at the lead built up by the driver, the 836. Robert Tronchi. There he is, your race leader, and there's the hunters in this case, Cole Medeiros and Ahmed Mustafa.
Running out of time, I guess. 6 to go, but also it was 3/10 of a second difference. They definitely outdid him, and the difference here, as well as Medeiros, we sort of saw him getting away earlier on. That has not been the case in this class. So Mustafa has had something for him. Tronchi Jr. obviously running very well, and same thing with James Tupper running. He just kind of really can't get out of getting boxed in, because he's been setting some very good times and making great moves through the field to get himself into contention. We get to 5 laps to go. Oh my goodness, Medeiros really bounced over that second curb there.
And that might have cost him a little bit of the run. It pushed him wide on corner exit. 5 laps to go for your race leader, and wow, 6/10 of a second now. Medeiros is still coming. And fastest lap of the race.
I don't think it cost him too much.
No, sure
He's
didn't.
keeping that thing wound up as much as possible here. Tronchi Jr., I don't really think I've seen him look over the shoulder as well, but if he is, you're slowly seeing that purple and white cart gets closer and closer to you. That's not really the best feeling that you want. Medeiros asking for a push. Mustafa, get to the bumper. Let's get him. He's right in front of us. We can do this. Through the bowl once again, and you can see that gap slowly getting, there's the first look now for Tronchi over his shoulder. And he's definitely going to have to deal with these two before this race is over as well. Coming to 4 laps to go. He's just hoping that the time runs out. And that's going to be wishful thinking, because Medeiros is all but there.
Oh boy, Medeiros, he just set his fast lap the last time around, and this time he goes even a little bit quicker. A 58.335 compared to a 58.69 for Robert Tronchi. And now the gap at the front is 3/10 of a second. It's even tighter than that now as they head towards turn number 5.
Medeiros closing in, not close enough for a move yet. I'm not really seeing the draft really make that much of a difference with the VLRs. they just stay about the same. It's really on how your corner speed goes and how much momentum you can carry.
Yeah, they've been asking for the pushes. They're trying to use the draft as much as they can, but those pushes haven't been coming as Medeiros has now caught the race leader. So there will be 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe, and Medeiros will be the new leader as he gets around Robert Tronchi.
Now let's see if he can hold him back. I don't think Tronchi's going to take this one lying down. That's where really the draft kicked in. If you get a bit close enough, then it pulls you right up to the driver in front of you. Whoa, Tronchi was a bit wide right there, and Medeiros even pinned it down on the inside to make sure he didn't come back through on him. And now it's a 3-horse race right up at the front. Ahmed Mustafa's right in this. Down the hill we go. Medeiros not leaving any door open here. He's hard on the brakes. Here comes Mustafa, going to go around the outside of both of them. Tronchi into the back of Medeiros, trying to push him along, and instead he lost all of his momentum. Tufford to the bumper, and he can't quite make anything happen.
Tufford gave Tronchi a huge push, and he needed it because he had lost all his momentum chasing Medeiros down on the inside that defensive lane. And boy, Mustafa just went in with a head of steam on what would have been the proper racing line and made it stick.
Up into second, right behind teammate Medeiros. Now what can they both do? Out of the last corner, 3 to go, and it's kind of turned into a 4-horse race now. Which way do you do this? That may have been a bit of a play there by Medeiros as well to put both REM carts up on the front row and keep them there. Let's see if it stays that way. Tronchi Jr.'s right back up to the bumper of both of them, and so is Tufford. Medeiros is not taking any more chances right here. Mustafa's going to go by him, or is he? Medeiros sends it back in. Mustafa cuts it back. Can he get him?
He's going to get him. He's clear.
Yes, maybe. No,
Almost.
Medeiros back on the inside.
Into the runoff, just off of turn number 6 as they jump over that curb. Medeiros holds the lead. Mustafa in second, but this is tight.
Now it's a 6-car battle at the front. De Silva is up and into the running here. Same with Cara Dudgeon. She's back right up in this. As Tufford sends it to the inside of Tronchi in the last corner and gets it into 3rd place. Last lap board drops. 1 more lap around. And Mustafa's looking. Gonna maybe cut it back to the inside. Medeiros got to keep this one pinned down, and he does. He's not letting Mustafa make any sort of move here. We'll see what happens again by the time we get to turn 5.
Yeah, watch what he does in turn number 5, and he has been doing that defensive line, going to the inside, and it's not going to happen. This time takes a regular racing line, does Medeiros, and Mustafa will try and hold off Tufford, but Tufford is giving him a good push.
All pushing into each other coming up through turn 6, as this might be all Medeiros needs to see behind him. They're starting to pull away, and now it's just going to come down to the final couple of corners here. What does Tufford do? Tronchi's got a good push from Dudgeon, heading into the chicane for the final time. De Silva tried the outside to no avail there, and I think they're just going to finish it off right where they are. Cole Medeiros comes through to win in VLR Junior. Ahmed Mustafa, Tufford, Tronchi, Dudgeon, De Silva, Magro, all within 2 seconds of each other to end this one off.
Good push by Cara Dudgeon to come back up into the top 5 in the 8:05. She was way back. And finishing in 5th spot, nobody had anything for Cole Medeiros in the 8:07. Well, a few drivers did about halfway through that one, but another exciting finish in the Rock VLR Junior class. Cole Medeiros, Ahmed Mustafa, James Tufford, Robert Tronchi. And Cara Dudgeon, your top 5. As the field will come through to the scales, and that sets up our final pre-final of the day. There you can see the initial start and how this all played out. Medeiros had to come from deep in the back, and he did so fairly quickly. He didn't take over the lead for a while, though, because Tronchi had built up a huge lead at the front. Medeiros had to chip away at it. There was the pass for the lead, eventually the winning pass but it wasn't without its fights. And the Briggs and Stratton Seniors out on track now for 8 laps. In their pre-final, setting the starting order for the final tomorrow, Gianluca Savaglio will lead things off for pole. Sebastian Day, Jaden Harry, Owen McCarthy, then Evan Coulson, Christopher Keithan, Jaden Hundle, Christopher Wakefield, Jonathan Treadwell, David Barnes, Mitchell Morrow, Logan Paxa, Michael Ing, Anthony Bossia, and Alec Drummond. That is your top 15 to start this one. And again, there is a ginormous field here. 44 cars potentially set to take the green if everybody makes the start here in the Briggs and Stratton Senior. And again, this is the 4-stroke class, ages 15 and up. So not so much horsepower. This is very much a momentum class. And look at the field lined up nicely as the green flag waves, and we are underway here in the Briggs and Stratton Senior Group.
It's going to be pretty close going up into turn 1. Sebastian Days to the inside of Gianluca Savaglio as we climb the hill for the first time, and they fan out 2 by 2. No 3 wide. Everybody else stays side by side. Up and through turn 3 for the first time, and it is Sebastian Day that takes over the race lead. Down the hill, we got Owen McCarthy right behind him. And on the brakes, one car come flying around the outside. I think that was Logan Paxa, made a bunch of spots up right there. Jaden Harry getting knocked about a little bit with, I believe that's Christopher Wakefield on the outside of him, trying to push Evan Coulson through as they try to get themselves somewhat sorted out going through.
It's so interesting to see a car that has lost momentum and the driver just looking back saying, please somebody give me just a little bit of push. I need a little help. And unfortunately that help never came as drivers start to slide back when the line is so thick. Now it's spread out a little bit. You can see the top 4. I've opened up a gap on the rest of the field.
I heard a bit of sliding in there going into the chicane. And they scatter everywhere coming onto the front straightaway from about 10th on back. Oh, there's issues there. Scott Ford involved. Gabriel Ferreira again, unfortunately, involved. And the same can be said for Charlotte Bay Pearson.
Yeah.
Rough day for them.
See, and that's the problem when you don't necessarily qualify the best for the pre-finals. We got to swap for the top spot here.
Owen McCarthy to the point now.
Around Sebastian Day, but again,
he came right back.
This is going to come back. Sebastian Day goes back to the inside. McCarthy through that runoff area, and now McCarthy will be on the outside from 1st to 4th in a couple corners.
Puts Savaglio up and into 2nd. McKeithen now to 3rd place as that top 4 is pulling away from the rest of the field now. Yellow flags are out. They cannot pass going into here. Then it's Coulson up in 5th position. Or excuse me, now Jaden Harry up in 5th position. Evan Coulson, Logan Paxa, and David Barnes showing some life now finally with a great start to get themselves up and into the thick of things. Anthony Boscia, Jonathan Treadwell rounds out the top 10 for the Briggs Senior category. Shuffling a few other drivers down. Mitchell Morrow, Christopher Wakefield, Alec Drummond up into 13th, Stephen Navitro, and Blake Nagy up and into the top 15. Sloan Sterling, Michael Ing, Chloe Drummond, Jacob Hill, and Jaden Hundle round out the top 20.
Still at the front, though, it is Sebastian Day with Savaglio and McKeithen pushing very, very close and actually pushing along your race leader. You remember Sebastian Day followed Savaglio home in the heat race a little bit earlier on. Those two managed to stay like that for the entire heat race. And now, look, it's a 3-car breakaway. And again, they're going to play that push tactic. As soon as they can get together, they can stretch that gap on the rest of the field, and they can decide it amongst themselves.
That second train of 5 is catching up. You can see them tucking down getting onto the front straightaway there, led by Jaden Harry. Logan Pax, the fastest lap of the race, 105.38. Third in line in that second train with help from teammate David Barnes. Right now, Colson doing a great job of pushing Jaden Harry up to this group now. And you can almost see it with McCarthy as well. He's just hanging back a little bit too far off of that group. Sabaglio had a peek. Yep, he's going to the inside of Sebastian Day for the race lead and clear. John Lucas Sabaglio back to the point. It's exactly where he wants to be. Sebastian Day not having any of it. He tried to come back on him on the inside, and Sabaglio denied that move.
Couple of swaps of position, or at least a fight, and that gap is gone. Look, fourth place has got the top three. Even fifth place is right there too, as Harry is knocking on the door of McCarthy, who is right there. There's a small gap. It's about a kart length in between third and fourth, and again, a kart length in between fourth and fifth.
Back on the front straight, Logan Pax is now past Evan Colson for the sixth spot, but that's created a bit of a gap there in between. He's got help from Evan now and help from David as well, but I'm not sure if they're going to quite get there. And then it's about another second back to Treadwell and Basha just inside the top 10. Sabaglio leads it. I'm not sure if Sebastian Day wants his lead back. We'll see. Yes, here he comes. He's got to run. And I think he's going to take McKeithen with him here. And Sabaglio knows it, and he's like, well, I'm going to lose this battle. I'm going to get back to the inside. McCarthy going to the outside. I think that's going to cost him, though. Jaden Harry's immediately going to fill that spot in.
Yeah, McCarthy actually, I think, let off going into turn number 6 because he knew that wasn't going to end well. So you back up, you find the hole, get back in line, and catch that draft, because now he's right there. Sure, he lost a couple of spots, but he's still in the mix. If you fought hard, you might be pushed off, and you might be up in that berm.
Here comes Christopher McKeithen for the lead, and he gets it away from Sebastian Day in the chicane. So put McKeithen to the point now, coming to 3 laps to go. Sebastian asked for a push. McKeithen was signaling something there. He's like, wait, no, can we please keep pushing here? I just want to stay where we are. As they climb up the hill, it's kind of the top 5 that are right in it now. Pax is just a little bit too far back to make anything happen. Same with Barnes and Collison. And we'll really see what happens down the hill. Boy, McKeithen gets a great run out of there, and they're not able to close in on him. Sabaglio to the inside and up to second.
So Day gives him a push up into turn number 6, and maybe a change there. No, it's just an attempt in 4th spot as Owen McCarthy took a look on Jaden Harry.
Able to get past him yet. Sabaglio's got a run with help from Sebastian Day on Christopher McKeithen here. I thought he was going to try to go for it. Not quite close enough. Just going to sit and ride for now. 2 laps to go, Dave. Which way does this one go? Don't look now. Jonathan Treadwell and Anthony Basha have gotten themselves up into the fray. David Barnes has taken 6th away from Logan Paxa, but they might just be a little bit too far back to make anything happen as the laps run out. But then again, they're going to probably start battling out pretty tough out here with 2 laps to go. We'll see. This is McKeithen's strong spot right here. He's able to get out of turn 4 so much better than everybody else, and he's free from any attacks down the hill.
Sebastian Day was quick at the top of the hill going up into turn number 6. We'll see what he can do on the exit of 5 and catch into that draft. Again, not as close as he has been. Here comes Sabaglio. Sabaglio to the inside and to the lead. So McKeithen drops back to second.
Now let's see if Sabaglio can hold on to this. And I presume once he's got it, I don't think he's going to leave that door open once we get to the chicane here. But we'll see. I believe it's just going to be a train of 5 now as, yep, no door open there at all from Gianluca Sabaglio. Looking to win the pre-final here, but he's got 4 other hungry drivers going after it now. Onto the front straightaway. McKeithen looking, Day looking.
Less than 1 lap to go as they work through turn number 1 and 2 for the final time. Still single file, still 5 karts strong at the front of this field. Led by Sabaglio, McKeithen, Sebastian Day, Jaden Harry, and Owen McCarthy.
Down the hill for the final time. Sabaglio's not leaving the door open. McKeithen looking, Day to the inside, Harry to the inside on the brakes into 5. They all stay the same with a half a lap to go. You can see Evan Colson trying to go to the outside there, further back. Sabaglio with a long look over his shoulder, making sure that nobody else tried anything going through there, and he still got it. McKeithen's right on him though. No passing coming through here. The yellow flags are out, but they should be free to go once we hit the chicane. This can go any way of 5 ways.
Who's going to have something coming into the final set of quarters? It is still Zavaglio at the front. Doesn't even have to play defense through the final corner. Nobody has a decent run. The checkered flag is up in the air. Oh, maybe somebody does have a decent run.
Just at the line.
Moved to the outside, or to the inside, and almost caught the leader at the line, 3/100ths of a second.
That was so close. I thought McKeithen was actually going to out-drag him to the line there. Zavaglio holds him back. Sebastian Day, Jaden Harry, Owen McCarthy, the rest of the top 5. David Barnes, Jonathan Treadwell up into 7th. Evan Colson 8th. Anthony Basha and Mitchell Morrow, the rest of the top 10. Going a little bit further back, something happened on the penultimate lap there to Logan Paxa. He dropped all the way down to 17th place. And unfortunately, a semi-rough weekend for him continues. It was looking great for a while, and now he's got a lot of work to do ahead of tomorrow afternoon.
I saw a driver at the back of the pack sort of pounding their fist at some point, so I think that might have been Logan Paxa, who had some issues coming home outside the top 15. But again, still a long race tomorrow to make up a lot of spots. So yeah, it's going to be harder when you have a deep in the field starting position, but with a field this big, anything can happen. That's what makes it so exciting.
Agreed. A little further back on in the field, give a few shout-outs to our bigger movers. Brennan Taylor from the back of the field gets up to 33rd. Logan Ploder from the back all the way up to 25th place. As we take a look at the few highlights here, Jaden Harry kind of dropping 2 wheels there with a bunch of the battling going on. This was the crazy scramble there, and it just led to a collision between Ford, Barrera, and Pearson, unfortunately. Here was McKeithen going for the lead on Day. He gets that pass done. And then it was eventually Zavaglio up at the top of turn 6 that made the pass to get back past him. Here was the run to the line. Look at how close it was. McKeithen trying to lunge the cart any further to get him. He just couldn't quite make it at the line.
Trying to will that cart forward, but fell short just a little bit. But an excellent Saturday in the books. And a big congratulations to all the winners in the heats and pre-finals for all the classes that we ran today. Again, things get back underway tomorrow morning at 9:30 here at the Mosport Karting Center as we crown the champions in the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. Once again, I'm Dave Bradley. For Chad Webster, thanks very much for joining us, and all our camera people who brought us the beautiful pictures here today, and everybody in the truck who worked hard on today's performance. We'll do it again tomorrow, 9:30, bright and early. We'll get things fired up once again. We're looking forward to bringing you the action. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.